Hello, everybody. How goes it? Great to see so many of you in chat so early. I'm very impressed and pleased. Here's a question for anyone. Can they actually see the stream over on YouTube? Thank you, Hecate. Enjoy your sleep. Good morning to you and good night. Yeah, 8:30 a.m. is definitely early. You know, my channel. That is the YouTube one, but for some reason it's showing as unlisted. Why is that? Let's switch scenes so you can at least see me. Hello, everybody. Our second day using YouTube and we've already broken it. Excellent, right? Well, there's no reason for that. Right, I'm going to end the YouTube stream, first of all. Dismiss. Screw you, YouTube. Go to my channel. We'll try this again. If it doesn't work, YouTube just doesn't happen today. We'll go live. Where is the setting to make it unlisted versus not? Hello, everybody. Yeah, I'm glad to hear, Freddie, that you you managed to get out one back in your Orny, but I am very sorry that happened, to be honest with you, because it shouldn't be that way. This is my issue I'm having with the game in general. Good morning, everybody. We are just getting started. I'm just trying to work out why this isn't working. It should have just reused the sentence from yesterday, and yesterday it was public, so why? I'm not a big fan of YouTube, I'm not going to lie. if I do this. Does this work? No, it's still showing as unlisted. You bastard. Down I feel. I'm going to do Control F5. See, I've just done that, so there should actually be something showing up on the channel. You should be able to see the last, yeah, no view stream 3 minutes ago, so that is now showing. I'm going to press start here. We're going to see YouTube go live, and I'm going to see if I can change it from a different menu, because YouTube is unhelpful. Why are you showing as unlisted, you bastard? Yeah, so it's just showing as unlisted. It's not actually working, and I'm entirely sure why. Okay, it should be under privacy, but there's no option for privacy. It just gives me an unlisted button, which one would say is unhelpful. Hello. Yeah, so what I'm doing at the moment is trying to diagnose an issue on YouTube's side. I guess while we wait, you guys can have this lovely drop screen. Okay, it's not what I'm seeing. So go to the channel. Thor is 6'2" in real life, but tends to be extra scrungly about it. Whereas I'm slightly taller. Is, in my opinion, great fun. Yeah, you pressed a scheduled one, which is correctly live. Let's see. I press start. Let's see what happens. Hey, that looks good. That looks better. Okay. So YouTube is now correctly live. Jake said first. Nice one. Okay, YouTube. Well, if you weren't such a bitch to use, more people would use you. How about that? I know that's a complicated concept for you, but hey, we are where we are. Now I can give YouTube chat a little slot alongside Twitch chat, and we can go and play some Dunk. We love some Dunk, don't we? Dunk Awakening. Hope you all enjoyed and understand how drops work. You know, beautiful. Look at that. You know, I'm kickstarting Thor's modeling career. I think it's going well. This is why I'm trying something out with it, Dread Leader. So bear with on it. Because while YouTube does do live DMCA or live copyright strikes, didn't demonetize yesterday's video because I separated the VOD track the same way as I do for Twitch. So we're trying it out. We're seeing how it goes. I wish it was not chocolate, unfortunately.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths.
Video here is not live yet. Well, that's a lie. YouTube is telling me that that's not true. YouTube says the words, "You're live." Like literally over the video preview, it says, "You're live." What are you doing, YouTube? Oh, there you go. Okay. Well, I'm glad you guys can see and it all works. Thank you for testing it. Thank you for telling me. YouTube's just being a bitch. I don't want comments on this stream. Feedback, not in my Christian Minecraft server. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're all doing well this morning. I wanted to do a shout out to Balthazar for the 5 community gift subs at the start of the stream, and Kurdo for the 2 community gift subs. I appreciate you both. I hope you're having a great time, and I hope you enjoy Dune. Enjoy June. Now, there are a couple of reasons I was late to start this morning. One of them being that Bailey didn't wake me up as normal. It was very strange. This is because when I got downstairs, I found that he'd left a delightful body of a mouse on the floor, minus all of the body apart from the head. So that's why he didn't come and get me. And somebody not naming any names or pointing any fingers, obviously decided that their alarm wasn't important and they would completely ignore it. But I have no idea who that would be. And I can't, you know, can't give you any indicators. He gave me a wireless. You are factually correct, I guess. I guess that's factually correct. Fine. I hate it, but it's factually correct. What does it mean when a cat gives you things like that? It means the cat thinks that you're a shit cat, and therefore that it needs to feed you. That's what he thinks. He obviously thinks that I'm a shit cat. I didn't even snooze it. I just woke up at 8 o'clock on the dot, and I was like, no cat, no alarm. What's going on? I didn't ignore his present. I've left it next to his food bowl for a couple of hours, like I always do. Person that it fits. I'm fine with being a shit cat. I'm a pretty average human instead. Cats are much better. There's a song from Frozen which says reindeers are better than people, and they're wrong. It's cats are better than people. I don't know about reindeer. I'm not an expert. If I woke up to a sandworm on me, that would be very, very different. We'd be having a very different conversation right now. It would mostly be screaming, me screaming incoherently. So I don't know anything about reindeer, so I can't speak about reindeer being better than people, but I can speak about cats being better. Cats are great. Like this. Okay. What we're gonna go do is go out into the Donk Desert. I'm just thinking about some more suspense belts. I love suspense belts. I can never have too many of them, so I'm gonna make another one. Oh, I accidentally slipped and made two. What a shame. I wouldn't merge with the worm. I would consume the worm. I would become the worm, and I've been preparing for this. Look, see, I'm ready. It suits me. I'm very ready. I think everyone would enjoy it. What's the problem here? You know.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
I'm sure I could. I'll have you know I'll be the first water worm. That's my calling. We need some more welding wire. Good on still tent. Let's go. This isn't very. Look, I'm in a water sealed environment. This is. Where is this wind coming from? Oh, it might be these just random holes in the. Luther, this isn't very water secure. One moment, chat. Ta-da! Yes. There is at least one other human being in this house. Who's actually alive and everything. Anymore. Right. I'm basically kitted up for what I wanted to do. So what we're gonna do first. We didn't do what I wanted to do. I forgot the one thing I said right before I got distracted. I wanted to get welding wire. This is fine, right? Get off my lawn! I was about to go to your base and have a look around. I didn't know you were still on. It's nearly 1 a.m.
Till 6 p.m.
I don't want to alarm you, but you've got something on your face. So what we're going to do first is go to Felix's base, as I said. That was my plan. I meant to do it yesterday before logging off, but I got a little bit done with Dune.
Just wondering if you were to do some deep desert stuff together.
What did you have in mind?
EP.
I don't think there'll be much at this time of night. We didn't lose our fourth Thopter. No. But helping other people who had just lost theirs, I was like, the bug is still here. The only reason I would have a PvE only server is so that when they inevitably get to the deep desert and have to engage in PvP, the PvPers can laugh. Realistically, in a game like this, you need to accept that the risk of PvP is constant and there. That is okay. You can overcome it, you can learn to get around it. It's not that scary, even though you don't want to risk losing stuff. You are still risking losing stuff whenever you play this anyway. What you are doing in the deep desert, as long as you do it smart, will not actually really kind of massively increase your chance of loss. It is very manageable. I would be very clear on that fact. I don't personally see the need for PvE areas to be changed in the deep desert. I think the other changes they had proposed should be enough, but I can see why people might want to have... People have some concerns about PvE, I guess, like... They've only played PvE before, they're not used to PvP, they don't want the competitive aspect of the game. I understand that. The PvP on our server is not anywhere near as toxic as some of what we've seen elsewhere, so I likely have the wrong view on it as a whole. But my personal view on it is I think that I would rather teach people how to PvP in this game, or how to avoid PvP if they don't want to do it, then change the game to eliminate some of that PvP tension, which is what makes the deep desert basically engaging. I think there's already sufficient... The fact that you can build in the A band and that you can do all of those things...
Be able to park next to my assault in here.
Yeah, like a gold. Yeah, exactly. First of all, get rid of them. And we can have a look at Felix's very lovely base. I mean, first of all, Felix has made a captured Atreides base, which is very, very nice. It's what you see when you walk up outside. It's very imposing, very symmetrical. Directional. No, not directional. Large. Oh, that's good to know. This shape creates sheltered. Division 2 DLC was very fun. I'll likely go back to it later today or tomorrow or another day with Thor. Actually, I'll probably wait till Thor's around because I think he'll have more fun. I don't want to do it without him because we were doing it together and it was kind of neat. Sheltered. And you, it's the end of the world.
Like it.
Yes, please. That would be great. We're having a tour chat. It's gonna be great.
Basically, the chest I just put my excess stuff in for the. There's nothing in there right now, unfortunately.
Wrong.
It's like mostly just a RP area. Just some books in here, statues, paintings on the wall, and this is like the tactical area. Add screen.
1 second. Oh, who is the guy who plays? There is a comedy about the fall of Stalin. The guy who plays the general in that.
Guy who plays you.
Do you know if Thor got access to stream at 40 people? I do not know. I've also asked for it, but I have not actually done anything with it.
Jason Isaacs.
Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, it is. You're right. I just want to show chat something. I think I've recognized something. Copy image. We'll go to paint. I will show you guys Ms. Paint. One moment. Why are you not working? I need paint. Almost there to show you. I'm fairly sure that's the same person, right? See if we can get real close. It's close enough to be suspicious. He just looks a bit grumpier and older than the other one. He's not sitting at the window shouting at me, which is entirely possible. Okay, sorry about that brief distraction. Let's continue with the tour. Not enough chin, I mean, I guess.
I just have a statue down here. I wasn't sure what to do with it.
You mean your ass statue?
Might be my respawn room, actually.
Let me just make sure I can see YouTube chat. There we go.
Room up here.
Oh, I just think it's neat, chat. It really evoked the same feelings. Like, it's nice. Just so you know, if I was going to assassinate somebody, I would use this room because this is a really great hiding corner for it.
This may
Good assassination spot.
just like 6 tables wedged together. The projector in the middle.
I like this. This is quite nice, actually. The multiple levels of the table actually works quite well.
To the
Kinda
other
creepy.
building, but we'll go back over there in a These are just like living quarters as well. Lobby. Each of these have their own individual decoration. Free Harkonnen band.
It beats Thor's prison vibes, I guess.
Living quarters.
I guess so.
Extra reading room. So, back up here, I figured these would be more like officer bedrooms, so they're a little roomier, a little fancy.
That flick is
Extra
impressive.
little reading room up here.
So this is where we keep Princess Fiona, right? The tallest, the highest room in the tallest tower? Or actually, no, the tallest tower is next door. Okay, never mind.
Little nice seating area out here. These go together better than the couch. But then, if you actually go down here to the bottom of the living quarters, this like connects through this bridge to what I've basically made into the mess hall.
Now Felix doesn't know where I am.
I know exactly where you are.
Damn it. Dream sniping isn't fun.
In your guild. Dream snipe.
Oh, God. Oh, that was a weird
Mess
breeze.
hall. Kitchen stuff, so I just made a It's just like nice little lounging area. And up to the commander's bedroom. Okay, my bed.
What's up here for?
This is the top of the stairwell. It's basically made like that so it doesn't look as weird going up the stairs. You don't like bump your head and all.
Makes sense. Apparently there's a room that only you can get into and Thor couldn't show on stream the other day, and therefore I'd like to have the exclusive rights. Yeah, Mango, that's the
one in the
executive
mess
one
hall
so
that
that
we
you
were
can
just in.
work while you watch.
Because there's nothing here. It's empty. Kitchen items and dunes. So
If anyone asks, that's Mango's room. That's the Mango containment zone. You heard, Mango.
Here.
You heard.
This connects up to one of the wings. It's just another little room. This is the last. This is like other officer bedrooms, a family room for. This is like the windows looking down into the main library.
Mango, I'm not calling it that.
This is the main library room. On the walls too. Corner over here.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome on in.
Down here is my like just main production. It's pretty basic. But
Now we're talking my language.
it's pretty basic. Like storage. I don't have any of the Plastanium medium-sized containers, but those are going to go up here. Fit 3 of them. Like all ghosted out of.
Oh yeah, that'll fit quite nicely, actually. I looked at it, it's like the perfect height. It'll just about go in there.
Strictly side by side right here. Up top.
That'll work quite nicely. Might have to remove the ceiling in order to do it, though.
Like the actual refining.
Yeah, but you go to the library once you've
Still
taken the
pretty
book from your
barren,
bedroom
'cause
or
I'm still
wherever, I
working on
guess.
stuff, but, yeah.
It's looking good, but I like it.
I'm for the big spice refiner, but I doubt I'll even get the huge one.
Honestly, it's not really
You
worth it
need-
as long as you've got access to one somewhere else. It's
Sure, I'm just gonna
1,000
use it
spice
real-
melange, like that's insanity. Wait, apparently there's a vault up by the stairs.
There's no.
The vault by the stairs. Like, what are you talking about? We've got no news on audit log containers, something that I would want, but there's no vault here. What are you talking about? It was meant to be up on that half wall. That's what Felix had
Down
designed it
into an
for.
area which if I did get the big refiners, they
I
probably
can't
wouldn't-
place them there. You said this room's for the big refineries.
Yeah, Yeah, like the big spice refinery. If I ever do get it, it'll go in here.
Ah, makes sense.
Ceiling. 'Cause
I
there's
wasn't
another
trying to
one
actually place
above
it.
this that I
That's
can
my
use.
point. Yeah. I was just trying to show off where it would fit for you. Felix's base, not mine. Don't build in the person's base. It's not right. Hello, Moon Alex. Welcome on in, bud. How's it going? Suddenly I fall into posh voice. Posh voice.
But I've got the other wing just has like my water room that I'm slowly building up. Got 4 mediums in here right now. The towers are also empty at the moment. I don't really what I even put in. This one also has some stuff in it, just like a bookshelf.
That's a fun drop. I like that. I like the
Build
drop off.
time, it was probably like 50-ish hours. Like
50 hours, wow. Jeez, I mean, that's impressive, bud. I mean, first of all, it looks fantastic. Second of all, that's a lot of time to spend on a base. That's way more time than I would ever spend, which is deeply, deeply fun.
That's like, I really enjoy is building in games like this. So includes mat gathering time because I probably used like 50,000 basalt or like
Oh yeah,
rather, in this.
and probably then some. Like
all these ceilings with lights in them for granite, and there's so much granite in here too. It's ridiculous.
I'm assuming this is an 18k tax beef.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Easy to get, so it's not really.
I'd like to update where we keep Mango, and Mango's been badly behaved.
I have a tower that is completely locked, so we can keep them locked in there, like the.
You don't want to give Mango a whole tower. That's going to end up being phallically shaped in like 12 minutes.
Point actually, pretty kind of phallically shaped.
Okay.
It's this one over here.
I think that you should either get some medical training or see a doctor.
Vaguely.
Even if you squint and look at it upside down, I'm still not convinced. Mango. It does kind of make me feel like I want to set up a series of these rings and like do some kind of like, yeah, it would be, it's too much like a speed course for me to ignore it.
Yeah, there's the garage and hangar as well down here. You know, you just parked in these. Buggy garage also has some decorations in it.
Ah.
Basically just maybe toolbox.
Have you fallen in here yet, Felix?
Small.
I reckon Winky could probably find a way. Winky has a habit of kind of getting the buggy stuck. Although I guess on this one, by the time that you're horizontal, you might be able to drive out up that wall if you've got a high enough tier buggy.
I actually tried before and it didn't work. Tier 5 buggy in here. So.
Ah, fair. Well, thank you very much for the base tour. This is really cool. There you go, chat. Base tour.
Door. Go in here because door can't. In here, but. Have explosive damage. Self.
Maybe you should stop, bud. Maybe you should stop. You're gonna hurt. Okay, okay. Hello. Yes, I'm a British person. Congratulations. Did you only just realize?
It indirectly hurt.
Your bullets are no match for me. What?
Test if it works against doctors. That'd be kind of cool to test.
Oh, I do say. I have a posh accent today, do I? I have no idea why that would be. What do you know?
Open it.
The view's quite nice. $300 damn. Viciously assaulted by a moth. Okay.
Sure. Oh, dang.
Look, he's got his leg up on the wall. Just kind of leaning like this. This is very much out of date. High enough point and shield to survey things. You want to be going to like the peak at the spire on one of these. My opinion. Or anywhere down this line before you get into the rads. So yeah, we've done that. We're now going to go to the dank dessert and see about getting us some resources. Oh, except getting resources has a challenge attached to it when we're talking about the deep desert bug. I'll have to see. I'll have to be careful with it and see what happens. Seiko, unless they kill you, nope. If they start to firing missiles at you. No, I've not lost any Thopters. I didn't lose one last night either. Someone else lost one yesterday to the bug. I was helping. I mean, Phyllis, if you want to be Overwatch for me doing a supply run of stuff, you're more than welcome to, but I'm not sure that anyone will actually, like, be down for it. You're better off preying on some of the spice blows. At the end of the day, if they keep having a deep desert bug, Funcom should not delay that patch until July. They have a fix for that bug ready. It should be deployed as soon as possible. They don't have a fix about it. They should be communicating with their players. They should be doing something about it. I'm not really happy waiting for a July patch before the deep desert is playable. That's just basically just gimping your game. July is next week, sure, but when did they say when it would be in July? No, it wasn't the 1st of July, they promised. They just said a July patch. Even an early July patch. What does that actually mean to players? What does it mean for players? There are people who actively want to play but can't because of this deep desert bug issue with their characters and not being able to cross things. That tracks, Rowley. Yeah, I believe that. Beginning of the month, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th? Well, if you're saying 1st, okay, that's fine, I'm only waiting a week. If you're saying the 2nd or 3rd, well, that's a few more days. Tell your players when they're going to be able to play in the deep desert. That is the end game to your game. Right? People are hitting the end game and quitting because they can't go to the deep desert. There you go. Void just gets a gank fest. That's not to do with the bug, though. So that one's surmountable. I disagree that Deep Desert is a gank fest, to be honest with you. But hey, I'm sure someone will pop up in stream now and prove me wrong, which will be deeply funny. Thank you, Bitter, it's nice. It's very nice to hear. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I reciprocate it yet. That's not just how I work. We'll have to wait and see, bud. No, someone in chat said that. And that's exactly it. I'm Huntsman. You shouldn't have to be scared of engaging in their end game because there's a bug that they haven't been able to fully deal with. That's ludicrous for the health of the game long term. interesting to me. Well, I'm hoping that does resolve it. That would be a nice fix, to be honest with you, if that is the case. I'll be honest, knowing the source of the bugs last time, I'm not convinced that it is a GPU issue, but I hope that that's uniquely solved yours and that you can play. Oh, we've still got Agent Thor from the Thor Vision. We should actually have this one. What are you talking about? There's very clearly Baron Thor Conan on screen. Not sure what you're talking about. Thor did see it. His response was, Jesus Christ, why? Basically. Burn it with fire. Which I can understand, broadly. What a surprise. Atreides have taken 2 of them. I was very unimpressed with Nitrado's news, I'll be honest with you. I believe that being in a guild is required for Landsrad, like, kind of joining. Even if you just do your own even if you just do your own little guild, though. But I could be wrong. Yeah, there you go. Solo guilds are a good way of doing it. We want... Oh. Oh no, we're overheating. Very much an oh no anyway moment. Done. Yes, you can, yes, Ferrosteel, you can, sorry, Ferrosteel, you can boop yourself off of those chome ships, and, it'll launch you like nothing else. It's great fun. They're made of rubber. Oh, they changed something on the server timing, and it means we lost our Landsrad for the week. They did it possibly at the worst timing it could have been done at. To be honest, if they'd waited 2 hours, it would have been fine. They should have asked us first. Nope, not for me. I got no tools, nothing. Hello, poet in a box. How goes it? Oh, we won't win this week. I can tell you we won't win this week. I said that on stream as soon as it happened on Tuesday morning. There's no way we'll win. There are more Atreides players, and we were relying on the 40%, well, I think between 20 and 40% basically buff to account for the lower player count. Am I going to do it? I'm not going to focus on the Landsrad this week, no. I think it's dumb. We're looking at... I'm considering fair options, I'll be honest with you. Because I don't really think it's reasonable. Oh. Hello. You have parked where I want to keep my assault ornithopter, which is kind of irritating. Providium ass. Give me mass. I may have taken quite a bit of fuel with me, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. See, whenever you cut open one of those ships, you just get fed, you know, salvage metal that you didn't want. I got a message back after the chaos, so his feelings about what? What are you talking about? Welcome and goodbye, Demnar. Hope you have a good day. What am I looking at? So, an important part of base raiding, any game, understanding how they've constructed their base. Think about some of the psychology behind it. This is a ground floor entrance. It's a reasonably large base though, so I reckon it's heavily honeycombed, okay? First of all. So that's an anomaly. What are these? This is an anomaly. Why is there a different flooring used here? There is no vehicle entrance at any point. You think those are very large storage chests? Yeah, I don't think that's not. As a whip, I have no idea what the fuck you're on about, bud.
Pieces are blastone, which has more base HP. Makes me think they have their sub-fief in.
If I'm right, we will get the we'll get a warning for the sandstorm in like 3 minutes. Village, don't overextend, come back if you're doing, because it's a good way of drawing away someone's guard is to do a hit and run like that. Can we stop what? PvPing? No. If someone shows up while I'm harvesting stuff, particularly when I've got an assault ornithopter out, I'm 100% going to war. I'm gonna pew my heart out.
Inventory. It's on us.
Oh yeah, just chill. Like, they're not breaking any rules. Doing to it, but also as a whip, you probably should calm down. Just chill, bud. We're just, this is just a chill chat. We're just a chill stream. There's fine. We don't need the full caps. I appreciate the kindness, but just chill. Yes, I saw Geno Awakening broke a million players, which is great news for the future of the game, in my opinion. I think that's a good thing for everyone. We should all be pleased. It shows that there is love and support for this kind of game, and therefore that, you know, likely we'll get changes, support, other things for a kind of a long time. It's a good sandbox for the future. Dune broke you? In what way did Dune break you? I think you'll find that Cadia broke exactly at the same time the guards did, because they all broke when the planet did. Physically. Everyone on that planet pretty much died. If we're going to get a sandstorm, we'll get notification of it in the next couple of minutes. One might argue that's completely correct. You can't say the army's, you know, if you said in 40k the guard have never broken, that you're like that. Okay, yeah, all of the guard at the same time have never broken, including off-planet deployments. Fine. What a weird way of just arguing it for arguing its sake. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the fun of a survival game. Sometimes you have to relocate your base. It's an important thing to do. And, like, it takes risk and it's fun to do. Like, that's an engaging part of the gameplay. Yes, that's the Solido replicator, but it doesn't involve moving all of the stuff as well.
Their base. Whoever that was their base.
Whoever reported this as a location for a large deposit was very, very wrong. June is punishing. Arrakis should punish you. A survival game should be punishing. That's the point of this game. And this is why I do fundamentally disagree with the whole claim that PvE should basically be risk-free. Forgotten Cave. I'm just going to make sure my armor's actually working. Thank you, Funcom. Brakes. Don't mind me, I'm just coming into your base and stealing all your stuff. I'll put it in a museum. Here we go. I'll give you a gift. Oh, whoops, I should probably activate that again. Turn itself off. Welcome on it. How do I feel if the Dead Dealers were pure PvP as is, but hard based be opt in PvP? No, just leave it as it is. They don't need. The current system works. Don't change the entire Deep Desert to PvP. Don't change the entire Haga Basin to PvE. Like, you leave it the way it is balanced. I think the way they've got it actually works quite well. That engagement we had just a second ago where somebody came to their base, and because I'm here, you know, harvesting titanium strontium, we had a small engagement and they fled. That's exactly what PvP should be. They chose not to engage, which is entirely their choice as a player. I didn't get Felix to chase them down. Because we're trying to do something else. It's not worth the risk. That is ultimately the way this should be be balanced. I mean, the actual source of that name is that Thor and Winky were workshopping names while I wasn't really, while I wasn't online, and Crody's is actually a really good one to come up with. I mean, well, if someone wants to try chasing me down, then they're going to find out that, hey, I'm slippery as fucking B, that I use my las gun quite a lot. And if they come after me and I down their Thopter, I'm not leaving any part of that alive. I will eviscerate that motherfucker. Sorry, you. Probably doesn't like the swearing. Ah, Pharaoh, so that makes a lot of sense, sir. I've only just seen your message from earlier. I appreciate the YouTube support. Okay, apparently I'm just stuck on something. I did read the dev post about more PvE zones in the Deep Desert. I don't personally think it's needed, but Funcom have more data than I do, and if they think that will help sell more versions of the game and help kind of keep things on official worlds better, they know more than I do. I only know what our server is like, and even then I only see it during the time zones when I'm most active. I don't see every engagement, I don't see every single interaction. So ultimately, while my view of the game as my gameplay is that I think Deep Desert is fine as it is, and it's down to players' behaviors that's the problem, they are probably seeing more. So, we'll make it work either way. Who knows, we might have more control over our servers at that point. Doing too badly. Oh, Sick a Smile, I am sorry to hear that, bud. Which server were you on? My mate is taking me prisoner as bait anyway to get out without... Wait, what? Anyways, yeah, you're best off respawning, bud, unfortunately. And then don't trust your friend again, is basically my advice. Nitrado EU West 19, sorry, 16. There is not much I can do there, unfortunately, bud. What I will say is that if you can get your server owner to restart the server, you may find that the ornithopter pops up above ground in that location. But if it's in the deep desert, you're going to need to wait for the daily restart for that to happen, which has probably just happened. I've had reports of a number of people who had things trapped under the map going back there after a server restart. And it like popping up above ground. So maybe try that, but I unfortunately can't offer you any more support than that, and I wish I could. Oh, Giant's Bane, that's happened a few times. Yeah. Yes, a Waltzing Dingo, that is a problem. And if I see people doing that on our servers again, they will be treated as if they were exploiting. It's fundamentally disagreeable. The Masquerade melee units that stun you, yeah, they are, you have to be very, very careful engaging Masquerade in melee. It's part of the challenge of that enemy type. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you, last year. If there was a problem where our deep desert was down and players weren't able to leave, I would just simply tell Nitrado to disable our weekly reset. It's just that simple. So, the nice thing about running a private server the way that we are in a private world is I can be the arbiter of fairness on a lot of these points, and if players are going to be stuck with a negative, basically, a negative outcome based on a server problem, you can bet your fucking ass that I'm making sure that server problem isn't a problem. I'm not allowing players to just get stuck in the deep desert for a week and be like, oh, that's fine. You can just, you know, you can lose all your stuff. Nah, not happening. Yeah. I mean, we're not only running one private server. I think that's the main thing, because we're running 15 on this one node. It's a bit different. Should probably get Kind's cutter right. Be faster with that. I'm glad you're noticing some graphical performances and like graphical improvements and performance fixes, people. That's good to hear. I just want a few bugs to be fixed. Like, I don't want to have the risk of losing my ornithopter in the deep desert. I don't want to get stuck underneath my ornithopter when I get out of it and it slides onto me. Little things, little quality of life things, like not getting crushed by my own vehicle and being pinned against the nav mesh.
We just got spotted by the tree stuff.
For those of you who didn't hear that, Felix said we were spotted by an Atreides copter. The best thing you can do in that situation is to rapidly relocate. That said, this would be a bit greedy to go for any more than what we've already got. So what we'll do is we'll do kind of an evasive turn. Turn to this point. Oh, are we? Interesting. It'll be the same people as we engaged last time then, Felix. Probably means that they see the stream, because finding us out there It's very low chance. Different Thopter. Interesting. I'm a bit sad that the 38 minutes past sandstorm didn't happen. Otherwise, I would have hit it. What modules do you have an assault thopter at the same time? Any two. So, any two of thruster, rockets, and storage. If you've got a Mark 5 assault ornithopter, I would recommend you take thruster and storage. If you've got a Mark 6, I would probably recommend you can do, I would say, thruster and rockets. A thruster and rockets assault thopter should be the strongest attack thopter in the game, based on what Funcom have said and kind of how their design direction seems to be working on thopters. I mean, at the end of the day, all of you can see what I'm doing anyway, so there's no point in me hiding that. And if they are choosing to stream snipe, well, that's on them. People know my views on stream sniping. I think it's cheap. Anyone who stream snipes you to get a PvP kill can't do it off their own back because they lack the ability to gather intel or to actually lay a trap or be clever about things. Is it worth going from Mark 4 to Mark 5? Or so I would say you put Mark 5 wings on it. Yes, the Coriolis storm changed by... There we go. Yeah, the Coriolis storm was moved by 2 hours on our server, which was the cause of the Landsrad problem. There was a fix designed to bring all of the servers basically into sequence with each other. And unfortunately, they didn't consult with us first. So I'm looking at our options for how we can have a fair outcome for everyone. But like, this is kind of a situation where either everyone gets fucked over or just one side does and we accept it. And I'm not really certain on how I want to resolve that just yet. Felix, you want to take off, bud? Do my bidding, worm bro. I haven't got a thumper on me, annoyingly. Where'd he go? He likely legged it over here.
Dead zone. He jumped into that worm's mouth.
Have you got a thumper, Felix?
Oh, I kind of want to break into the storage if that's possible.
Be ready to move into your thopter. I'm gonna just basically burn it apart.
Hello, Mud.
This is a bit risky.
There's no TV.
Kind of sad, really. Yeah, we're fixing it. Yeah, we're fixing this, chat. I don't have a thumper on me now. I lost those in my last ornithopter. They were part of my ornithopter kit, which unfortunately is no longer with us. I could turn shields on, but like the worm will leave if I leave, right?
Here, let me just blow it up. Rock.
You want to shoot? You want me to shoot the legs? Can do that. Come on, worm. Yeah, we're fixing it. Yeah, that's what we're doing. This is fixing it. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, wait. Left him alone.
That'll do. So that dude didn't run, he stayed and fought with Felix, and when he stayed and run, Felix downed him, and therefore we finished the job. If you stay and fight, often, it won't go well for you. Don't do it. Especially if it's 2-on-1. It is very satisfying with the explosion, isn't it? You're right. If a player tries to run and properly tries to leave, great. If the player stays and tries to fight and then ends up losing, you're going to end up with cost. Like, that's how that works. If he properly tried to choose to run, he would have been fine. But he was fitted with a scout ornithopter with storage. Again, massive problem in the deep desert. Don't do it. A rank 6 thopter with a booster. You're talking 99% of engagements you can just leave. Did they fix the deep desert bug? They fixed one of them. There are at least 2 others. Exactly. If you are coming out here alone and you are willing to take the risk of being in a scout thopter with cargo, you 100% need to be aware that you are going to be weaker than anyone who has a rocket launcher, slower than anyone with a thruster, and matchable by anyone else who's got it. Who's got it basically fit. So at best, you are the same as everyone else. At worst, you are weaker and slower than everyone else. Ratting in a scout thopter with storage is not smart. Hey, there you go, Felix. That's good of you. Where am I walking where worms can go? Oh, where they are. Did he start the fight? To be honest, the first thing I saw was rockets flying past me from Felix firing them, but the player didn't try and leave. They tried to circle around, they tried to do a bunch of things. Tiny Titan, was that you? Or is that... Yeah, the storage is lootable after I broke it. Oh, okay, I thought you were saying it was you for a second. I was like, oh, sorry, bud. You definitely shouldn't be using a scout thopter with storage, is my advice to you. You'll just lose. And if you're going to engage, if you're going to deep desert, you shouldn't be using a scout thopter with storage on it. That's fine for when you're around Haga Basin, sure. Mango, what have you done? You think you broke the worm? You broke the worm. It's repeatedly trying to... Mango, could you get me a recording of the screen, the location, and a bit of a descriptor of how you caused it? Because this is a bug I've reported to Funcom a couple of times, but we've not been able to pin it down on any of the other servers. Fuck's sake. Of course it stopped now. Sod's law with this bug. We couldn't even get Bob sorted on the other server very quickly. It took ages for us to even work out what the hell was going on. Coming back with roughly 150 plus, yeah, that is nice. But when you lose your ornithopter, because you will, it is a matter of when, if you are going out in a cargo, when you lose your ornithopter, is it going to feel great? No. So if you are going out in a storage fit ornithopter, it is your fault when you die. I'm going to make it real clear to everyone. You're going to deep desert. Bailey, you little goblin, you can't come in through the window and stop chasing birds. Oh. Oh, you don't like the bit? Okay, I'll be right back, chat. I know, little baby. Yeah, you don't like the big lorries, do you? Next door getting a delivery and you're not too happy about it. Look at how devastated he is, chat. He's very upset. He's a very upset and sad cat. Aren't you? You don't like the big delivery trucks. Okay, I need to stand up so that I can... Oh, okay, you just wanted a quick pet for reassurance. Okay. I didn't prove that he can get into the window because the window is in fact shut. How would I suggest solo farming? Good question. You've got a couple of options. First of all, you've got Scout Ornithopter with Thruster. Mark 4, that's going to work well for going out getting blueprints, smaller materials, and start building up. You can basically get a little bit each time, like an inventory worth, to make 10 or 15 plastanium at once. If you've got a Mark 5 Assault, you can use that, but accept that you are likely going to lose it. A Mark 5 Assault with cargo and thrusters is still not that strong. He appeared at window, I went to front door. How did I get my cat? He just showed up. Like, when I moved into the house, he was just here. And he then chose to stay. Here's the backstory. This is the Scare Jake button. Yeah, Bailey is the third cat to adopt me in 3 houses, which is quite funny. Yeah, I mean, it's 4 elements of a backstory we add to when people get enough points. You get more of Bailey's story over time. I'm going to run out of story eventually and have to remove that. Caldrax, I'm really sorry to hear that, bud. Are you on one of our servers? The private servers? Yeah, Cat Whisperer is what I've been called a few times. I don't know. I think cats just like me because I let them do their own thing. I'm a very autonomy-focused person. when it comes to that. Like, people should be free to do what they want as long as you're not harming other people. Broadly. I mean, Kadros, my question would be then, which server are you on? Are you on an official server or a private server? Oh, sorry, 1 second. Natalia, I'm not sure if I said thank you for the 1 month tier 1, but I appreciate you. Thank you very much. The support means a lot. Yeah, which server and teacher you on if you're on an official server? I think with cats, it's a bit like if you go over to someone. Hello, baby. Yeah, you decided that you had a snack and now you want some more pets. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Meow. Is that your spider? You got your spider. You want to lie down with your spider? Okay. Yeah. I love you. Yeah, I'll let you have a quick clean, and then I'll land my ornithopter, and you can have more cuddles. You're on an official server. Could you, and this is going to be a bit of a pain, if you use !Discord, you can join my Discord server. In that, you can open up a ticket. Could you provide the most recent log from the !logs command in chat? And your server name, the world that you're in, and your character name and number, which you can find like this. Because that will give me enough details that I can pass it to Funcom, and they can investigate on their end what's happened on your side. And if we can get this from private servers and from official servers, they can address this much more quickly. So I know it's really awful that it's happened to you. I'm really sorry. You know, we can do so much, but you can't overcome the server eating it like that. And you know, I wish we could do more for it, but at the very least I can pass it to Funcom and they can look at the bug and we can try and get it fixed for everyone else in future. Thanks, but I appreciate that. I know it's not easy and it's kind of a bit of a pain, but this is the best way that we have, or that I know of, that we can get these issues fixed. When B is here, I don't move at all. My entire lower body gets locked. But I do that anyway when I'm sitting here because moving my lower body is what causes my back to hurt. So it doesn't tend to be an issue for me. I'm not a wiggler. Not when it comes to sitting down at a computer desk. You're a wiggler, aren't you? You're a little catworm, aren't you? The sandworms are no match for Bailey. Are you trying to make biscuits? You are. I can see where you've done it already. There's lots of little cat holes in the cardboard, isn't there? Oh, okay. Easy cat alligator. He's very chill. He is 15, so he's not the youngest cat, but he's really affectionate, he's very vocal, he's very gentle. He's just an all-round good cat. He's just great. You're so cute. Should I make the Catcam bigger for chat? Because that's all we're really doing right now is looking at B. Yeah. The main character, how about this? Yeah, you're the main character. What a good boy. Your whiskers all curled forward because you're happy to be away from the big lorry. Yeah. So there's only two things that Bailey is kind of scared of, right? One of them is dogs. Absolutely horrified by dogs. Will immediately run away from them. I try and keep him safe when I see him the most recent injury I took, where I actually took a burn down to the bone because a dog came onto my property on its lead, on one of those extending ones, and I was just walking in my front garden. I grabbed the rope of the lead, and of course those extendable leads are quite painful, especially if you've got a fast dog, but I slowed it down just enough that B could get away inside before the dog got to the cat. Totally worth it. Totally worth it. It's scarred a bit, but like, nah, worth it. Worth it. I'm not letting anyone risk it. I had a fat off go at the dog owner as well. I'll be honest with you, I probably got a little bit harsh on them, but like, it was incredibly irresponsible of them. Yeah. I'm not having them do it. He's old. Like, he's not slow, and he's very agile still, but he's 15 years old. Strongly worded letter. No, I had a fat off go at them in the street. People were coming out the house to see what was going on. I was like, I'm not having it. If you have a dog, you especially because, like, I live on a road. It's not a busy road, but like, there is still a road there. The only other thing that Bailey is scared of is cars. Exactly. If your dog lunges or is prone to running off, you shouldn't be using extendable lead. It is that basic and simple. I can give him some scritches from you guys, yeah. I can even give him some treatses later. You're a good boy, aren't you? Are you sleepy? Yeah. Oh, you are sleepy, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah, you looking at me? Hey. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you want more attention? He would just sit like this all day if he could. If he could get attention all day, he 100% would want that. Should I move this for you? If I move that to there, you can then put your head down, can't you? Yeah. Yeah. You're okay. You're okay. It's likely just to spare you. Right. Okay. Sorry, chat. I'm not ignoring you specifically. I'm just more focused on Bailey because he's very cute. Look at him. Have a cleanse. Sorry, let me just read through a couple of messages. I'm not going to give treats as channel points because I'd be obligated, because you guys have spent something, I would feel obligated to give him stuff that I don't want him to have unlimited. I give him treats when he's done something good or when he dealt with something or that kind of thing. I don't necessarily give him treats. Yeah, look at it. I get a look of like, why wouldn't you give me treats all the time? You're a good boy. Yes, you're a good boy. Yeah, you are. You want more love. You're just a big attention-seeking baby. You see his paw making biscuit. Settling down for a sleep. So yeah, the reason that I won't do it is purely because I don't think that I should be giving him treats for channel points. You have to remember that when I got B, like, into the house the first time, he was quite heavy, right? I've spent quite a lot of time working on his health, making sure that he's got the right diet. Like, can't have salmon too often. I don't give him tuna. He's on 100% raw food diet for cats. He's got 100%. I think it might be 99.7% meat kibble that he just can have whenever he wants it. The other 3% is basically like a vitamin blend that I got it recommended by one of the leading vets for cats in the area. I love this cat like he's my son. Like, that's just how this works. So I will look after him, and that's why I don't really want him to have treats all the time. It is actually true that B is the one who pilots the Thopter. I've actually got a photo of it in action once. It's quite hard to normally grab these, but I'll show you. You know, it's if I do this button, see, you can actually see him live in the Thopter. You know, he's an excellent pilot. He's actually, what you can see here is he's actually stealing an Atreides Thopter from their quartermaster. What's wrong with Tuna? Oh, B, are you heading off up there? Yeah, okay. First of all, why is June broken? Okay, it's not. Hi, yeah. Yeah, you're just shouting at people, are you? You want to lie on this bed up here for a while because it's comfier. You want more pets? Yeah, he's got quite a shiny coat. I groom him quite frequently. Quite a lot of what I do each day is just basically like, when I pet him, you'll occasionally see me just taking bits of like fur off the top because he does molt quite a lot, because it's been very warm in the UK recently. But I just do it to help him out with hairballs, because when he came when he came to the house the first time, he was probably dealing with a hairball about once every 2 weeks. Now it's like once every 2 months. And yeah, sorry, tuna is to do with the concentration of mercury in it. They're a predator fish, and generally the higher up the food chain you get in the sea, the higher the amount of mercury now that you can find inside fish. I don't necessarily know what the risks are for cats, but I just know that if it's going to be bad for humans in large quantities, it can't necessarily be good for him. The spot right above the root of his tail, yeah, he likes the butt scritches there. That's his favorite butt scritch location. Wasn't wearing my still suit gloves for any of that. Nice. Yeah, that's my point. Because the cats are obviously smaller than humans, I know it's a shock to some people. Yeah, exactly. Mercury to body weight ratio. I don't want to risk it. Also, like, he's not a big fan of tuna. My girlfriend's an absolute fiend for like tuna pasta, and Bailey just doesn't give a fuck. He's just be like, okay, and what, fam? I'm wondering why do all the monsters come out at night? But yeah, B doesn't really care. The spare human is 80% merc, at least. Get this, when she has Subway, her Subway order is tuna mayo, but it's like, it's just a tuna mayo sandwich. Akalcho, thank you very much for the 1 month of tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. I hope you're having a great time. I really appreciate support for the stream. I'm definitely a salmon lover. Yeah, I'm a big salmon fan. That's definitely a thing. That said, if you do give your cat salmon and you make sure you're paying attention to the amount of mercury they're having, how often they have it, fine, good for you. I just don't have the ability to manage that many different, like, spoons in my head at the moment. Spicy tuna pasta, that sounds quite good. Don't get me wrong, I do love me a good tuna pasta. I like to do this, I basically make a tuna pasta where I mix tuna, a little bit of flour, You've got milk. You can use single cream. You can use whether it's like, well, I tend to use lacto-free milk because my like. Oh, Lucky, thanks for the 1 month with Prime, bud. You're awesome. Tend to use like lacto-free milk, or you can use lacto-free cream if you need to. Single cream. I don't know what single cream is in the US. Let's see. Okay, so that's sold as table cream or coffee cream. It's 18%. Wow. It's to do with the fat content. So single cream is 18% butterfat. Double cream is 48% double butterfat. Neither of those are common in the US, apparently. Interesting. Half and half is 10%. I know that one. Cream that isn't in it. Yeah, you have single cream, then you have many cream. The collective state of it, yeah. Do that, you mix it with parsley, a little bit of maybe some thyme, basil, salt, pepper. If you're feeling really fancy, you can put a tiny amount of MSG in there as well, because it actually blends quite nice with the flavor. Make that into a sauce, and then basically you can like add that to pasta that you made the day before or whatever. You've made a big batch of it, and it's really good. Some people might cry about, oh, MSG, but like, nah, I'm a big fan. MSG stands for make shit good. Clotted cream, yeah, it's like 50% plus butterfat. It's just, oh. You can put in a polykill cream. Mango, you forgot, you know, open relationship cream. I get through quite a bit. There's an Asian supermarket that's a couple of towns over from me that I go to about once every, about once a quarter. The Flavor Maker 3000, yes indeed. Good morning, Luther. How's it going, buddy? What was I doing? I should probably unload the assault rifle rather than just sitting around the base chatting shit all day. Sorry. Most distracted streamer of the year award. Actually, that's not remotely true. I've seen what streamers are like. No, Mango, you're wrong. The cream is all about sex and you know it. That's just what the cream tells you so that it doesn't have to, you know, it doesn't have to get into a relationship. So you feel better about yourself, that's what it is. Oh, nice one, Felix. Okay, I will stop getting distracted and actually get my damn job done. Is to go back out and do more. Luther, that's completely fair. Yeah, moving the web app stuff is going to take a lot. Luther, I do have a bit of a question about the app for you, actually, that I meant to send you a DM about. But I completely forgot. You feel seen? Oh. Is there any way that we can start to... Not like sense check the data, but any way that we can do a pass the data to make sure that we're not getting a bunch of entries that are incorrect. Because, for example, I'll go to an area that's marked as being a Stravidium area, and it's got, in fact, 2 Stravidium nodes on an island, as most of them do, because somebody has incorrectly logged it. Is there any way that we can work around that? It's a data entry error on people's behalves because they see some or, you know, a large amount and they conflate it with this is the node for titanium and stravidium for the week. And it leads to basically inaccurate data. But it's human error. The web app itself is fine, but like, I don't know if we can work around human error on that one. Requires changing some people how to report. I agree, some people don't know how to report stuff, to be honest with you. That's definitely looks like it's been the problem from what I've seen. It's understandable, because a lot of players don't know quite what the density is when they're reporting it. Mostly user... Okay, we could probably do a user education piece, that's fine. You want to make a guided tool? That would be sick. If you need any help with resourcing or anything, like I said, let me know. I know you want to manage it yourself and stuff, but if you do need anything from me, just give me a shout, bud. Yeah, exactly. You're working on moving stuff first. It's a secondary priority. I'll get tomorrow. Yeah, the problem you have with that Balthazar is that, like, that site is seeing probably about 10%, if not more, of the player base using it, which is quite a lot. So Luther said that he's going to make a guided tour once he's finished doing the moving and migrating. That is a vital part of our kind of the function. Our usage of the app as players depends on Luther having the time and the space to complete this migration, right? That's how this works. We're not going to be able to have the service without it. So once that's done, we can start talking about kind of expansions to that system. What app is this? I will link it to you, and Luther will probably cry. This is how I know what's in the deep desert and roughly where. There you go, 17% of the daily users. That's quite a lot of users. What was I? I was grabbing my rockets. Yeah, it does cap at that. I thought it did. Oh, that makes it look more like cargo pods. Nice. As you can see, he's doing really well. So this morning, I had to go out and find him, because he had left a mouse head and organs on the floor by the front door, which is good. The front door is good. In my bedroom, in the doorway, not good. But yeah, he was very happy that I went out to go and find him. If anyone cared about where he was in the front garden in his favorite spot in the bushes that he uses to hunt birds. So he was basically just out there looking for a second snack. Oh, interesting. You sell sync charts of just those islands. Okay. Yeah, I would be clear that Luther has obviously run this by Funcom and has worked with them to get this functional, like, and, you know, to make sure this is all okay. So, like, I have a lot of respect for Luther doing that proactively. I didn't even need to say anything to him. Tantrum Official, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, bud. I appreciate you. You're awesome. Now, this should be the nastiest thing you encounter in the deep desert. An assault ornithopter with thrusters and 250 rockets at Mark 6. Should be horrific. Not actually that scary compared to the scouts with it. Make sure to work. Yep, I give him pills once every 3 months. Is it 3 months for the worming, or is that the anti-tick stuff? No, it's a Wednesday. There will be no stream from Thor. Retate Software. Mark 6 scouts with rockets, in my opinion, shouldn't be anywhere near as scary as they are. First of all, they fire too quickly. Second of all, they don't incur enough heat. Third of all, they don't incur enough negative, basically malice, how you would define that. You want to use fancy speak. You wish it wasn't his off day? I think of all the days, bud, I think today is the day that Thor needs an off day. Hotel 7, Felix. Yes, the purple rocket launcher. Yeah, it's a very cool weapon, to be honest with you. I basically, the two blueprints I need to get a hold of realistically are the lasgun blueprint and the tier 6 rocket launcher. Yes. I'm flying a scout. Nope, that's why you can see thrusters and rockets on my bar at the bottom. I'm not entirely sure how homing rockets work in lore, by the way. That sounds a lot like thinking machines to me. Yeah, this is the assault ornithopter. This is basically the ornithopter that you should be using for storage and cargo running. I'll be honest with you. I think that scout with storage should only be used in Haga Basin, and assaults with storage and thrusters should be what you use for getting cargo out of the deep desert. I think that the existing state of the scout ornithopters is not great. This is a real mess. How much cargo can a Mark 5 assault carry? 1,000 volume normally in the scout one. Can't show you in this because I haven't got it equipped right now. Not AI, but they are still, by the definitions of what works in this, it is a machine which is doing its own thinking. It's doing a process of reading an output and deciding what it should do as a result. It is basic programming and therefore meets the requirements of the Butlerian Jihad. So the machine. So for example, if that target moves, it does a recalculation. You would theoretically want a Mentat inside every missile. You're right. Yes. There you go, Faderkin. Now you're thinking with Dune. And for honor, I would agree that if the Mentat, if the Scout Ornithopter or Assault Ornithopter, like for example, that you had to have a second person whose entire job it was to just pilot the missiles, I would understand that. No, because the automatic door is not recalculating. It is just opening and closing with a preset pre-programmed condition. Seagull, I mean, yes, Seagull missiles and Pigeon missiles were a thing. They were obviously very functional. That's why we still use them now, right? Oh, look, we're going from F8 into F7, which goes again into F8, and then it goes also into F8. Say again?
There's a base right back there on the bottom.
I will remember that for some fun in future, thank you. It's fate. You didn't get that? Okay, I can make it really easy. Okay, so we're currently in a Foxtrot 8, right? Which is next to Echo 8 and Echo 6. In between them is Foxtrot 8. North of that is Foxtrot 7. But next to Foxtrot 7 is another Foxtrot 8. And then alongside Foxtrot 8 is Foxtrot 8. And then it goes down to Echo 9. Friend! That's a shame, I would have got that. F8ception, yeah, broadly. That. It's not just a very low area. Wait, don't question it, thank you. So yep, flying low to avoid the deep desert bugs here, because if I get stuck out here, I really don't want to have to deal with getting back without the assault ornithopter. What am I looking for? I don't know. Sanity. Where I left my marbles. All of the above. Do I make Shy Haludi on the enemy just defeated? I mean, if I can, yeah, that's normally why I carry thumpers, honestly. Quite funny. You stay and fight, expect to lose the ornithopter. If you try to flee, I'll let you go normally. I have no... I don't think fighting a fleeing opponent is particularly good sport, as it were. But people don't do PvP for good sport. It's up to what people enjoy. Yeah, so if someone says to you that they're going to meet you in F8, you have to say which F8. No, you can't get to the mountain there, or there, or there, or I think there's one over... Yeah, there you go, one over there. Those are all separate. But maybe in the future we might be able to. We don't know. You're not fast enough to escape tough luck, Imo. Well... If you're, I don't know. If the only PvP you can get is people who run away, then I guess that has to be, you know, your people's approach. But like, I think if someone actually wants to run away, I'm not going to just vindictively take out their shit. That's all I'm doing, will be vindictively causing them loss. I've already won the engagement if someone's running away. So it doesn't really bother me a huge amount, to be honest. Oh, thank you for the support, Ibor. I appreciate the 100 bits. It will go towards supporting B. Only got 4 of these this time. Oh dear. Not like me. Where did the rockets go? I'm just gonna hope that they're still inside the, inside this. They get deleted. That's nice to know. Thanks for that, game. Mr. Bob Bobbington, thank you for the 100 bits, bud. That's such an ass system. Oh my, okay, let's just... There we go. Is there actually anything going on there? Like, are there people there? I went to the escape menu because it's easier in window borderless me to tab out that way rather than pressing Alt Tab, which will sometimes, like, jump my character backwards. It's not that deep. You detach the thruster with them in. What? Wait, if you detach the thruster, if you've got a thruster and a rocket launcher on, it will delete the missiles as well. Oh, okay. I was going to say, if you remove the thruster and it deletes the rockets, even if the rocket launcher was left on, that would be a very, very funny bug. I do, yeah, I now hate the Division 2. I'm sorry, chat, you're right. Well, that's a fun, fun thing to deal with. Thank you, Commander Braxton. Yeah, he's a very sleepy little bubba. You'll see him just go through various stages of stretched out on his bed there. Realistically, though, I know exactly what's going to happen, right? If I'm doing a Warhammer stream, I'm going to end up just leaving him to have that bed, and I'm going to end up painting it in front of my PC. Again, no, if he's sleeping, I generally will try and avoid saying his name because it wakes him up. Because, you know, cats are listening and he knows what that sound is. Also, the word for a small human child that's just been born. If I say that word, it also activates him. I think because it sounds like it, and I call him a big, you know. I do plan on doing a painting and Warhammer Assembly stream. Yes, I'm a big Warhammer nerd. That's my gamer vice. Some people have Lego, some people have Magic the Gathering. Mine is Warhammer 40k. Yes. What do I collect for the Warhams? I used to collect Chaos Space Marines, and then a couple of demons, because obviously Chaos Space Marines and demons fit well together. Just to flesh out the army. That was during 3rd edition. I started doing that, I think it was. Like 1 or 2 pieces, and then when I was a bit older, I got a few more Chaos Space Marines. Then 8th edition came around, and I got back into it with some friends, and because of the state of, like, Chaos Space Marines hadn't been updated when I wanted to play them in 9th. So I basically ended up getting some Space Marines as well. 3D print for cheaper models. To be honest with you, over time, if you're going to get good STL, like good files and stuff, you're going to get a good printer, you're going to get good filament for it, you'll end up spending more or as much as you would. You know? So I don't agree with pirating Games Workshop models. And that seems to be often the big push when people are talking about 3D printing their models. I think that some of the 3D model creations I've seen for like people to use as stand-ins in Warhammer are really incredibly cool. There are some really incredible sites that do third-party proxies. I use a couple of 3D printed pieces on some of my Raven Guard successors. So I've got like unique heads and like shoulder pads and stuff for them. Exactly, yeah. Playing some Kill Team with Thor and Tempest? Probably. I mean, chance of it. If Thor's interested in playing 140k tabletop, I would teach him, but... I think, to be honest, if I was going to get Thor into Tabletop Simulator, I'd rather get him into doing like D&D with it, because I think he'd get more out of that. It's such a sparse node. I hate this area. Yeah, see, this one that's been marked is not functionally a Stravidium or Titanium node. Neither is that one. Neither is this one. This one is up that, well, this one has some. Stravidium, Hector 3. Here we go. Hotel 2 is a good one. Yeah, Hotel and Indigo 2. What's going on in Echo 3? Doesn't even show up in the in-game map properly. Got a chance. Yeah, I2 has a stacked Titanium Island, and above it is, below that, sorry, in Hotel 2 is the Stravidium node. Those are the correct ones for this week. We just need to learn to not use their eyes and just use this stuff, really. So for example, in Hotel 6, there is in fact you know, one of them. If you're going to get good STLs, you can be paying a huge amount. And if you want to have a varied army or you don't want to be using just basic Space Marines, then no. And you shouldn't be utilizing someone else's STLs, whether it's Games Workshop, anyone else's work for 3D printing, unless you've got a commercial license to do so. It's just not right. That's my view on it. It is no different from stealing from artists. Just because they're a company doesn't mean that they don't have employees to support, artists to support, and creators to support. Unfortunately, I know that's not a very consumer-friendly view, and people will be like, "Oh, you hate consumers." No, I believe that every consumer artist as well deserves to have their artwork respected. That's why, whenever we're talking about AI artwork, I only ever talk about the use of basically ethically sourced models, and that's why the news that came out yesterday, I think, is an incredibly bad precedent that's been set by the US courts in relation to theft of assets. I think it's an incredibly bad call from them. What happened yesterday? Ah, let me grab you a bit of information then. I thought people would have been aware of this. But, to be fair, not everyone will be. Let me grab this from this chat. So, those of you who know what Anthropic is. Anthropic is... Okay, it defines it here. The tool that lets users ask natural language questions, then provides neatly summarized answers using AI trained on millions of books, articles, and other material. There's been a massive court case around whether or not the access to these books, articles, and materials are fair use or not. And it all comes down to the whole principle inside US law, which is, was the work transformative? Now, the Northern District of California Court found yesterday, I believe it was, Tuesday, what day is it today? Yeah, so yesterday, that their use of legally purchased books, which is interesting, did not violate US copyright law. So they purchased the books as, say, consumers and as users, and utilized those books in their models to effectively provide all that information elsewhere in an AI-driven model. Which I think is wrong, because when you purchase it as a consumer, you don't have the right to utilize it on a commercial level, to basically take it apart, rebuild it, and do it. Now, the judge obviously will have spent a lot more time looking at the facts of the matter than I will have, and will likely have much more information on the exact nature of the transformation that this has gone through. From an initial read and the information I have available to me, I don't believe that buying the book once as an individual like myself, if I buy Defiance of the Fall book 1, right, or, you know, Way of the Shaman book 1, which are both lit RPGs that I really enjoy, I don't believe that gives me the right as an individual to take that apart, feed it into an AI model, and ask it to create its own stories or own summaries of stuff. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that should incur rights to a company, particularly a company the size of OpenAI. For the use of that, I think that's fundamentally wrong, and I think that is taking away control of the assets from people. I think that is wrong. There would be much more ethical ways to source this. Especially because the part that really gets me is, in the same article, in the same finding, it recognizes, and I'll provide this link in chat for a second once I finish doing this harvesting. The article points out that there is a second case against Anthropic for the use of pirated stuff. So the only difference that they are seeing in the entire system of whether this is okay or not is, did you pay for the book as an individual before you used it as a company? I don't think that's enough to differentiate the case matter on. If you're gonna just go through and you're gonna buy, you know, on Kindle, you're gonna buy every single book, because you can write something that would just go out and buy every single book on Amazon, right? Or download every single book on Kindle Unlimited, which you get for access for like a tenner. And then you extract all of the information from that, which if you've got computers as powerful as OpenAI does, you can definitely do that. I'm 100% certain that's a thing. That's not what the license that you've purchased means. And what instead you're doing is robbing every single artist, every single fanfic writer, every single book writer of their right to make income from their work. Whether they are companies, whether they are publishers, whether they are indies, whether they are anything. This is the Assault Ornithopter. Like, create derivatives, sure, create fan fictions. Change someone's work fundamentally. Work with the author to create something cool in their world if you really want. But don't effectively steal it, twist it around a bit, and then basically say, well, this is transformative, so you can't do anything about it. But what? So what are these millions of authors now stuck with? Their work has been consumed by an AI model, which can now replicate all of their work if it chooses to do so. I think it's wrong. And I think there's ethical ways of doing that. It would not have been hard to say to authors, look, we will pay you $500 so that we can use your works in our, you know, in our things. And if an author said no, that should be okay. I mean, Blue Surrogates, because we're US time zone based for a lot of the stuff that we do, and right now it's 3 a.m. Pacific time, 6 a.m. Eastern time. So, like, that's why it's so quiet in our deep desert. Also, I'm not in the prime harvesting spot, and I've got a scout on Overwatch, and all other kinds of things. So, like, yeah, our deep desert seems quiet, but it's only because of the time of day and the steps I've taken to do this. That's why it's about being smart and about playing smart to avoid the risk. Exactly. Yeah, they didn't give the authors the chance to say no. So let me give you guys this link so that you can read it and decide for yourselves. This is what I mean, Torres. That was just an example of what you can do, or what a company should have done in this situation, because what they did wasn't fair or right, in my opinion. I think they've just they've basically walked roughshod over the rights of individual artists because the artists are a collective rather than a large company which can fight things on one argument alone. Exclusive event on the 21st. Watch Borderlands 4 stream for 30 minutes. And 21st, it's the 25th. Ah, okay, you mean the one that Sweet Anita and stuff did, I believe.
Might be somebody over there that's not your normal.
And this is what it comes down to. Ultimately, when you are buying an item, there are rules attached to whatever you buy. If you're buying it for yourself, if you're licensing it, if you're leasing it, no matter what. When you are making a purchase, you are signing a contract under law. Unfortunately, companies like to run roughshod over individuals where they purchase stuff, and they like to enforce things on individuals when they purchase stuff. That's a thing. If you don't like what a company does, you shouldn't utilize it. I've personally stopped using ChatGPT and any OpenAI products because of some of the way they treat assets and art. There are other, more ethical models out there that have not walked roughshod over the rights of consumers, and therefore, as a consumer, my obligation to myself and to the market is to not support companies who basically are walking roughshod over consumers. If I don't agree with the company's process and practices, I will not buy from them. Why I don't buy Nestle products? It's just that simple. I don't agree with stealing water in Africa and making villagers pay for it. Lars, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, enjoying hearing me rant about AI and the theft of rights. Barjo is eating a pizza drenched. What is how sauce? I'm not sure I want to know what that is. Hot sauce. Nice, okay. Barjo is a menace. It's gonna be great. That's why Thor wants to visit him. Bless him. Barjo, for those of you who don't know, is an incredibly funny Australian creator who used to be on TV. Any Australians in chat, you will likely be able to give me more information than that. He is incredibly funny. There's a joke that Barjo has worms. I'm going to just do a shout out because I love Barjo and he's incredibly funny. If you don't follow Barjo, you 100% should. Oh, that's the wrong command. Let's do that. That one. You 100% should go and follow Barjo. Really awesome dude. Really funny. Has a hugely good vibe. Had quite a lot on recently, so yeah, you know. Just ending sponsor, so I won't quite offload things. Yeah, good game. That's the one. I can never remember what it was. I know it was something game, but like with its. So yeah, Barjo does like a huge amount of things on his channel where like if you like redeem a specific number of bits, there will be an effect on the screen. It's very funny. Yeah, Barjo's apparently ending their stream shortly, so you know, obviously I wouldn't say switch over now, but like yeah, definitely support Barjo. Absolutely awesome dude. Really, really funny. And honestly, if you go over there, it's just like chill, good vibes. That's what I found whenever I've gone over there. One of the streams when like if Thor's, well, before I was streaming, when Thor wasn't live on a Wednesday or Thursday, I would often spend the first couple of hours of my like Wednesday or Thursday there, just kind of hanging out in chat, lurking. And it's ultimately like from people like Thor, Barjo, you know, people like Perry Kyle, people like, you know, Esfand, Annie Fuchsia, you know, Primogen, Winky, like these people, like while I've joked with Winky about
We have been spotted.
one more rock. There's always time for one more rock, right, chat? I see, Trev Francis, I'm not saying a boycott. I am saying that you as an individual, not as an organized group, which is what a boycott generally refers to, should not purchase from companies that you don't support. If every consumer voted with their wallets, the way that they should do, that is how our market should be self-correcting. If everybody stopped buying from Nestle because, oh, he's not. Okay. If everyone stopped buying from Nestle, you think Nestle would change their activities? Especially if it was made public and the reason people weren't buying from Nestle was the way they treated people in overseas countries. I fully agree, yeah, 100%. The market is self-correcting if consumers exercise their rights, and when consumers fail to exercise their rights, the companies are the ones winning. So those people who have been buying games with licenses who don't agree with it are, in my opinion, part of the problem. And if you don't agree with your game being a license rather than you owning it outright, do not buy that product. It's that simple. If you want people to care about it, talk about why it's a problem and educate people on making their own decisions rather than forcing a government to make the decisions for people. Ash, the drops work like this. If you're in June and you support a creator, you get 2 subs, or you gift 2 subs, and you get the full trades off it. And look, Thor lovingly modeled it for us. And you know what? If you stop having anything to do with Ubisoft years ago because of their behaviors, I fully support that. I personally play The Division because I don't have a problem with The Division's developers. Ubisoft haven't mismanaged that for me, and I don't have too much of a problem with it. I really love the franchise, and for me, the trade-off is that it's enough that I think that The Division is still worth it. Do I agree with some of the way that Assassin's Creed has been done? No. No, Thor doesn't stream on Wednesdays and Brickwood Peaches. So my view here is that basically consumers should be regulating the market themselves, and consumer protection is strong enough inside the EU, Australia, the UK that these initiative proposals aren't actually needed because we already have self-managing consumer protections in place. Now, what I do agree we do need, and this is probably where we'll get a little bit controversial, is we need a cross-jurisdictional and cross-industry body that can deal with and represent individuals where matters come up. For example, No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky was, no matter how you look at it, at the time it was sold, horrifically missold. The CEO of it, whether or not you believe he was pressured by Sony, got on international television and lied about features inside the game. I did, yes, that's what I cross each server boundary low and then climb afterwards, because if I disconnect from the deep desert bug, it will reconnect me and it shouldn't be too far. It did blow up in UK court, yes, and that's why Steam had to issue refunds in the way that they did, because it's mis-selling under UK law. If you don't support that kind of behavior, don't buy the game, right? Even if you think they've made up now, whether they don't, what kind of personality does he have? He's just a chill guy. He just wants his own stuff. Like, he just wants to do what he wants when he wants. I don't stop him from going outside. I don't stop him from going inside. He's just a chill cat. He's never bit me. I think he's scratched me once, and then he like licked it. He tried to like lick it for like 5 minutes afterwards, an apology. He's just a sweet little guy. All he cares about is somewhere that's safe and warm and loving for him, so that he doesn't have to worry about, you know, dogs or, you know, kids or anything like that he doesn't want to deal with. He just likes chill vibes. That's why he likes the house and the garden so much. He just likes to relax all the time. The UK not have a law that you have to prove your product does what you say in the ads. You cannot advertise in the UK unless the advert is factually correct. Yes, that is a requirement of the Advertising Standards Agency. I agree, right to repair is a good thing. I think that if you purchase an item and you own that item, you have the right to undertake all actions with that item, including repair it as needed. But, like, people encouraging negative behaviors from companies because, oh, well, I've always liked the franchise, so I don't care if, you know, they've stolen from X, Y, and Z game. I don't care if the Far Cry franchise with Primal, you know, reused the old map and tried to resell it as a different game when they just reskinned the map to make it look like it was, you know, a new map when it actually wasn't. Where's Thor at? My guess is that Thor is enjoying his day off, which he has 2 of every week, and it's the same every week. I would say UK advertising is very, very fundamentally different from the US, and I find it deeply funny that so many of the adverts in the US are just so bombastic. Like, it's like, I watch the Super Bowl most years with my friends, right? We normally make a bit of an event of it. I head up to London to go and well, head into London, I guess, to go and see them. We tend to watch the Super Bowl and have good fun with it, right? So I like to watch the US streams of that because the US, like the adverts during the Super Bowl are fucking gold. It's like watching good TV with their adverts. And like, it's very, very, very fun. Hey, Mahoodles, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I was lurking in your stream the other day looking at the new photos that have come out. For those of you who don't know, Mahoodles is an awesome creator here on Twitch. She is the best science nerd if you care about space and all kind of things, space travel and space exploration, knowledge related. If you want to educate yourself about the universe in which we live, space as a whole, you should 100% go and give her a follow. I'm spending most of my time today shouting people out, but I'm going to do it again. Who does? Oh, thank you for whoever did that one. Yeah, if you aren't following Mahoodles, you 100% should be, because she puts out some amazingly good science content. I believe she's doing more gaming now, which is also good fun. She normally streams just before me and Thor as well, so normally you could like watch her, and then when she finishes, you can just come across to come see me and Thor if you really want. No, Thor's not in the game today. I'm in the game with Felix, who's acting as my Overwatch and Scout, which I very much appreciate. I think Felix is hunting. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Mahoodles is one of the best science. I would say, but compared to what I watch, I'd say there's two. I say science. Like you've got external science. I would say watch Mahoodles. So space, the universe, everything that we are inside of it. You want to talk about kind of our own brains and bodies and stuff, you should follow Perry Carlisle, who does the mind control content. She's the one who played Elden Ring with the neural interface. Very, very cool science and technology stuff in that. There's just so much cool stuff in space. Exactly, Mahoodles. Like, so yeah, those are my recommendations for science. And I've met Mahoodles and I've met Perry in person. They're both absolutely lovely people. A lot of time for them. Hey, get teared up, nerd. Nah, I wouldn't say if I didn't mean it. I don't support people that I don't believe in. That's how this works. But like, the space should blow your mind. There's a huge amount out there, and it's incredibly cool, but we should not, as individuals, be able to grasp the true magnificence and size of space. Like, we can understand small elements of it, and even then, only with the science that we have available. But like, yeah, I think it's an incredibly cool thing that we should learn about, because there's so much more out there than just the worlds that we exist in day to day. You know, there are so many people who will just, you know, they'll get up in the morning, their alarm will go off, they'll get ready for work, they'll head on out, and your eyes are down the entire day. You're looking at my DMs. I don't have a DM from you, Felix. Oh yeah, there we do. Ooh, very nice. Oh, that's very good, Felix. Nice find. Felix found a faction sandcrawler engine, Mark 6. I would love it if you're willing to give it. I'll add it to the Spice Harvester, the primary one. Sorry, where was I? I was talking about space. How cool it was, our space within it. Yeah, so we spend all of our time kind of with our eyes cast down looking at the world. So when you're driving, you're looking at the road. When you're working, you're looking at your desk and your computer. When you're, you're walking around the street, you're looking down at the ground, or you're looking kind of around you to make sure it's all safe. How often do we actually look up and think about where you're at right now? Like, what else is going on outside of just your little bubble in the universe? Like, there's so much out there. There are galaxies colliding and merging and creating new worlds and planets every minute. Like, the universe is incredibly cool. But space scares you. It's easy not to think about how big it is, how insignificant we are. In my eyes, that's what makes our existence even cooler. We are so small in the grand scheme of things. And yet our lives are so big and full, and we have so much potential to live them in a good way. In that regard, we're very lucky as a species to be able to be aware of that. How that is. Steady boost of the way to go, or the standard certainly. That's down to preference. I tend to find that the standard is enough, but I don't want to spend the melange on the higher tier ones, in my opinion. But that's not necessarily true of the Duralumin ones. Oh, thank you, Phyllis. I appreciate you. Hey, welcome on in, G. Hope you're doing well today. Oh, bugger. I hate it when this happens. Just gonna wait a minute and go again. We'll go again in a second. Exactly, like we've got a tiny little shield of basically gravitational waves and basically like an Oort cloud at the edge of our solar system, which is just keeping us safe from all the debris out there, and somehow we're here today. Like, our lives might be small, but there's so much that we can do with them. It's great. Hey, Sartoni, we're doing well, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Oh, I mean, when you get into kind of the quantum physics and entanglement, all kinds, like the fact that we have functionally completed teleportation just on the smallest levels. The theory we might be inside a black hole. I think that's a really interesting one. I just think that, for me at least, if we're inside a black hole or not largely becomes irrelevant, because the universe is based on our position as observers. If we are inside a black hole, I don't believe that the way that we can currently interact with the universe is sufficient that we could look outside of said black hole. So until we have worked out more about what's inside the black hole, I don't think looking outside the black hole is something that's going to be doable, based on my understanding. Hey, King Bashman, thank you very much for 100 bits. Thank you for the kind wishes, you know. Yeah, I was very lucky to be approved a partner quite quickly. There's a reason for that. Twitch obviously know who I am. I've engaged with them on community management, on moderation, on like rivals, all kinds of things for a very, very long time. And so, like, we're talking about before I was even, like, before Thor blew up, I was still involved in things like Battle for New World with other streamers. I was still helping out with a couple, so I'm a known quantity to Twitch, even if I wasn't streaming. So I kind of have the unfair advantage that because I've worked with them, there's at least people inside who know who I am and are like, yeah, you know what, Cronus is a reasonably tolerable individual, even if he is British. While he might be a bit of a bellend, he's not a full dick. Have I seen the logic? We might be in an oddly low density area of space. I mean, my understanding of our galaxy is that we're already on a reasonably dense... We're on a dense arm of our galaxy, but actually our arm is broken up with a couple of, like, quite sparse bits of it. We're on the sparser end. Exactly, Lithium. So I'd believe that we're in a low-density area of space, but I think space has such magnitude that our chance of meeting intelligent life that's able to communicate with us in the same dimension as us and willing to communicate with us, given the stuff that was broadcast in our early history. I mean, I wouldn't. Without the social context of the radio waves and things that have gone out, even if you could understand what we've said and you understood all the context, like, all of our radio waves and our telecommunications across the last 60, 70, 80 years have been, to start with, reasonably warlike. Thank you, Felix. Working with Baru and Gathalion as lead mob position. Exactly, yeah, you work by proxy with Twitch, and Twitch, you know who you are. I have read Asimov's work, although not for a great many years. I must have read that when I was 18. So we're talking well over a decade ago. See, okay, there's a great thing here. If you are Scottish and you're cool enough, once you get to a point of renown or being sufficiently, you know, famous, cool, fun, whatever, you get automatically made British because that's how it works. That's how we felt about Andy Murray, the tennis player. I'm gonna fly higher because this isn't working well. So yeah, that's how England works. We're great like that. We just, as soon as we like something, we're like, this is ours now. So you're a Scottish tennis player until you're liked, and then you become a British tennis player. That's how that works. We're still doing it now. We're just doing it to less people. Exactly. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. Swithering Mind gets it. Yeah, it's an awfully weird part of our culture that actually is very unreasonable to places like Scotland, Ireland, and Wales. Like, it's very unreasonable. I'm guilty of it as much as the next person. I'll be very honest with it. We took David Tennant, yeah. It's a little bit more enjoyable on the Scouts, a bit for certain jobs. It does things differently. I love my Scout Ornithopter. That thing is purely for flying and evasion. It is not for cargo carrying. It's not for transport. None of that. Oh. Sorry about that, I was just answering a quick thing from I'm just letting Barjo know that I'm gonna DM him. Okay, while I remember, I just need to send a message to Barjo, because otherwise I will forget. Do I have this? No, I don't. He's been a server somewhere. I'll find it. Hang on. That's a reminder for 8:30 PM to message Barjo. I'll do. We're about to hit 100 glorious hours in June. I'm glad to hear it. Division 2 yesterday was great fun. It's still a very, very good, enjoyable game. I still very much enjoy it, and I will be playing it more. That's for certain. It just... The combat in this feels good, right? It's fun. It's good enough. But the combat in Division, oh... there are moments when you have to lock in and, like, really, like, go for it. The combat in this is good. It's fine, but like, oh yeah, a good fight in Division when the enemies work together and they push you. Yeah, it's fundamentally different. I was gonna grab something from Felix. There we go. Thank you, buddy. We'll get that made and we will get that added to our sandcrawler. That'd be awesome. Brooklyn don't have any dark zones. I haven't seen that yet, but I'm not all the way through the main story in Brooklyn. That's normally when they unlock the dark zone areas. So a bit difficult.
Tier 6 scout at some point.
I'm gonna leave those at home because I don't actually need them. I've got a wild Felix who's very, very good at fighting. What happens if the division was by 0? Then the internet's gonna break, so... let me repair my wings, Felix, one sec.
So I discovered you can store a rocket scout in a tool and it keeps the rockets in the inventory.
Yes, I don't personally believe that you should be able to store a scout with rocket launchers and rockets in the inventory because you can't store storage with anything in it. I don't believe it's fair that you can store rockets in it. It should be part of having to refuel it for combat. And I think that would actually solve a lot of the problems where people just drop down a Thopter and start rocketing people without any kind of warning. Yes, that's Baron Thorconin. Yeah.
My rockets out manually every time because I didn't realize you could.
I mean, better safe than sorry, right, bud? Do you need your wings repaired?
Just said I've got the full repair perks.
Nice.
It's down to 40% though. That thing is.
Oh, Market, you got hit by a variant of the deep desert bug. Hey, what happened? Sorry, I didn't see the message until just now. My character looks like Kate Beckinsale Underworld. I'll take that. I'll be honest with you. There's one reason that I have a female character and that she's so teeny tiny. Because smaller hitbox goes brrr. It's that simple. It's a PvP game. You just plop out a Thopter, bro. I mean, you know. Also, I think the Thopter should have different speeds on the overworld map. Felix, we're going to enter in the 1, 2, 3 band. Just so you know. You might not hear this before I do it. Oh, nice, you did. Sweet. Yeah, you lose PvP IRL because you have a large hitbox. It's not quite how it works, IRL. Thankfully. I like Science Space. Look at Hail Mary by Andy Weir and the Bobberverse is on my list.
I'm hungry for Thopters.
Storage should slow you down. Rockets should slow you down more. Actually, I think to be honest, I don't know. Slowing a vehicle down based on weight is a really interesting thought. That's not the first time I've seen that, Marika. Did you crash at all when you went from G2 into F2? It sounds like the server boundaries would not let you go over it. And I saw that happen yesterday to Timmy when we rescued him. Have I seen Penta box bases? I have seen Penta box bases, yes. Hey, thank you, Paradigm Shift. I appreciate that. Yeah, he's just a big sleepy bubble. Big little bubble. He is fast asleep. He's very happy there. The classic cat way of not sleeping on the bed properly. That's fine, Felix. If it's just one of Atreides, I'm sure we can have some fun. I don't necessarily know where we're going, because I don't know where we're going. I haven't really decided. I just kind of headed out here. There is no way to increase your own individual carry weight. At that point, you are looking at using vehicles with storage, because that will massively increase your carrying volume. 15 slots with 1,000 weight. I mean, I wouldn't rob you guys of B-Cam when he's this cute. I mean, look at him. He's just unreasonable today. Such a big bean. I've been carrying a backup Thopter to get around the no walking across boundaries thing in quicksand. What, you mean like this one? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, tapping in, that's an awful joke. I'm going to use that against Ham. We love French jokes here. It's very British of us. Ham and I like to do it back and forth. We'll send each other like anti-Britain or anti-French jokes. Very funny. Because we know it's only banter. Because there's nothing, as a British person, and this is true of a lot of cultures, I think Australians have this too, even quite a lot of European countries have this too. The best form of love that you can show your friends is just bullying the shit out of them and expecting that they will do the same thing back to you. Like, I'll make fun of Ham for being French, and Ham will be, like, laughing about it, sitting there being like, just you wait, fucker, it's your turn next. Love it. Great fun. That's how this works. Exactly. Australians, you like it too. I have a bunch of Australian friends from Eve, and we used to have so much banter back and forth. The specific phrase that got auto-modded. Go and have a look. I see no auto-mods on my list. You didn't crash the border you did when you logged out. You fussed it. Yeah, see, I think that's like somehow the server had lost track of you, and it rather than disconnecting you, it basically just traps you in that area. Ham is loading a fresh baguette with, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some of the Balkans, yeah, great. I mean, that's the important part of that interaction, yes, Anatos, is if your friend's like, you know what, I'm not in the mood for it, or you've noticed that you're not in the mood for it, you just have to be like, yeah, you know what, how can I help you? Like, what's up? Let's talk about it. I think a lot of people have forgotten how to be there for their friends, because a lot of people have not, like, learned how to be there for people when they were younger. I think one of the things I was talking about recently with a friend who's a therapist is that, like, in the modern day where both parents have to work as hard as they do in order to basically make ends meet, families no longer have that sense of connection and teaching of each other they used to, where you would teach, like, you would teach your kids how to process their emotions, you would teach them how to disagree with you properly, you would have the time and the energy to spend more time kind of teaching your kids to be more well-rounded. I think we've lost a lot of that with the fact that, you know, both parents now have to work these days. Oh yeah, that would get modded in most chats, Taffy, but here, because the chat knows that we're British, you know, it's fine about it. I wouldn't say all Americans about it. I know some Americans who are incredibly good at banter and knowing where the line is. I think that's an individual thing. I don't think it's a nationality thing. There are definitely some Americans who are worse at taking jokes, but there are also British people who are bad at taking jokes. Felix, I know that I can make jokes about you. Don't worry. Don't tempt me. I held one back earlier. I'm very restrained. I'm just not going to do it on stream in front of 1,000 people, because that's a bit harsh. Mira, don't worry about it, bud. Yesterday was just a day. We move on from it. We do better. We do better today, right? You don't need to apologize, bud. The only time I ever need an apology from people for how they've acted in chat is if they've been banned or they've been reprimanded and they want to make amends. Other than that, I don't need it. If you want to do it, it's appreciated, but like I don't hold anything against people. It's not in my nature, really. There are very few people who I'll be like, once I've dealt with something, I'll be like, I'm going to hold a grudge. I just don't believe it. It's not very good for anyone. It's not good for me, at least. I'm not spite-powered, which is a difference between me and Thor. I think, like, Thor will often do something because it's about justice, it's about revenge, it's about him getting back, and I'm like, fine, I'll support that and I'll help you with it, but, like, it's not what drives me. I'm not spite-driven. I won't do something just because someone's like, do it, you won't. It doesn't work on me in the same way. It's not like I'm doing it to spite them. It doesn't motivate me. I'll do it because I want to, or I won't do it. That's kind of how that is. I'm spice-powered, not spite-powered. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, I wouldn't like to do it. I mean, I guess British people are known for being restrained. Yeah, that is kind of a thing. But no, I think just... Hey, Nightbot's doing what it should do. I hope it's doing that in Thor's channel now, actually. I need to go check that at some point. When Thor next goes live, I'll need to make I'll need to use one of my, to either use or make an alt account that isn't subbed and test out whether non-subs can send a message, whether Nightbot will give them a warning. Yeah, exactly. The Brits are on Arrakis for the spice. Yeah, exactly. Hutter Ray Mark 6, do you want to stop being such a bitch? When you break, I'm going to replace you, so... this is what makes me laugh. I've been to the US and eaten their food. I've been all over Europe and eating local food in pretty much every country I've been in. Now, other than Italy, a few parts of France, one very weirdly amazing restaurant in Germany, there's not a huge amount of difference in food quality across Europe. We largely have the same standards. The cooking in the US is, I wouldn't say any worse. The ingredients are what I think the difference is inside the US. Yeah, so South, that was what would have happened until yesterday when I made a change, because Thor was like, oh, I need to work time. I was like, I can do it for you in 2 minutes. I did it on my channel like 2 days ago. So Thor's channel should now give you a proper warning, like mine does, if you post a link and you're not a sub. I really do want to go to Brazil. I was very ready to go to Brazil in April, but unfortunately, due to the nature of not only I can kind of talk about this. My background is in financial systems in the UK. That means that I've been very, very close to the money laundering directives and their implementation inside UK banking structure. For those of you who don't know what that is, under international basic trade law, you have to have a certain level of protections in place against money laundering, which is basically the utilization of your company, the legitimization of funds, basically checking identities, that kind of things. I am unfortunately a cartel target. Thor is separately a cartel target for his involvement with the energy systems and the fact that the US has been not particularly great inside South America recently. So there's 2 reasons why the both of us weren't able to go to Brazil. Especially because my last involvement in the legal space was actually it ended in April, or the start of April, and was based on a merger of 2 multi-billion pound or multi-billion dollar or euro, whichever currency you want to use for ease, telecommunications companies. So probably have some knowledge in my head that people would quite want, and I don't really want to get stolen by a cartel. I've got other things to do, so probably best avoided, right? In general. Like, I'm sure Brazil's lovely, but I don't want to be forced to stay there. Yeah, I was advised by, shall we say, a government contact, that going to Brazil probably wasn't a smart move. And ultimately, for me, my safety is more important, but also my ability to enter the US to be able to do things like open source, or to arrange things for TwitchCon, for Thor, or for things for the community. I need to be able to do those, and if I go to a country which is outside of safe jurisdictions and the US is like, we don't trust you because you've been to Brazil, my job will be undermined, and I'm not having anything undermine my job. How that works. Job comes first, you know. Make you a millionaire with one through more questionable means? No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah. I mean, well, I'm sure the cartel are lovely guys. If they want something, I'm sure they're probably, you know, very friendly and welcoming, right? But I just don't need to risk it. So. This would not be a bad spot for a forward operating base. This is a nice little spot. No, I have my own concerns about entering the United States. Obviously, the news has not been great about people from the UK or from the European Union joining or going through border controls. But I have no reason to have an issue. I don't do anything questionable online. You know, I'm not involved with any kind of radical left or right groups. I'm not in my nature, so I'm not worried about visiting the US. I know people have been concerned, but I'm just a dude. I just like to meme online quite a lot. Like, that's basically how it is. I'm sorry, Lumiere. Unfortunately, I'm British, and therefore we were bound at birth to hate each other. We're gonna have to fight to the death now in Twitch chat. I hope that's okay. Nah, I'm kidding. Welcome on in, bud. I hope you're doing very well. Welcome on in. Hello, awesome Wizzy. Hope it's going well. there's a special meeting for us to remote people to yeah, exactly. Yeah, you like there's like any border control, as long as you're not messing around in it, you treat people with respect and you're just open and reasonable with them, they should be okay. But like, it only takes one negative interaction and things can go horribly wrong. So, you know, you have to be careful at the same time as being respectful. You know, it's kind of the balance of it. You read some of the stats when you just joined. That's fair enough. Yeah, one of the mods that I work with on Thor's side, Little Ham, is French, and we like to make jokes back and forth all the time. Good morning, Fluffy Rogue Viking. I mean, I guess if you're from South Africa and you're a Rogue Viking, those do track. I don't know if Vikings got down as far south as South Africa. I know they obviously got to the Mediterranean, but I don't believe that they got all the way to South Atlantic. That's the final warning. No, we weren't able to go to Brazil for Gamescom, I think it was. We just had to wait until things quietened down on the international front. Within a couple of years, my knowledge of the anti-money laundering regulations won't be like valid anymore, so it won't be a problem. Yeah. We do want to do it. It would basically, as soon as it's safe to do that, we will go back. Well, we'll go back. We'll go back to making those plans. We want to go with Esfand. We want to see if Primogen will come along. There's some great people out there that we want to see. And yeah, I think that's what we want to go and do. So Brazil is on the cards. It's something we're very much interested in doing. But waiting until the time is right. And ultimately, I don't think we'd have as much fun if we had to go everywhere. You know, we're to be in an armed compound all the time and have the storage ambush. So this is the assault ornithopter. Oh yeah, there's a massive difference in the vehicles you ride in this. You join just to eat Brigadero and drink Caprino? Yeah, sure. The more the merrier, I guess, when we go. Mahoodles, to be honest, it's probably safest for you because I'm not sure the cartels are too interested in conquering space just yet. So maybe it's a good idea. Although, you know, I feel like the cartel in space would be deeply worrying.
I hunger for blood.
I've not heard about the space cartels, no, to be honest. Yeah, exactly, Moodles. I think that's, yeah, it's the safest thing for everyone to do. Hotel 2, Hotel 3. I'll be honest with you, Chase, Mr. Chase, like, that's how I feel about most governments, but hey, we are where we are. I'm not a big fan of government generally. It has its place, but I think so here's my take. If I could create a perfect nation, I would make it so that it's you basically just pull a lottery. It's 100 people, or you know, depending on the size of the country, 100 people. They have to run 100 for a year. They're not allowed to own any. They're not allowed to have control over any assets. They're not allowed to provide information or operate their own businesses, etc. Sharing information should become a sanctionable crime. All kinds of stuff. Because like, this is really funny, but the stuff that we dealt with in Eve with the CSM, which were There were player-based elected individuals who were meant to go and kind of represent the players' interests to CCP. Inevitably, whenever any player left the CSM, they would become multi-trillionaires inside the game, or billionaires inside the game, because they would basically use the inside information to manipulate the markets, and their friends would benefit from it as well. So like, if you knew a CSM member, you were rich, and if you didn't, then unlucky. I think is gross. I think is very unreasonable. No, I want ancient Sparta. Ancient Athens was incredibly good, but like it didn't have the same respect for women that ancient Sparta had. You look at the way that Spartans treated their women, it's incredibly cool. Women's like ahead of pretty much every other civilization. Women were able to own land, were able to make their decisions. They had their own assets and their own finances. You know, they were completely free and able to do broadly what they want. They went into battle with the men. Like,
There's a spice blow due east.
there she blows. No, there is no way of repairing items without losing some total durability. That is the mechanic of the game, designed to make sure that you're always replacing things. Actually, in Sparta, there was a certain amount of money accrued by most slaves. They were actually indentured servants, far different from the rest of the Greek mainland. But that was the norm in Greece at the time. It was the norm across the entirety of the world at that time. You had to remember that at that point, you had thousands of years of history of the Egyptians, other kind of major civilizations owning and maintaining slavery. It's inherently wrong, but at that time, that was the social norm. Yeah, that is an issue with Sparta, but their system of government wasn't. That was actually religious reasons and military reasons about burden on the state, which is I don't think is right. But talking about the government of Sparta, it's a little bit different to that. And that wasn't true of all of Spartan history, rather interestingly, because if you look at the priesthood of the Spartans, that's actually where most disabled Spartans ended up. The film 300 is slightly disingenuous about the true history of how all that played out. Anglo-Saxon England again, very good. Vikings were very good about it, yeah. But yeah, I could go off on a rant about methods of control all I want, but yes. You lost everything to the servers. In what way, bud? What happened?
It just flew off to the west.
No, the movie 300, funnily enough, isn't entirely accurate. I know, that's a surprise, right? In Blanky, what is your fairly serious question about the stuff that's going on? I have a feeling this is going to annoy me, but fine. We'll see what it is. If it's about drama that isn't relevant to this channel, we can talk about it, but you know, I'm just playing Dune and chatting about shit, like. Spider-Man enters. Is that what's going on? This is, yeah, this is Sparta Techno remix was gold. That lives rent-free in my head. No, there's no. In Blanky, the reason that there is no way that you can avoid that is because the people who you're arguing with in this situation don't actually care about the harm they are causing. It's just about pushing a narrative that they don't, most of them don't actually understand or have looked into themselves. They've looked at the cliff notes of what they're signing up to rather than the detail of it, and are only considering one possible outcome. My basic view is the whole thing was undermined as soon as you said, let politicians sort it out. When have politicians sorted anything out? Do we want politics interfering in the gaming industry? I doubt it. Yes, the expansion of Sparta was the problem. Yeah. But that's the natural progression of most city-states and such.
Ring mouth to the northwest.
never, ever hover over a parked thopter when someone's getting in it, Felix. Hover alongside, not over. I can't really think politicians can, no. Ridiculous, I know. I support the initiative in a number of ways, and I don't support it in others. I think that if it was better written, I would have had no problem supporting it. It didn't go far enough in certain places, and it went way too far in others because people don't understand how the industry works. All we can really do is basically not talk about it in great detail. We'll just kind of deal with it, and we'll deal with the outcome of it, because the people who are crying about it are doing it purely to try and drive traffic to the initiative so that it has a last-ditch attempt for it to pass. Sweet, okay. Okay, so some good news from Funcom. The issue with the server that lost all of its vehicles yesterday was rolled back and fixed. They're looking into the issue around items and stats. They're working on that. That we are talking about options for working with Nitrado to resolve the Landsrad missing issue, because that is kind of unfair. Hate Conjurer, that only works if you're on an official server, not a private server. Funcom is indeed cooking. Ruthless, just be aware that that will likely get that. Well, you run the risk of getting your account banned on Steam, because that is technically fraudulent. Just whether they banned you or for good reasons or not, going to Steam and rescinding your purchase to them, no, that's not, unfortunately, fraud. That's mis-selling. It's functionally different. What you have done is you've gone through a contract with somebody and you've said that, look, if I play this for more than 2 hours, I accept that there is no chance that I can get the money back. You've played 40 times that limit, and then you've gone, then you are wanting to rescind your side of the contract. They have met their obligations as a games company. Whether or not it is good, you know, for the consumer is entirely your choice. You are free to complain, leave reviews, and say those things. But I will warn you that removing your credit card and challenging it from that it does run the risk of getting you banned on Steam, which I just want you to know that is an option. If you want to challenge it, then you should do so through the official process. But going to your credit card company will likely get you banned from Steam. I'm just letting you know that tends to be what happens. Fine, but I'm just telling you that doing the route that you're taking, whether or not you are justified or not, Steam will likely ban your account. We have seen it happen dozens of times. I know it is annoying when the game doesn't work well. I know that there are problems with the game, with the end game. I know that being banned from the Discord feels like shit. I fully understand that. And you should. You do have a right as a consumer to dispute it. But ultimately, you go down this route, Steam very well may ban your account, and then you'll have to argue with Steam about your rights, rather than arguing with your credit card company. I just want you to be aware of how Steam normally approaches this, because Steam is not a UK-based entity, doesn't comply with the rules in the same way that you're outlining them. Or, you know, for example. This is perfectly fine, adds picture. Yeah, he's having a big old dream. Yeah. I would say Funcom are looking to fix things. They are very heavily working on a lot of things. I'm not massively enthused by some of the bugs, but I just want to make you aware, based on my knowledge, that Steam will very likely take action against your account if you go down this path. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying that you are unjustified in doing this. I just want to warn you about how Steam normally deals with it. Especially if you've gone through Steam customer support and already challenged it. I'm just giving you the information, but that's all I'm going to do. Sardicarism, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Yep. Yep. I hope they don't, for what it's worth. I hope that they don't ban your account on Steam. I just know that it has happened on Steam before. Because Steam will believe that you have... like, they have met their obligation and you are rescinding the money from Steam, not from Funcom directly. That's fine. Yeah, tell me what server you're on. You don't have to answer. There's no obligation to do that, bud. You're fine. I understand that the game isn't working for everyone. You got your Ornithopter bug in limbo. Yeah, Lula OBD, you can go into their Discord server likely and make a support ticket in there. Good morning, Jake. Hope you're doing well, bud. Why would you play to lose everything in? Exactly. That's exactly a very, very fair question, criticism, and worry to have about the game. I completely agree with you. If I lose another Ornithopter, I will likely be done, because I don't want to deal with the pain and stress and hassle of having to replace yet another one for a bug I know they're going to fix again in a few weeks. I have had no issue with the DC bug. If there is a newer NVIDIA driver, you should be on it. Most games are updated for the most recent drivers. Q1 Raiden, no, I've not run into any cheaters so far. We are playing on mostly closed servers. I'm running this on a... we are on one server. Each player is on one server. In our world, there are 15 servers all tied to it. 3 of those are publicly open. 10 of them are password protected, maybe a bit more. 2 of them are, well, 2 of them are streamer only ones that we're on. Like streaming community only. The reason I would say that you should update your NVIDIA drivers is because for June there were significant problems with some earlier drivers crashing the game out and causing problems. And NVIDIA specifically released a patch which helps June Awakening to run. You had to install that to get the full performance out of the game. Seeing that suffered that kind of thing not so long ago, the mass refund situation. I mean, No Man's Sky had that issue because they missold the game and it was found in the courts. There's a bunch of games that it happens to. You are most welcome. You can ask about yesterday, sure. If you keep it reasonable and kind of like light, we'll talk about some of the base stuff. But like, I'm not going to get into details on it. Latest Felix, thank you very much for the support, buddy. I appreciate you. Couldn't done it without you. And I'm glad you had fun. Get some rest, and I will catch you later. If you have no friends, what you can do is you can use !Dune Discord. Like, if you've not got any friends who are playing. and you can join our Discord server for the game. We have a bunch of seats available there. In-game server info, one of the channels you'll be able to see once you're in, you will be able to see all of the servers we have. I would advise just dropping a couple of messages into that, into a couple of servers, chats, and see if anyone's looking for people to join up with them. Because if you can run broadly by yourself, but if you have a couple of people who'll help you with bigger projects, then it can be really helpful to speed up your progression. So I would advise trying to find people you can collaborate with, even if you're not playing directly as friends, that kind of thing. Have I lost a Thopter service? No, I've lost 3 Thopters to service. I lost a Mark IV, a Mark V Assault, and a Mark VI. 4 and the 6 were scouts. I've lost 3 Ornithopters. Yeah, it sucks. Every single time it sucks massively. But it can be overcome. I've found ways that I can broadly mitigate some of the issues. I think that the method I have now will mean that even if I do crash, I won't lose too much. No, I didn't die and lose everything, because I maintained... I was lucky enough to, for example, when I lost the Assault Ornithopter, I had my Scout Ornithopter on me, and I used that. I couldn't respawn on my Ornithopter, it had completely disappeared and gone. You did twice, unfortunately, but I mean, with the changes that they've made now, you end up in the quicksand in the deep desert, and if you stand still and get a friend to come pick you up or someone in chat, generally you'll be okay. That's what we do. I haven't lost anything. I haven't lost everything to the worm yet since launch. Thankfully. You couldn't get on your friend's up to get as you were about into a worm's mouth. Okay, so what happened there was likely that your friend was on one server and you were on another server and the game was not letting you. We saw it happen yesterday with Timmy. It tends to be what happens when a disconnect stops you from correctly handing off from server A to server B. This issue tends to only happen in the deep desert because you're going through multiple servers with boundaries rather than... I saw the article, bud. I saw the article. It's based on videos where they've not done their research on what Thor's actually said. Like, they just looked at one video and taken that as gospel truth. It's fine. It's people's choice to believe in it or not. Fundamentally, the problem is the same as other people in the industry found. The initiative does not cover off the rights and respect companies. And also, gaming news is shit. Lackstock and Scalpel, thank you for the one with the tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you for the sub. No, they're not crying. They've had a genuine bug problem where they've lost all of their stuff twice. You would be upset too. I would be upset too. Let's be real fair here. The person in chat who is upset is entirely justified to be so. You might have a different threshold of what annoys or upsets you when you lose stuff, but some people are playing solo, and if losing everything can really, really hurt. Their upset is completely valid, and I don't want anyone in chat thinking that they are wrong in some way for being this upset. Because I don't agree that charging back to a credit card is the right way of doing it, because I know what Steam does, doesn't mean that it's wrong for them to be upset about it. And let's be real clear, that's what this chat's for. If you want to vent and you are upset about something, come in here and talk about it. And if we can be reasoned and we can have a conversation about it, we will. That's how this works. But I'm not going to let people have a go at someone or kind of be abusive. I'm not going to let people have a go at someone who's upset. So I know that it looks like crying, but I want to be really clear. This person is genuinely upset for a reason, and that is okay. We're just going to accept that. We'll talk about how to deal with that and some things that we can do to mitigate things. So I'll talk you through how I can mitigate some of the server bugs so that you're not going to lose your Ornithopter, which should hopefully mean that you don't lose everything. If you've come here because you want to see the sleeping cat, fine. I'm okay with that. He's very, very cute. You refuse to be called a Winklet. Well, I didn't see, no one gave me the Linklet, so I'm going to call you guys the Winklet. I said it yesterday. Nah, that's fine. I know that you guys are actually, Winklet and the Community, which is my new favorite indie band. Yeah. Like, and losing everything in a game like this sucks. If you lose everything in a game like DayZ or in Rust or in Dune, because it's a survival game, it hurts. Hi, are you done? Yeah, okay. Anyone can start a war. Did you have an itch that you couldn't scritch? Yeah? Yeah? Are you still sleepy? You're still sleepy, aren't you? Yeah. You're gonna post wake up clean.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, that just appears. Jeez. You had a weird graphic stroke texture bug. Is that what's reporting? Report every bug you see. Worst case scenario, they will find out that it's not a bug on their end and it's a problem with your machine. Best case scenario, you fix a problem that other people are suffering from. Report bugs. That's a bit yellow, isn't it? Who applied the piss filter on Arrakis again? Speaking of Bitcraft, we will likely go and play Bitcraft tomorrow, just so you all know. Gonna happen. Yeah, Thor taught you guys about the piss filter that you get on desert planets. Look what someone's applied to the base. Yes, we will likely go back and take a look at Bitcraft tomorrow, just so you all know. I've spoken to some of the community members who are playing inside the game. They're having a great time with it. They're doing really, really well. They've actually had I've given them a shout out from the devs, because the devs have specifically identified that they're doing really well with reporting bugs, engaging with the game, having a great time. And I really appreciate when the community sets a good example like that inside a game. So we'll be visiting Tortuga. It'll be exciting. Yes, it's Spacetime DB. Yeah. So, that is indeed the plan. They've now fixed their server issues. The game is looking really solid and good. Still working out well. Yeah, it is terrible, Ruthless. And if you're on any of our servers, I'll help you get some of your stuff back if I can. But I understand if you're done with the game. I completely understand if you are done with the game. It's okay. It's your choice. I just want to caution you that refunding on Steam and the method that you proposed often results in Steam blocking your account in some way. All I am telling you. But I understand if you're of the opinion that it's done and you're done with it. Fine. Completely and utterly fine. I'll be honest with you, Ruthless, you may also find that in 1 month, 3 months, 6 months, they fix the game entirely and you are able to play it again. And when that happens, you might decide that, you know, it's worth you spending the time on it. That's your choice. It's the option for the future. Ruthless, that opinion you've got, first of all, I have a huge amount of respect for it. Good on you. This is what consumers need. Consumers need to recognize if they bought something that they then regret, or that they then want to walk back, or there's a problem for them, that in future, don't do it again. And you will find that ultimately, over time, if everyone did it, companies would change their behavior, because a company cares about profit and about recouping their investment. For a games company that have put probably millions of pounds or euros or dollars, whatever it is that you use locally, into this game, they need to get a return. And if they see they're not getting a return because of certain systems or certain ways that the player is treated or experiencing the game, they will change their tune very quickly. It is that simple. So I'm proud that, you know, that's your viewpoint. Good on you. I think you deserve a lot of respect for that. Well done. I know how upsetting and annoying it is losing stuff. But the fact that you're able to think about it logically and clearly and change your mind on it, I will always have time for that. It's people who refuse to listen to logic or information, etc., who I often get a bit frustrated with, but like, What more can I ask of you? You proposed a solution. You were given some information. You rethought your solution. You're going to do something else. Even if you choose to do the same thing, at least you listened to the solution. Not going to do anything more than that. Proud of you, bud. Good job. Somebody was in chat who was talking about how they'd lost a bunch of stuff due to bugs in the game, and we were just talking about what the correct method of doing a refund was for that, because there's ways to go about that in Steam. Obviously, you know, you can do a refund after 2 hours, like up to 2 hours of gameplay. If you're beyond that, what your options are. Some people will do like a credit card chargebacks, which generally will get you banned from Steam. We were just talking about that. I wasn't a huge fan of Path of Exiles. I am not a fan of games where my progression is wiped as a mechanic. I get quite attached to my characters in the way that I play the game and the stuff that I've done on that character, and I don't like it when I know that my character is going to get wiped over and over again, or, you know, wiped consistently. It's one of the reasons why I struggle a little bit with the Ashes of Creation model of, you know, of playing every single wipe and then having to redo it again, because it undermines my connection to my character and things that I've done when I've done that grind 10 times already, or 3 times already. You know? But that's different for other people. And I have absolutely no problem with anyone who does enjoy a game which wipes. Again, that's just my personal taste. Yeah? What is it, little guy? You agree? You think that you should have some pets because you agree? Okay. Yeah. Probably time for you to go and have your next patrol. You normally do that about 15 minutes ago, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. Did you have... Oh, do you want to give me a clem? Oh, you wanted a chin rub. Okay, let me do this. There we go. It's taken me like a year plus, but I do kind of recognize what he wants when he asks for it. He has certain meows that he'll do for certain things, and he'll move his head in certain ways when he wants certain kinds of pets. Yeah, you're a good baby, aren't you? Yeah, oh, you want this side as well? Okay. Who's a sweet little gentleman, huh? Did you have a nice nap on the desk? He's a good boy. Let me have a drink, B. Got a cat hair in my mouth. Hey, Paradigm Shift, thank you for the 200 bits. You're awesome. Thank you. And Dreckenteer, thank you for the 2 community gift subs, bud. I appreciate you. For those of you who don't know what the 2 community gift subs are about, this is how it works. So if you get 2 new subs, or you gift 2 subs, you get access to this outfit, which is social clothing. Thank you to our beautiful model for getting it sorted. It's our favorite pirate software. For those of you who don't necessarily know how to access those, you can go into the game. You press uniform, the button. You go into garments here, and you scroll into the social clothing, because the officer suits are designed to be used out and about in kind of social clothes. So that's where it is. Oh, you want to? I'm not going to zoom in any further, but this is broadly it. This is what you need, right? Suits him, right? Needs to be a life-size cardboard cutout. I agree. Yeah, I'm tempted to do it. Good day, Blunt Force. How's it going? You didn't purchase the game until June the 14th. No one mentioned issues. You basically had 24 hours of just base building. Understand that. At the end of the day, when you buy any game, I think that you have to kind of accept there are going to be some bugs. But yeah, if it's enough that it stops you from playing to that extent, the argument then becomes around at what point is it fair or reasonable to have a refund. 80 hours is beyond what Steam would consider reasonable. To be honest with you, I would say 80 hours is beyond what I would consider reasonable if I was putting my corporate hat on for a game, right? I think that maybe 20 hours is enough to understand the feel of a game and to see whether you're going to get value out of it, to try it out as a product. But that's just my maths. Everyone's maths will be different there. That's a very personal choice. Steam's choice is 2 hours, which I think is probably not really long enough, because some games, to be honest with you, 2 hours is just like the intro. Yeah. Like, I think there's a line there. Again, it's very uniquely different. What, $1 per hour for good entertainment? I understand that one. That's very fair. Although I think the problem with that is that if that's true, has been true for a long time, then are you adjusting for inflation? How does that work? Oh. Okay. Didn't even say goodbye. See how it is. Let me see. I was thinking about food. What's the latest news regarding Ashes of Creation? I've not seen that much news from Ashes of Creation yet. Sadly, Bailey has indeed gone. He likes to do a patrol of the neighborhood. I say the neighborhood of his few houses, fairly frequently. I'd probably say about once every 2 hours or so, he'll go out and do a patrol, except at nighttime when he's chilling with me. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I don't think most companies who are working with mesh servers really know or understand the true power and use of them anymore. Most of the companies I see using meshed servers are doing a good enough job of it, sure, but like not. I can't think of one that's doing mesh servers 100% well all the time. Not in the recent, you know, server meshing technology kind of thing that we're talking about. It's why I'm very interested in what they're planning on doing with things like Star Citizen and Ashes of Creation, and the way that they've explained their in-development process for mesh servers. Whether it ever comes to the full fruition of what's been talked about and promised, I'm very interested in seeing. I can't say I understand all the networking elements of it, but I can say that I understand the implications of what it can mean for the way that we play games. Yeah, you know, we've activated the Bailey Flesh mech, don't worry. I've heard that, and I am wanting to set up an interview or a discussion between Thor and Anna Dimitriou. Well, she's a big Star Citizen content creator. She's also part of SideQuest. I've met her a couple of times at various events. She's really, really lovely. Voice acts in a bunch of cool new games. Really, really awesome individual. I would like to set up a conversation between them, because that's where you're going to get the game dev experience from Thor, the involvement and the true kind of hands-on information from Anna. And I think that would be a fair way of showing the entire community a balanced conversation about something, because we only get to see the store end of it most of the time. You know, most of the discussions that we have are about Star Citizen, blah blah blah, you know. But you know, I have had quite a good time. I haven't played Star Citizen since version 3. I want to say 3.5, and I know now they're a good couple of years ahead of that. I think there's a lot of promise in that game. My concern is around their development practices and their funding model, which I don't agree with. So having an understanding of what the actual development looks like on the ground as a player, I think would be a really interesting thing. But the thing is, I don't want to get the dev detail out of SC just yet. I think to start with, the people who are actually... the people who have chosen to engage the business model, finding out why and finding out what makes that work for them, why that might be a proposition that they can get behind even if Thor can't, I think is really important for us to express both sides of a very important narrative. Exactly, all we see is the Star Citizen pay-to-win side, and I think understanding that and why people are choosing to engage with it is very important, because there's some very cool things for tech and for gaming inside the Star Citizen space that could be great in years to come. But I think that in order to really understand it, it's hard to get past the fact that you're buying even the most basic ship, and that's the game, you're still spending $50, let alone some of the ships that are $1,000 plus, $2,000 plus, like the Idris. Ruthless, honestly, it's not a problem, bud. That's what I'm here for. I wouldn't tell you something I didn't agree with and didn't believe in, and ultimately, you come in here and ask about, you know, an avenue, I will happily give some information and talk to you about what I would do in that situation. Great. It's like, man, these are some of the public perceptions that I think I want to see if we can look at and understand. Is this based on fact? Is this based on not understanding as much about the game? Is it based on old news? Because at the end of the day, I fully accept that a games company can change the way that they've delivered things very quickly in this day and age, you know. Doesn't has a huge amount of money behind it, and if they were able to be very agile on the, you know, with their changes and the way that they approach stuff, you could find that something that was true 6 months ago is no longer true at all. I think what doesn't help is also that the free fly events that Star Citizen runs tend to be played with trolls and people who are doing it to disrupt gameplay for people who are visiting. It becomes a meme to fire size 9, size 10 torpedoes at people who are taking off, and they don't know the games, they don't know how to evade. And though, yeah, Mr. Whiskey Richard, that's a very, very fair criticism, complaint, concern, whatever you want to call it, about Star Citizen. And that's one of the things I want to be discussing with people. I think that we should have a conversation about this. So, Trek and Tier, thank you for the 2 community gift subs, and Splatty, thanks for the 5. You guys rock. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support and listening to me yapping today. Viking Nerdler, thanks for the 1 month at Tier 1. It's awesome of you. We are one step closer to the Partner Plus program. And TSJ, thank you for the 25 community gift subs. You are a legend. I love the support. I'm honestly, truly flattered by it. I'm slowly dealing with the imposter syndrome. It's working very slowly. But now I need to upgrade the update the sub goal. Which is crazy that I'm putting 4,000 into my first month's sub goal. Makes me feel slightly unwell, to be honest. And you've unlocked me using a dark mode version of the sub goal, so it's no longer blinding. With 21 points of the partner program, that's 4 tier 3, but people choosing to go to tier 3, that's insane. You guys are awesome, honestly, I don't deserve you guys. That's how this works. I'm just pleased that you guys enjoy the content and don't mind my yapping. Over time, I'll look to I want to expand some of the content that I'm doing. Like I want to maybe do some like IRL stuff when I'm out and about TwitchCon, especially with Thor, that kind of thing. You know, just fun stuff, like stuff that people want to like listen to and hear and want to understand. Like, because I know that I operate inside an area not only in streaming where I'm incredibly lucky to work with some really awesome people like Mahoodles, like Thor, like Primogen, like Annie Fuchsia, with people at SideQuest. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do what I do. And I think some people have expressed that they want to understand more about, you know, how does moderation work? How does setting up a sponsorship work? You know, when you receive a sponsorship offer, what are the kind of things that you look at before you decide whether or not you're going to go through with it? These are all things that I could talk about. I just need to kind of formulate the thoughts and come up with what I can say and what I can't say. I can't necessarily talk about the plans for things like TennoCon, but I know that it's definitely something that Thor is interested in. I've never really played Warframe in great detail, but I do know that it's a very fun game. It has a lot of depth to it, a lot of killing. I know that Twitch struggles massively to play Warframe, which is very funny. It's one of those things that's notorious among people who stream it for being very difficult to do because of the bit rate and the number of things that you have to have on screen at any one given time and the sheer amount of movement and everything that's going on. Which basically just starts to freak out, which I find very funny. Move fast and stab things is my understanding too, which probably plays quite into, you know, the way that I play this. I tend to move fast and I tend to stab things. So I'm sure I would enjoy it. It's just like, it's one of those games on a very, very long list of games that I'd like to have the time to play. but like, there are only so many hours in my day. And I've been finding, especially since my back surgery, it has been more challenging for me to gain the mental energy back from the work that I've been doing while I've been recovering. Which has somewhat slowed down my work rate, I will be honest. But, you know, I'm not working as hard as I was 3 or 4 months ago. Anonymous Skipper, thank you for the 50 community subs. You are crazy. Whoa. I really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. I only need about 6 hours of actual sleep, but my issue is that I'm currently and still, and probably ongoing for quite a long time, will need much more than that for recovery of my back. Because there's a line between sleep and rest, and I think that's something that is very easy to miss. Thor is terrible at resting. That's something I've been very clear with him about. He will sleep, but resting, he's not very good at, and it does show. It's one of the reasons why he tends to be so prone to getting sick, in my opinion. I will at least take more time off of stream. Like yesterday, because I knew that I couldn't functionally do streaming my own stream, playing the game, and looking at chat. I just knew I need to stop one of those off. Like I will just I will make a decision and I will basically like triage my plates and stop one from spinning if it's just become too much. I didn't empty my damn ornithopter. Oh, that's very me. Good job. Oh well. I am hoping that the 2 days off that he's meant to take, he's going to take every week, will help him recover from that cough. The issue I think you find is that, especially when you have a cough, talking a lot and spending your entire day online talking and engaging with people is much, much more tiring on the body than I think it is on the mind for him. He's very used to running, you know, himself like a machine at all times. When he gets sick, it's not so easy for him because his body says no, but his energy levels say, yes, I want to stream, and he wants to put on a good show for the community. Like, at the end of the day, I can only respect that because that's what he wants to do for the community. It's what he's always wanted to do. It's how he's always been. So I haven't scheduled a doctor's appointment for him. That's not... One thing you will find about me, and I talk about... It's more obvious with Bailey and others, but I fundamentally believe that people are free to do their own things, make their own decisions about themselves. If Thor wants to call a doctor, he should call a doctor. I'm never gonna tell him that he has to go to the doctor, that he has to sleep at a certain time. I ask that he does because I care about him as a friend, and it's partly my job. But like, his freedom of choice is more important, and ultimately that's on his choice as to what he does here. I'm never gonna book him in for an appointment like that or tell him that he has to go and see a doctor. It's not in my nature to tell people that they have to do something. It never has been. It's not how I'm hardwired. If there are rules and boundaries set as part of the community, you've agreed to follow those when you join that community, right? I'm not going to say like once you're in the community, you have to play this game a certain way. I was very clear about this with Ashes of Creation. I have no requirement that people play the game a certain way. A certain amount of hours, that they do a certain thing. But we just ask, these are the rules for our group. If you don't agree with them, please leave. Yeah, Shay of course will monitor Thor's health. Like, I'm not concerned because Shay would say something if there was a problem. You know, Shay's very good like that. Shay looks after Thor a lot more, I think, than they give each other credit for, really. I think it's good, really. I like the two of them. They're very nice. Like, living together, supporting each other, looking after the ferrets. It is really good. Is this the taxi? I've never actually looked at this. So if you come to the deep desert and you lose your ornithopter, I think this is how you get back. Hello, I'd like to get in your... Why is your still... Right, look at this still tent. It's about the same height as the bottom of my hands, and it's probably about twice my character's shoulder width, right? Look at this heckin' chonker. This thing is nearly as tall as I am. That's rude. Why can't I have a giant still tent? No, this is the double layered still tent. I tried this out. It doesn't make any real difference. How did she get the XL version? Rude. Look, while you're looking that way, I'm just gonna, if I just go around here, don't worry about it. And I'm just gonna take the still tent. I'm just gonna and then we're gonna run off. The family model. Oh, I don't want to know about the two-person tent chat. Stop it. Oh, gross and funny. But no, I'm glad that Thor's taking the day off. I think it's very important. I was a little bit worried I'd have a message waiting for me this morning being like, hey, let's play Division. I'll be like, oh no. Thor is like me. He's terrible at taking time off because both of us thrive on being busy. That's kind of how we work. And on the outside, it might look like we're kind of in like a kind of panic mode or overworking, but realistically, we kind of know our own limits on this stuff. And yeah, sometimes we'll get some shit from people for it, being like, oh, you're working too hard, but that is ultimately a subjective measure. Catch you later, Mahoodles. Thanks for hanging out. Again, those of you who don't know who Mahoodles is an awesome science creator here on Twitch. She does some really amazingly cool stuff. She's going to go to bed. Thank you for doing that shout out. I was in the middle of typing it. Just rock. Go follow Mahoodles 100%. She's awesome. And you'll be able to catch her stream normally shortly before mine or Thor's each day. Catch you later, Mahoodles. Have a good evening. Nah, honestly, I wouldn't say it, and I wouldn't support you if I didn't believe in what you were doing. That's what I said to Winky at the end of the day. When it comes to this stuff, like, I appreciate you guys. You're the ones who taught me how to stream, like how to support a community in a way that I thought was right. Because not every streamer out there is a good role model for it. If you don't want to touch the deep desert until the patch, I think that's completely and utterly fair. I think that's if you find that is your best way of risk mitigating the issues of the deep desert, I fully support that. Do whatever you think is right inside the video game. Protect yourself from the known issue of the deep desert bugs. Fine. As long as you're not hurting other people, you're not breaching the game's terms of service, I don't really care. I think that's a good thing to do if that's your decision. I think taking steps to avoid that problem is good. Especially if you know that you're the kind of person that losing stuff from the deep desert bug would upset you more. I am accepting the risk now. Every time I've lost an ornithopter, I've known about the deep desert bug. Because I got it the week after Thor did. He hasn't had it since, but I've been aware that it's been a problem. If I lose everything, I lose everything. It is what it is. We go again. It will be shit, and I'll probably need a second to be like, fuck's sake. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things. Nothing I can change about that. And ultimately, I can't blame the devs. It's my choice to go out knowing about the bug. How that works. I still think it's shitty, and I still don't like that players are losing stuff. But at the end of the day, I know they're fixing it. I know they're listening to it. And I know that every time I crash and have the issue, I can pass the logs across in a bug report, and Funcom will get more information about it so they can deal with the issue. Does it keep the Thopters in my total vehicles? It does, yes. I still have an imaginary Thopter. Which they will fix. I'm very sure they will fix. It's just going to take time. I'm going to let the devs cook. We're not going to play this all day, every day. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up that this is going to be my eternal content. I'm not going to become a June-only streamer. That's not how this works. But, I want to play this while I'm still enjoying it. I've still got loads more I can do. I want to keep running the deep desert where I can. I want to keep enjoying the game because I know there's a lot of fun that can be had from this. Except someone's taken my fun because everyone's dead. How can I, oh boy, here I go killing again if someone's taken all of my killing from me? Robbed. I've been robbed, chat. See, when I was a kid, I used to love Lego, but I hated building Lego in kits. I don't... Oh, yeah, I don't know what it is. I just didn't vibe with it that well. With Warhammer, my favorite part of it is kit bashing. Like... Learn necromancy to solve the issue. You know what? You're right. I could utilize some of my forbidden necromancy. Oh, the devs wouldn't like that. I shouldn't really be using necromancy on the server. That's not fair. It's an unfair advantage. I would probably call that an exploit. So a little bit, just a little bit of... You get a random Warhammer 40k lore tidbit. Okay. So, the current situation of the Imperium is that it's been split in half by the 13th Black Crusade, where Abaddon broke a planet apart called Cadia. Abaddon the Despoiler, is the leader of a large group of Chaos Space Marines called the Black Legion. He was, beforehand, the right-hand man, a guy called Horus. Horus is generally not seen too positively in the Warhammer 40k universe, because Horus was the favoured son of the Emperor of mankind, and to cut a very long story short, at one point went rogue along with half of the Imperium and created a huge civil war called the Horus Heresy. The current situation is 10,000 years later. Horus is long dead. Abaddon leads what's left of his forces and a huge collection of other kind of chaotically aligned people who just don't believe in the Imperium. Some of them worship chaos, some of them don't. Base situation is the Imperium, who is now led by a Robute Gilliman, or who people call Rowboat Girlyman, or all other kinds of fun names. This has been looted. I don't like that. So, favourite Chaos God, I would probably say Tzeentch is the one that makes the most sense to me, but only because, like, you have to remember that when someone says the favourite Chaos God, you are talking at that point about something taken to the absolute utmost extreme. You are talking about bloodshed and violence taken to drowning planets. You're talking about obsession and excess taken to orgies and addiction. You are talking about the desire to live forever and be free from the bounds of your kind of mortal body, taken all the way through to you're immortal, but you carry the most disgusting pestilence and plague that's possible, and you are driven to spread that. You have Tzeentch, who's, you know, it's all about knowledge and, you know, about plans within plans and the forbidden ways, but any Chaos God, you are taking it to the absolute furthest extent, where Tzeentch works against themselves, for example. Not a good way of working. Often Tzeentch's plans will clash with themselves, because change is in Tzeentch's nature. That's the key part of it. In that regard, I would say that Tzeentch is probably the most powerful Chaos God in terms of base force, because the change part of it, the change part of Tzeentch doesn't require as much human emotion, I guess I would put it as other things. Yeah, Bricky, Lutin, a bunch of other creators out there know way more than I do. I would say I'm like a mid-level Warhammer nerd. I recognize that I like Warhammer a bit more than like the general person. But people like Bricky and Lutin and people who create some of this really cool Warhammer educational content on YouTube and on Twitch, they know infinitely more in detail than I do. I just have too much going on in my life to keep it all in my head. And I also haven't read some of these books for like 10 plus years. But no, Custodes lore, I mean, Custodes, as far as I understand it, were the firstborn sons of the High Lords of Terror until recently, and I don't know if that actually got retconned properly or not. But, the Custodians are basically the Emperor's elite fighting force. They are the Sardaukar on crack. They spend their entire life trying to, like, there are groups of people who spend time trying to infiltrate their own defenses to basically test out the other Custodians. They are the Space Marines to Space Marine. Like when a human encounters a Space Marine, they go through something called post-human dread, which is basically the fact that Space Marines can run so far, so fast. They are so strong, they are so powerful, and yet they are still human. They create something called post-human dread, in where humans tend to recognize that they are completely outclassed by this thing that used to technically be human, but no longer is. And that, I think you have to remember that, like, that's the forces of the Imperium of Man. Like, you have the Guard, sure, but, like, it was made on the back of the Space Marines. And if you experience post-human dread, as in, yeah, literally human 2.0 fear, are they really human anymore? When you break apart the Imperium, it is a fascistic, oppressive, and ultimately ruled by a religion force, which is entirely exclusionary. It's entirely, I guess racist isn't necessarily the right word, but it is very arrogant as a faction within the law. Hello, Vicky. I hope you're doing well. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. Hope you're doing good. Those of you who don't know Vicky, Vicky is another content creator here on Twitch. I love how many people just kind of show up in chat and come and say hi. I love the creator stopping by. It's great fun. Vicky's really awesome. She is like, you know when I go into Goblin mode in Thor's chat and I give you like that, I give you guys like that face, and you know that I'm entering Goblin mode, like the voice changes and everything, like full Goblin mode gets activated. Vicky is like chat's chat. She is like a Goblin incarnate. She's great fun. You should 100% follow her. Thank you. I like that when I like the mods now do the shout outs on Wednesdays and Thursdays. It helps me out. Vicky is great fun. You should 100% go and give her a follow. She's really awesome. We met on, I believe it was the bus on the way to the PlayerUnknown Studios in Amsterdam on the day before TwitchCon started, and we got really into Pokemon Go. So Vicky and I have been sending Pokemon Go gifts back and forth, which has been great fun. Oh, Vicky, what is your favorite Pokemon? Just so you know. Just so I know, even. The least bad faction. See, I would have said, if you're talking about back in time gone past in antiquity, I would say probably the Necrons is a really difficult one, because the Necrons were victims of their greed to surpass their physical and biological failings and their issues with their planet they were on. They had a huge radioactive sun, and that basically led to a degradation of their genetic code. And they lived incredibly short, painful lives. They sought to overcome this, and they were tricked into becoming the living metal that they are today. At that point, I would say yes, victims. Chansey or God, what? Okay, I'll remember that. I have a plan. I want to get something, but it might take me weeks. But now I know. God of War's a very good choice, by the way. The Ralts Curlier God of War Gallade line is very, very fun. In Pokemon Ruby, which was my second Pokemon game, Ralts was the first Pokemon I caught. I went to go alongside my Torchic. My first Pokemon game was Pokemon Crystal, then it was Ruby, then it was Yellow, then it was Pokemon Emerald. Chansey's an interesting one, because in order to encounter Chansey, they're not that common inside the same generation, I think, that you get... Right, Routes, Curlier, etc. in. Tricks, thank you very much for the 1 community sub and for subscribing at tier 1 a few minutes ago. Sorry I missed that. I really appreciate you. Yellow was the one that Pikachu would walk around. You had a controller Cubone, you can make him walk. Oh. Oh, bless you. Oh, Vicky, that's so cute. Yeah, the story of Cubone is real sad. Like, it's... A lot of the Pokemon that as originally written were really sad. Like, it's... I really love that they didn't pull their punches on some of that stuff. Like, when they... Like, some of the episodes... Like, some of the Pokemon... Like, the first Pokemon film... Oh my god, like... If you can watch that for the first time without, like... Just being hit in the emotions... Props to you, because, like... Hey, Muberion, welcome on in. We're having a great day so far, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, the Abra stuff, like, yeah. Your Pokemon Blue still boots your shit. That's awesome. I need to dig out my, like, all of my old Pokemon games are in like a, they're in my Pokemon card folder. Where is that? Upstairs. Afternoon, Calacio. Hope you're doing well. I am very sorry to people on YouTube. I haven't actually looked at chat for a little while. I need to find a way to unify my chat better. Stream party, yeah, that would be very cool. I wish there was a Warhammer TV stream party. That'd be awesome. Probably worth $8 grand if you took care of it. I mean, I don't want to get some of my cards like graded or anything. I keep my cards because you know, they mean something to me. I don't know if they're valuable. I don't know if they're first, second, 900th edition. I don't need any of you. I've got plenty of you, so we can do this. Good morning, Cosmic. Hope you're doing well. Oh, look, what a surprise. More things I didn't want, need, or ask for. Henry Cavill is, I believe, working on a 40k series, which I'm incredibly excited for. What a weird hobby I have. I mean, well, a 40k probably isn't a weird hobby. I don't know, what defines a hobby as weird versus not? Like, the level of obscurity? Like, people would be surprised to know that I enjoy that hobby. Like, people probably, I don't know. I was into HEMA before my back got incredibly bad and I wasn't able to heft the weight of a sword anymore. My understanding is that the Henry Cavill stuff hasn't been cancelled. It's been slowed down because in order to do justice to the, oh, god damn bodies. I believe, rather than saying it was cancelled, it was just that it was going slowly because they want to be focusing on being true to the lore and the world in which everything kind of works. Yes, I've got back problems too. I've had a number of surgeries in my life for an ongoing back problem. I have a congenital weakness in the L4, L5 region of my spine, which means that when some of you see me, I will sometimes be on crutches, or I will sometimes potentially be in on a cane. It's not fun, but we do what we do. No, not much I can do about it, right? German masters. German was what I was mostly working on at first. We don't need blade parts, actually. It's going to be dropped. Yeah, the problem I have was that actually it is my when I restart it again, I'm going to have to learn how to make use of my I'm basically have to learn how to switch my legs, because my dominant leg is the problematic one, or was. I'll get there eventually. Yes, well, I'm not quite the streamer version of Dr. House. Dr. House is, first of all, not real, but incredibly well written and acted. I think a very enjoyable TV show and series, and I think that actually the way that House was left off is one of my favorite endings to a TV show. It was exactly right for the character. A lot of respect for that. But the way that, so you see, so people often say House uses his cane on the wrong side of his leg, which isn't incorrect. You should typically use a cane on the other side. Come on, far enough away now. You should typically use your cane on the other side to your leg, which is the problem, right? Or to the area of your body where you have the issue. Unfortunately, people don't tend to recognize that if you have enough of a leg problem, you will need to sometimes put your entire weight onto your stick, onto your cane. And if you need to do that, you cannot do that on the opposite side of the body. Balance doesn't work like that. So I use my cane in the same way Dr. House does, because sometimes my right leg will just be like, you know what, go on without me. Which is not ideal, as one can imagine. Okay. Yes, 100%. I was told by a friend of mine who works in airport security that when I went through at one point, he's an area he was working in, the gait measuring that they had in place, so it measures how you walk, flagged me as an anomaly because I don't have a consistent gait. Whereas most people have a gait which is like a fingerprint. It is unique to you, and you will walk with that gait when you're not realizing it. Just in case you guys are interested, the way you walk is actually like a very unique identifier. Yeah, I mean, some of the later... So I've been watching House again recently. I like to do a rewatch about once every 2 or 3 years, because I find it very interesting. Arguably more the psychology of the show rather than the medical side of it myself is what I find interesting, because the way they do... I mean, I could talk about that show for quite a lot. If you watch the show and you haven't seen it, you will find that they change the lighting and the saturation of each scene depending on the mood of Dr. House, or the mood of the people who are engaged in it. They're very, very good at subtly changing the lighting and the set dressings, etc., to reflect the emotions of the characters at play. And that works really nicely for it, because House goes through a huge variety of emotions, as well as the fact that he goes through a huge variety of how lucid and conscious he is. So, for example, if he's very, very high on Vicodin, which is obviously, you know, trigger warning to anyone who hasn't watched it, for addiction reasons, you will see that often his eyes are much more saturated in blue. They lighten up the episodes because his life has more light in for him when he is on the Vicodin, because he doesn't feel a huge amount of pain. And I think Hugh Laurie did a fantastic job of communicating some of those smaller elements that are just left to the audience to recognize rather than being pointed out. Yeah, exactly. There are things in it you won't recognize. You can tell in roughly in each kind of scene how House's mood will be when he enters the room, not because of the lighting or because of anything that's said. Look at the amount of weight he is putting on his cane at any one time during that scene, and you will be able to tell how much pain the character is in. Incredible detail. And as somebody who has struggled with walking and knows how it feels, that really stands out to me. I think they could have gone further with House. Yes, they could have done more. They could have made it a far longer series. However, I think the way that it ended is absolutely perfect for the kind of character that Gregory House is. Without giving any spoilers to you guys, is one of the few things that I do not mind rewatching, because the ending is actually satisfying in a number of ways. It's the end of any show is sad, sure. I don't like when shows end as much as the next person, but I have to recognize that, like, they did pretty much everything the way they could, as best they could, for the end of that series. I would advise watching House in kind of like bursts, though. Yes, exactly. I would far rather you have a slightly kind of like, you know, a TV show which feels like it ends early versus it being cancelled when it's starting to decline. That's always the worst way to, I think, to end some of these shows. And like, there are so many shows that I've really loved that have just ended early because they were cancelled, and you never get a satisfying end or finish to them. Whether or not you like the ending of House, that's a personal choice. But the fact that we got an ending to it, I think is good. Whereas you have other shows like Grey's Anatomy, which needs to learn how to actually finish, because that thing is like 20 seasons long now, and oh my god, like there's only so much like there's only so many plane crashes you can have in a series, right? That's really interesting, Silver Atsuki. I haven't, you know, I've heard that, but I've never actually seen anything substantiated about it. So if you've got a source, like, directly from him, I would really appreciate having a read of that after stream at some point. I have heard that he's not willing to return to do it. I've heard that a number of times, but not because he didn't enjoy the time, more because I think that I understood that he was happy with the way the character was let off. Kind of finished. Just want to find out just already. I mean, yeah, the other nice thing about House is, after the final episode, they do a really nice long episode wrap up of the show. They interview a number of the actors, they talk to people who were involved on the set, they talk about how all of it worked, like how the medicine works, all of it. And I really like seeing some of that right at the end. I think that helps close the book on it. Seeing how the sausage was made, I think, just kind of is nice. Hello, Ken112. Good morning. Hope you're doing well this fine afternoon in a British Supreme time. I would agree with that. I can definitely see the soap-like elements in Grey's Anatomy, yeah. I think there are things that Grey's Anatomy and other medical shows do very well that House doesn't necessarily do. I like that, I actually quite appreciate the medical shows when they actually show the reality of surgery and kind of how that actually plays out. Because I think it's very easy to have this sanitized version in your head about what being a doctor or being a surgeon looks like. And I think that a number of people I know who have gone on to become doctors, even one of them who became a surgeon, said that, you know what, nothing they saw, even in textbooks, was enough to really prepare them for the actual reality of what becoming a surgeon was like. And there are a couple of shows out there which shows something close to what surgery looks like as a person. If you can put yourself in that situation well enough, you can start to understand some of the pressure and the burden and the, I guess, responsibility that surgeons take on themselves every single day to try and fix people. I can only have respect for that, to be honest. I'm very grateful to the surgeons that I've had. You know, I've had 2 very, very good surgeons in my life across 5 surgeries? 5. 3. Like 4 major, 2 minor. And the nurses I've always had also, I've never had a bad nurse. I've been very lucky, I think, in that regard. But like, nurses try so hard in the UK. They work incredibly, they care so much about all their patients. Far more so than some of the kind of doctors I've had. So some of you might have heard the story from me. Oh, hello. This is new. What's in this? You hidden something secret in here, Funcom? Give me loot. I've explored. You should give me loot. I'm gonna go up. Okay, no. Yeah. In the time I've had also, so after my 3rd back operation, in 2022, I had an operation where afterwards I was on tramadol, gabapentin, and naproxen. 3 very you know, very strong painkillers in concert, right? And I wasn't correctly given by the doctor who prescribed it advice on how you should be taking those drugs. Those of you who don't know what naproxen is, it's like ibuprofen times 10. I had a back operation because I had a herniated disc in my back that was massively compressing my sciatic nerve, leading to nerve damage and some muscle death in my leg. Because of that issue with the medication, yeah, I mean, not a bad mix of drugs, certainly, you know, helpful for pain. Unfortunately, if you don't eat when you take naproxen, a bit like ibuprofen, it can burn a hole in your stomach. Not a good thing to happen, right? So I started feeling quite unwell at home and wasn't doing too well. Started feeling very lethargic. I couldn't hold down I wasn't hungry at all. I was feeling like something was up, but I didn't know what was up. I was still drinking water, but I didn't really want to eat. Jaher, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Sorry I missed that a second ago. Fast forward a week, I hadn't eaten, and I was starting to be sick every time I tried to hold water down. So something was seriously up, and it got to the stage where my girlfriend was like, I'm taking you into hospital to A&E, you are like ashen and grey, you're not yourself, like you can't hold down liquids. I wasn't in a good state, and to be honest, it was very much the right call. I agreed with her, and we went straight off to the doctors to get that sorted. They put me through an MRI. I was then taken in overnight. I think it was an MRI. I can't remember. It's all a bit of a blur because I was in quite a bit of pain, funnily enough. I went through all of that, and then I spent 13 days in hospital. I had a multi-system infection. They had to take out my appendix. It was too far gone. It had become massively infected by free fluid inside my abdomen. It was rough. It was awful. Separately to that, while I was in hospital, I was in a general ward. That was under the NHS. There was a gentleman in the bed next to me who was probably in his late 70s, early 80s, right? Yeah, and bear in mind, I'm in pain, I'm malnourished, I'm dehydrated, and I'm struggling. Like I just wasn't doing very well at that point. It was very, very difficult. I didn't really know what was going on. And ultimately, my girlfriend was worried about me because she couldn't really visit me because this wasn't that long after COVID, right? This was the end of 2021, so people still weren't allowed to come visit and stuff. I don't even know what happened to me, to be honest. I was like, everything was just going toxic inside my body. But the person in the bed alongside me was in his late 70s, early 80s, and he was talking to his dead wife, calling out for her at all hours of the night, speaking like, thought the nurses were them. That was also very hard on me because my grandfather, my first grandfather I lost in that kind of adult memory, went from dementia, and he had a lot of different time in hospital and stuff. So after that, I had to get quite a lot of therapy. I'll be honest with you. I'll talk about it openly. I had to get a huge amount of therapy to become okay with the idea of growing old, of what might happen to me, about dying, all kinds of stuff. I needed help. I wasn't able to get through that by myself, right? But it was the nurses in hospital that made that, at the time, remotely bearable and livable, right? They were the ones who were awesome, supportive. You'd have a joke with them, you'd have a laugh, and they're struggling to do their jobs. You know, they're not resourced enough. There's not enough for the one shift at any given time. And there are so many patients that need their care and expertise that they're stretched thin. But they were always lovely, supportive, kind, willing to listen. You know, if there's something they can do to help you, they will do it. They're not going to be dickheads to you unless you're a dickhead to them, right? And if you need help, that's what they are there for, right? That's what they do. And I have a huge amount of respect for nurses. I couldn't do it. People are fucking irritating. I'm fine with being objective to people, but like, this is about putting yourself in their shoes every day for hundreds of patients sometimes a day, and like, I don't know how they do it. It impresses the hell out of me. People that can get up and do that every single day, ridiculous shifts for the love of people. That's incredible, in my opinion. And yeah, people have had bad experiences with nurses across the years. You know, you may have had a nurse who wasn't caring or didn't listen to you, but at the end of the day, like, they're a minority. I tend to find that doctors, the ones who don't listen to you, are much more common. What is the huge thopter? This is a carrier ornithopter. This is used for carrying the sand crawler and for buggies. It can also carry thopters. Red Dragon, I agree with you. Most hospitals do understaff nurses, and nurses tend to burn out because it's emotional burnout as well. And I think that, you know, a lot of doctors don't engage on the emotional level because they're not meant to. That's how they can remain objective and look after their patients. But as a nurse, you are asked almost to connect with patients in a way that a doctor never would be. And so, like I say, I have a huge amount of respect for the amount of emotional burden that a lot of them go through. So I will never allow anyone to abuse a nurse, for example, in my presence. That's just wrong. Fundamentally wrong. It's not that hot to take. Nurses deserve respect, but like, I just want to be really clear on that. I think you better go. Yeah, therapists or can't, yeah, jeez. I don't even, everyone should be treated with respect, but like, the people who go above and beyond like nurses do to support people and to, it's like, it's a bit like when I talk about law, when someone reaches out to a lawyer, sorry, Blood Oath, thank you for the 1 month tier 1, buddy, I appreciate you, thank you for listening to me yap. I was speaking about being a lawyer the other day, and I was like, most people, when they need to speak to a lawyer, they are having they're probably in one of the worst situations of their life, right? They need help. They need somebody who will support them openly, fairly, honestly, and without any kind of, not obligation, but any kind of bullshit, right? And that's what I don't like about some of the legal system that we tend to kind of encounter as individuals. Nursing is beyond that. When you are in a situation where you need a nurse, you need a doctor, you need anything, many of them will give up their free time. They will give up their own health to help people out. Like, lawyers don't do that. It is an act of service in a number of ways that a huge swathe of people are called to do. And I would say it's a calling because, again, it's not everyone is able to do that. It is a vocation. And, you know, I think that while everyone deserves respect, I think the people who do those callings, who give up so much of themselves and so much of their life energy, emotional or physical, it's beyond respect. That's about, I don't know. I think it's an obligation. I think you have to support the medical staff who are basically sacrificing their time, lives, energy to help people. Like, you know, most of us work, you know, 9 till 5 kind of shifts. Like, that's an 8-hour shift. Nurses often work 12. They'll often do 12. They'll be off for 12 hours and be back on for 12 hours. And they're dealing with life and death situations every day. I've got a friend who's a neonatal nurse, so she deals with, like, premature kids and stuff. And, like, some of the stuff I hear coming out of that, like, I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't deal with a kid who's been born, like 28 weeks or something. They are paid to 12 hours, but most nurses are paid peanuts compared to the level of impact their work has. But lawyers are pretty famously paid quite well. Even when you're a starting off lawyer, you're still getting a reasonable salary. When you start off as a lawyer, you are, like, normally in the same band as nurses who would be when they've been qualified for 3 or 4 years, and that disparity only grows. And, like, at the end of the day, I'm only reading through case law and, you know, working out the best way to get people outcomes that they need. Like, nurses go above and beyond that. They do it for more. It's not about the money for them. Yeah, 1 a.m. like, exactly. You 24-hour round the clock care. You don't. How many lawyers have you see working at 1 a.m. you know, for the love of the job, for people that need them? Like, it's not as common as you might want it to be. And as there are more and more people in every single system, those nurses, those doctors are more and more stretched. Favorite Emperor's Children, Fabius, Lucius the Eternal. It's a very, very cool character. It's a really cool concept. I don't think initially the character is, like, a good character, but it's a very fun character. The idea of an eternal swordsman who, like, if you revel in the fact that you've killed them, they will be reborn and they will re-inhabit the body. Like, incredibly cool concept. Yeah, I'm sure the salary gap depends. Is very different in the US, but you know, in the UK, they're on NHS bandings, which are publicly announced. So, yeah. So if that, unfortunately, though, a lot of the lawyers who are working at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. when they start off, particularly, are not doing it because they care about the case or the source material. They're doing it either because the larger partners require it of them and it's an unfair work regime, or they're doing it because, you know, that's what the work requires of them. It's not the same vocational calling. It's very rare, I think, to see the same vocational calling inside the legal profession as it is to see inside of the nursing or medical professions. Becoming a nurse it's almost about service. There are not that many lawyers who get into the field for that reason. I'll be honest with you, having interacted with a lot of them. Oh, you bitch. So with one slight kind of backhanded slap, you can interrupt a melee character's heavy attack. That's awful. Okay. Turn my shield off, why don't you? Yeah, emergency responders is another good example of people who are often called to something which is incredibly dangerous. Props to them. A lot of respect for them. Like, it's very different, I think, than other fields. Armed forces, like, a lot of people are called to serve in the armed forces. A lot of people aren't, it depends on which country I know, but like, some of the people I know who have done it because they want to defend it, like, whether or not I agree with the reason and would do it myself, I still think it's an incredible thing to do, to sacrifice your life for a calling like that. That's what you think is right and you want to stand by your principles and stuff, and that's what you've chosen to do. Props to you. Wish everyone had the same level of conviction and would stand by stuff. Lawyers get paid more because of leverage. That's what it comes down to.
Identify yourself. Shields up. I require backup.
End of the day, lawyers need to make money to keep, you know, their practice going, to support the whole chain of things. It's part of the system. But you know, I understand that, especially with some of the ones that get more publicized, you know, the stuff that you hear about in shows like Suits, etc., which aren't real but are still used as examples by people subconsciously. I mean, yeah, you would never see nurses getting paid that same. The UK again is different, obviously, because we've got the NHS, which controls the level of pay that nurses can receive in the public sector. But it's very, very different. Yeah. Are they good law shows? I think it depends on the individual. And that's because I think that Suits is a good show and it's about the law. It might not be right about the law in a number of places, but some of the processes and approaches that it explains is useful in a way. Benetex, thank you very much for the 2 community subs, buddy. I appreciate you. So, when you say a good show should be something which is entertaining to watch, first of all, above anything else. Suits does that. It's about the law, whether it's accurate or not. A number of people have become more interested in the law on their own back to, like, basically to investigate it for themselves further and find out whether they like it or not. I think that's great. I think that's a good thing. I think their show is a success in a number of ways. I don't think anything that actually shows you the real ins and outs of how law works is possible. I don't think it's interesting enough to create a good show. The lore is dry. It is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you're watching a league, it's like when you watch a medical show, you don't actually want to see as much of the ins and outs and all the actual kind of pain of it as you would. That's why I think House stands aside in a bit, because seeing the pain within a doctor is different. You don't see that in a lot of shows. Is there a good legal show? I just saw Bailey go into the bushes to go to his little spot on the rock. The closest you come to a real law show is the Johnny Depp lawsuit. I mean, you're not wrong. That was, I guess, a bit of a walkthrough for general society on how the legal system does work and does apply. That was an awful case. The media should not be so heavily involved in that, and entertaining, but like that's people's real lives, and to turn it into a crapshoot of public opinion was just awful. I can imagine it was a nightmare. A number of jobs, yeah. And what I find very interesting was that the UK legal case was nowhere near as publicised as the US one was, because people forget that there was a case in the UK beforehand. That's what you think, Nitro Hard. I'm actually just staring into your souls. How'd you leave the deep desert? You fly out with your ornithopter through. Nice, I went through a server border at the same time. You go through one of these in the sector in the A band. So there's one of these in all the A band. Or if you've lost your ornithopter, you can go to the taxi, which is here. There was, yes. The fact that people don't know that there was a Depp Heard case in the UK tells you an awful lot about how honest and open proceedings actually were. Yes, you can be in a courtroom. You can be in a public courtroom in the UK. We have a number of viewing galleries depending on what the crime is or what the case is. Yes. It was a very different case, you have to remember as well. And our legal background is very, very different. You can't compare the two. They are apples and oranges in that regard. You know. That's the issue. If the Depp Heard case had been fictional, I would have loved it. It would have been really interesting. Could have been a really solid way of looking at how a civil case proceeds. It wasn't. It was two people's very messy lives and two very deeply flawed individuals basically getting into a crapshoot of public opinion. Which I just... It was awful. Like, can you imagine being in either of their positions, having to deal with it? Like... While there were times, obviously, when either side, you know, had those gotcha moments, like... Can you actually put yourself in those people's shoes and think about how that would feel? Like, awful. Awful time. To be in front of the entire internet every day knowing that what you actually say and think doesn't matter, it's just how the internet decides. Yeah. Wrong. Fundamentally wrong in my opinion. I think it should have been closed. I understand obviously why it was publicized the way it was. Both sides needed to somewhat rehabilitate their social image, so they agreed in the middle. But like, I don't think it was right. And I don't think it's done actually anyone any good, really, other than just knowing how the legal system works, which you could have done with a fictional case. I was a bit surprised at how rabidly everyone got into it though. Like, people were like, it was like the only thing spoken about for a number of days or even like a couple of weeks. Really sure, I understand that you might think that. I personally have very much enjoyed the game. I've got over 200 hours in it. I think that there are issues with the game, but I don't think the game looks mid. I think you know? Well, it doesn't feel mid, at least when I'm playing it. Maybe it's my playing of it, which doesn't look like too much fun. I understand that. I'm new to streaming. I know my content's not going to be the most engaging and fun for like looking at gameplay. I'm not, you know, I'm not like Shroud level of skill or, you know, I haven't got like cozy, easy charm and stuff. But like, I think this game's actually a lot better than people are giving it credit for. It's good fun. Like the bones are there for it to be a very like promising long-term good thing. So yeah, you might think that it looks mid, bud, but you know, you don't have to watch it, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, and chat's asking you kind of what are you hoping to gain from coming into a chat and saying that? It's a fair question. If you just want to, you know, there is, well, unfortunately, Nellis, that the little cat I've just seen taking himself away to go and sleep out in the sun in the front garden. He's actually perched in my front garden. I put down a big flat slab that gets the sun, and also gets like some dappled shade, so it gets warmed up by the sun for him, but it doesn't get too hot. It's pretty much the only spot he will sit. Like when it's nice out, he loves it there because he can sit sheltered from anyone around him. He's near, he can hear everything, but no one can really see him unless you know that he's there. He'll hunt there. He's nice and warm and happy in the sun. I think it's a really good spot for him, and he really likes it there. He can get into next door, which is where he's from, like very easily if he chooses to. So he can actually go and see his real owners. Yes, Val saying that is a known bug. You'll need to basically relog or change servers in order to do it.
Identify your...
Why did my shield not come on this time? No rhyme or reason. Let's see how much of my health I actually regain. Does Deep Desert change in now? No, so there's no change to the PvE areas and stuff of it. It looks like I missed a couple of messages. I don't do a dual stream setup. No, I'm currently on a 7950X3D and a 4090, which again I'm very, very lucky to have access to. That said, I have a friend who works for Scan in the UK, and I might be able to get a good deal on getting a 5090 and 9950X3D. So like it would be top of the line for it. Actually, to think about whether it's worth it, something I want to do. But like I'm running this on currently between about basically a 60% CPU load and 60% GPU load any given time. Are these two separate? They are two separate caves. See, I'm on an AMD system now, and I don't seem to be having any issues. But like, you have two 5090s. Yeah, some of that load is also the stream. The graphics card is doing a lot of the graphical processing on that. Yeah. Didn't even look at me. 25090s though is wild. Like your machine must be hot. Even with a 40% discount, that's still like... The power draw must be the expensive part, I think. The Undeniable Geezer, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. You're awesome. Yes, you lose the map that you've uncovered after the big storm. The Bitmark, welcome on in. Hello to you too. Let's go and have a look. Let's go and have a look at what's going on here. What are we talking about? What a weird message. Any other game in my mind is bad and they go bankrupt, so basically I am the gaming Jesus. So the only games you accept are okay are KOTOR, WoW, New World, and CS/Valorant. What? Good games and they're thriving. Sure. But they're not the only good games, bud. I just hope you know that A, first of all, games being good is subjective. People will enjoy all kinds of games. And second of all, to somehow crow about your taste and say your taste is better than everyone else's taste is fundamentally disrespectful of every single other person out there. But to say that you are the gaming Jesus because you like 5 very mainstream games, it's very funny. Very funny. Those other games are wrong. My gaming taste is better than everyone's. Very funny. The assault copter does certain things better than the scout, yes. Each of those ornithopters has a very, very different role. The assault should be used for your cargo transporting, and ultimately, hopefully, should be the only one that's used for fighting. The scout ornithopter is a scout. My opinion on that is, if you have got anything other than thrusters on your scout, it's not a scout. If you have rockets on it, fine, that's entirely a good choice. They're good for PvP, but like, a scout with thrusters will just outrun you, and it should outrun you. Good, that's what it's meant to do. This is not meant to, right now, do much more than carry stuff for me and get from A to B quickly. That's what this assault is set up for. If I put the rocket launcher on it, very different story. Have I hydrated recently? Probably not. I'll do that, go on. I think I did my favorite face for one of my friends who was watching. Yeah. Very funny. I'll have some hydrate. Got some orange rehydration drink. You, Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you to say. You're awesome. No, honestly, like, I will always say that my chat is a reflection of the awesome people in a number of communities that have chosen to come here and hang out, right? I've had some real wonderful support from people like Premier 2, from like Annie Fuchsia, from Primogen, from Winky, from Mahoodles, you know, from Vicky, from Perry Kyle. Like, my chat is a reflection of all of the streamers who have supported me, and most of you guys, I think, are probably coming here from either Thor's community or one of those places, right? And therefore, it's their hard work that's led to me having an awesome chat. It's their example that's led to me being able to stream the way I do, and, like, you know, to learn some of the things that I want to do as part of my stream and my content. It's down to you guys to be, like, being an awesome chat, and it's down to them for having awesome chats that enable me to do this and be this way. It's a team effort. So I appreciate all of you who are in here hanging out, having a good time. That's what we're here for. We're just chilling. Yeah. Yeah, we chill. I'm on chat side. I'm not necessarily on, you know, these guys' side. Their point is invalid, right? Sorry, Premier 2 is just Peter now. You are right. My brain still calls... My brain will... So this is the fun thing. When I know someone by a name, I get stuck with that for a long time. So those of you who might not know, I knew Thor from EVE Online before anything else. How we met. In EVE Online, he was called Maldavius. It took me nearly a year to stop calling him Mal rather than Thor. Okay, those of you who enjoy June, I'm going to teach you a trick now. This door would let you get to extra loot. What you can do is, you can become a gas and just kind of squeeze through the hinges. Yeah, look, yeah, it's really simple. What you do is you get to the wall, and you take a second and you just center yourself, and then you just kind of you become a gas and squeeze through the hinges. This is meant to open, and it is open. But graphically, it's just not showing you as open. You can just walk through it. But if you come up here and there is some resistance to it, you have to kind of hold W. If you come up here and you're like, oh, I can't open it, it's not opening, what am I going to do? I can literally just, if I come here and I just hold W, it lets you through. Yeah. Funcom are very, very aware of this one. We've reported it a lot. They're going to work on that one. They know it. It's just a graphical bug. But don't let that rob you from getting loot, chat. Bene Gesserit witchcraft. You may also find there is a quest line that will hold you up if you don't know how to do that. There is if you get that bug in one of the thanatologist missions, you won't be able to get an item that you need to hand in to
I need help.
I don't think they did a June coffee, but I do remember someone in chat talking about they did like a deal with a matcha tea or like a green tea company for like spiced tea, which I found very funny. It's a cool concept. June chai tea, that's the one. There you go. If you keep moving, you can melee. I mean, yeah, some enemies will pin you down, and like the enemies will work around the. Especially as we get into the further parts of the deep desert, like the tactics I have won't work as well against, because they work against very small groups. The basic approach is if you can take out the rangers, do so, but you can normally soak ranger damage for a while. Nope. See? All it takes is one mistake. I did not see those melee users. Where is my checkpoint? That's not my checkpoint. One or two we could. We'll go for this checkpoint instead. See? It's that simple. Brother, I'm pinned here. I ran out of stamina and I couldn't dodge a couple of shots. It's that simple. You know what we do? We go again. Every time we go again. We don't give up from one death. This time we just think we should be a bit more smarter, so we drop this down, we grab our stuff because our stuff is important. And then, oh, there's a second heavy, that will be why. Come on. 2 less enemies already. There should still be one. Oh no, my turret obviously got 2 enemies. So shield walls do not have the same kill rooms, no. Ah, that's why this one was a difficult one. It has multiple chests in it. Power station was run by a crew of highly trained engineers. I'm interested to see what that does stats-wise. That sounds like it might be a power draw boosting, sorry, power draw reducing item, which will be very, very cool. Catch you later, Elclaw. Have a good one. Hope your time away goes well. What, Spice Marines? You just paint them with extra, like, bright blue eyes. That would be quite funny, to be fair. I would do that. Like, paint them inside. Ooh. Ooh. What color is the Sardaukar armor? It's like white and grey, isn't it? Oh, I'm getting my deer. That's good. I think their desert gear is like a white material, and they've got like grey highlights on it with a few like black accents by the looks of things. Like white, red, and grey. Okay. Do you know if the answer to where a quest location is the Mentat skill? The first mission to get them to become your trainer, you have to plant poison. Mentat basic down here. Oh no. Be down Riftwatch. Mentat basics. First blood. Plant the poison. The Karab camp near Mirzaba. Let me have a look for you, bud. Let's see. Mentat, first blood. So, planting the poison. Oh, okay, I know this one very well. You need to go to Suk Elusus, which is north of the Hammer, bud. So, they're directly north of the Hammer. There is a... Oh, there's a base that's full of Kirab. Outside the front of the base, you will find a claimable sand bike. It's directly north of the Hammer. I'll show you when I go back to Haga Basin in a moment. You start as a Mentat, you won't have seen that one. Correct. I have 3 screens, what I run on. Got a vertical screen here. At the top I've got OBS, so vertical screen's here. Top is OBS, bottom I keep Discord and Spotify, from switch between Spotify and Discord. On the middle, obviously gameplay. On the right hand side here I have my browser, which will have my Twitch view, keeping my stream manager open, or it'll have like Thor's stream if I'm watching that while I'm playing this. Or I'll have like Thor and Winkies open in different quadrants, that kind of thing. I basically use that for my general purpose browser and information monitor. So when you see me looking that way, I'm normally looking for intel. If I'm looking that way, I'm normally communicating or setting up stuff for stream, because obviously OBS and music on one screen and communicating with other people. On this side, it's basically information gathering, keeping other streams open, that kind of thing. Love is to... So right now I'm answering Nitrado about an update for tomorrow. We possibly have a patch tomorrow, which is it's like a server update for something that's running on the back end. Okay, I will likely speak to some of the leaders of the Atreides factions, because I think that what we're finding... So those of you who might know, on our private servers, we had an issue at the start of the week where while Harkonnens won the Landsrad last week, the Atreides... not sorry, the Atreides, while the Harkonnens won the Landsrad last week... Weird alert. Okay, I'm just not going to touch that. I know what happens if OBS says it's crashed. Alright, let's go back to this. What happened last week was that the Harkonnens won the Landsrad, but due to a change on the server end in order to align our server reset, which normally resets, our Coriolis was resetting at 6 AM. they moved it to 8 a.m. When they did that, Landsrad basically messed up, and the Harkonnens only got Landsrad for 2 hours that week. It's not ideal, it's not been great, and I think, to be honest with you, it's really undermined the feeling of some of the Harkonnens. I'm going to speak to some of the guild leaders of the Atreides and see if we can come to some kind of agreement where maybe they will have the as for like 12 hours, and I'll put a bunch of proposals in front of them and say, look, these are things I think might be fair. Let's have a chat and see if it's worth doing. If you guys don't want to do it, we won't do it. But we're talking about server balance here. Yeah, syncing the timing, which is important to do, don't get me wrong, unfortunately also broke the Landsrad timing. We weren't necessarily aware of that ahead of time. So I want to see if we can find a way that Atreides can still benefit if they do win this week. But ultimately the way that we can somewhat be a little bit fairer to our Harkonnen players as well, because I think it's about finding a way forward on that. And ultimately, if they don't want to do it, and they want to be competitive about it, that's absolutely fine. But that does set a precedent for the future, and I will be 100% fine with that. You know, I will stick to the precedent that's decided by the groups. Yes, there will. So the devs were very clear when we've had dev interviews with them that they are looking to add a third faction at some point in the future. The idea of that won't necessarily that it will be a major house in the same way. Much more so, it will be a disruptive faction, as in a faction that's designed to disrupt the hold on the other two. So I think that there's probably some cool stuff coming down the line. I don't necessarily want to assume who that will be. I know people have said it could be the Fremen, it could be the Bene Tlaxu, it could be House Coronis? It could be the Ix, it could be the Smugglers, it could be the Karab. Confirmed it won't be House Ordos. That's the one, Carino, that's the one, thank you. I was having a bit of a brain moment. It could be a bunch of them. It could even be the Sardaukar. Because remember, the Sardaukar have been deployed to this planet to keep the spice production rolling between Atreides and Harkonnen. That's why the Fremen were eradicated. And the reason I don't want the Fremen to be the third faction is because I fully believe that, given the way the Dune films are going, everyone would choose to be a Fremen who wants to be on, you know, the good guy's side. It will be the new faction, and it will be the Fremen. You'll get worm riding, you'll get all the cool things that the Fremen do that, you know, the bad guys don't have. In the same way that we have an Atreides Harkonnen split now, we will have the same problem with the Fremen. That's why I don't want it to be the Fremen. The good guys is in quotation marks. You know, the Sardaukar are generally seen as bad guys. I think, again, introducing another bad guy faction would be very interesting, but I don't know if it's fair, because the Sardaukar are an elite force, and if the Fremen aren't around to contest them, as the lore currently says of this world, you know, the Fremen were eradicated, is the actual quote taken from the opening cinematic, then, you know, would there be any counterplay? So there's a bunch of conjecture around what it might be. I don't want to assume. I don't know the lore well enough to assume, but I know that I have some faith in Funcom that they will deliver it as intended. The problem with it being the technocrats of Ix is that the Ix have a monopoly, as far as I understand it, over technology across the Imperium, and also very likely have some technology they really shouldn't have. Guide of Souls, the opening cinematic, which is Paul Atreides speaking to us, tells us very clearly the Fremen were eradicated. That's the opening cinematic. That's what it comes down to. You can't trust Discord roles, bud. I've already had to speak to 3 people in Discord about choosing roles and stuff that are counter to their actual factions roles so they can get Landsrad like in routes. Not happening. I'm not giving spoilers, but as far as you are concerned, when you start playing this game, the opening cinematic will tell you the Fremen were eradicated. All I'm going to say to you, because I'm not going to give you spoilers for this. Not my place to spoil the game for people. You are told that by Paul Atreides, who is, at this point, effectively omnisciently seeing this timeline. This is currently a spy stream, exactly. I mean, who likes their eggs spoiled? Is that a thing? If that's a thing, chat, you scare me. Flash concern me, one of the two. Not bad, I can repair that. I can fix her. Actually, to be fair, I've heard about things like 100, like, yeah, is it 100 eggs or 100-year eggs or whatever they are, and fermented eggs and all kinds of stuff. Like, yeah, let's just not have spoiled eggs. 100, yeah, there you go, 100-year-old egg. Bipolar Atreides, nice. Yeah, you know, the Atreides mental health wing, Bipolar Atreides. How you doing, little ham? You doing good today? Eggs wrapped in beef. Gotcha. I'm fairly sure, aren't Scotch eggs normally pork sausage meat rather than beef? Beef Scotch egg sounds quite nice, though. I'd eat a beef Scotch egg, yeah. I think you'll find that we're not bipolar in here. We're actually bi-winning. We win here and we win there. You know, for content, my answer has to be get wrecked. As, you know, as your manager, I am sorry that form is long and arduous, but it does have a lot of value. Sorry, bud.
Your water, I need backup.
Come on. Just in time for this.
Interloper.
Ooh, a chicken Scotch egg. That would be quite nice. You'd probably put quite a lot of herbs into that to make the chicken not so... I'm just going to put this down because I don't trust this area. Yeah, goddamn, I know what I'm trying at the weekend. Let's see if I can make a beef Scotch egg, aren't I? Maybe a chicken one as well. Oh, bitch. That one. I have heard that's been confirmed, yes, Nellis. Yeah. You can get... Oh, I'm not sure I would trust a fish Scotch egg. That seems wrong. I'm sorry, that makes me feel slightly unwell to think about, to be honest with you. I don't know why. Omelette with stuffed egg? That's just egg with egg. Like an egg inside an omelette? So you're basically saying, like, turn an omelette into a pita bread and put an egg inside of it. Alaska? Yeah, okay, I'll give you some advice to Deep Desert. Yeah, 100%. First of all, Deep Desert is massive. It's a constant PvP environment as soon as you step off the shield wall. You have to remember that in everything that you're doing here. If you're in the Deep Desert, you have to recognize that the ornithopter you choose to take into Deep Desert matters massively. An ornithopter like... not like this. An ornithopter like this... Goddamn muscle memory. Oh, come on. Here we go. This is a scout ornithopter. It is small, it is fast, it is very, very light. It's not very strong and it can be killed very, very quickly. This should not ever be used for storage. If you use it for storage in the Deep Desert and you die, you deserve it. If you have this and you fit it up for PvP, you put rocket launchers on it and you use it to kill people. You have to accept that if you are doing that. You will always get people you will always catch people who are using storage. Like, because, you know, you can basically get the same speed as them. It's very good with storage if you're in the Haga Basin. If you are out here, you are much better off, with the way Deep Desert is in general, utilizing a scout ornithopter with thrusters to basically to scout. That's the job of a scout ornithopter. You shouldn't be using it for carrying cargo out here, because in the Deep Desert, you will likely get killed. It's a matter of when, not a matter of if. Just that simple. If you're gonna be greedy, I would say use your Mark IV ornithopter in the Haga Basin with storage. for a scout. Use that to get a Mark 5 assault ornithopter. Use that Mark 5 assault ornithopter with a thruster and a storage to make yourself a second Mark 5 assault ornithopter in the Haga Basin. At that point, bring one of your spare Mark 5 assaults out to Deep Desert and try farming Plastanium. If you lose it, you just go back to Haga Basin, you farm another assault one with your existing one, and you get right back out there. Really nice and easy. And then use the stuff that you make from these resource runs in your assault ornithopter to get Plastinium and Spice Melange to make a Mark 6 scout ornithopter with a thruster. At that point, you've got the fastest scout in the game. I mean, I'll give you an example. First of all, the takeoff is immense. With a booster on it, I can ascend at 180 kilometers an hour. I can switch into this. I can still climb. So I can climb in the Scout to, what, 850 altitude? I can level out. And I can sit pretty much max speed. About 183. 800 meters. If someone's got rocket launchers, they can't get up this high without burning through all of their fuel. You're above engagement altitude for most Thopters. This is what the Scout Ornithopter is good at. It's good at for flying high, flying long, and utilizing your thruster to be above the engagement altitude. You shouldn't be using a Scout for storage. It is weaker. You will die. You are prey at that point. This thing will escape. Scout Ornithopter with storage on it is prey. And a Scout Ornithopter Mark 6 with rocket launchers on it is predator. This thing will out... If you can listen ahead of time and hear the Ornithopter coming, you can be aware of your surroundings and you can catch the risk before it comes. This thing will get you away from 99% of fights. It's that simple. Entiles, that's a really good idea of doing it. I know someone who said they wanted to use HOTAS for it. Which Ornies you take into Deep Desert solo. So before you come to Deep Desert, make sure you get a Mark IV Scout and use that with storage in the Deep Desert to farm yourself a Mark V Assault. Who have we got here? Oh, it's Timmy. Using a what looks like a Mark V Assault.
I'm a greedy fucker.
I wouldn't say it. So yeah, you've got storage and a thruster.
Greedy.
So yeah, this is what you should be using, because if you've done what I've said, where you've made a Mark IV with a Scout and storage, and then you've got, you know, you've made two Mark V Assaults with, you know, set up like this. You lose this one, doesn't matter. This has 1,000 storage capacity. You can go out there and do a bunch of runs and very quickly make more than this is worth. The Scouts, it's a bit more difficulty with 500 storage. That said, you know, I know people will still use Scouts and storage. If you're going to do it anyway, and you recognize that you're going to be prey for PvPers, make sure you use respawn nodes and, you know, try bringing a spare Ornithopter in your backup repair tool, because you get stuck out there in a Scout and you are... The people who have crashed in Scout Ornithopters have to be rescued to get back across server boundaries. If something happens to you in this one, in the Assault, you can just...
Yes, agreed. Be very careful.
You can just put down... you can put down your Scout Ornithopter and at least try and fly home in it. Yes, a Mark 6 Scout with rockets will still catch up with an Assault fitted with booster, which is why you do things like this. So at 750 and above, you are going to find that you start getting this warning: increased fuel consumption. However, if you have a booster on it, okay, how is your Mark 6 Thopter? Even your Scout with rockets on it going to compete with me at this altitude when I can just keep pulsing my I can stay happy at 130 kilometers an hour up here forever without using very much fuel. You have to get someone who's much more skilled at piloting to do that. If you can evasively fly and learn to evasively fly at these altitudes with the booster, you will find that you can still stay ahead of probably what I would say about 70% of rocket pilots easily. It gives you the highest chance of survival. My entire point, though, and the reason why you have to have a spare assault orthopter at home is you have to accept the risk that if you take it into deep desert, you could lose it. You take everything that you take in the deep desert could be lost. Big Alarus, you're basically talking about like fuel rats at that point. It's a very cool idea. You could set up a guild for it in the game and see people doing it. And if you make a mod ticket inside that Discord, it might be that we can create like a role or something for it potentially. But yeah. Rockets do curve up, but I'll be honest with you, most people who are using rockets are shit with them. They're really awful, and they don't know what they're doing with them. There will be a hack and stash. I think the next one's going to be on the 30th. We have a surprise guest, I believe, actually, to make sure that Primogen and Thor are still up for it. Obviously, the amount of hate that Thor gets might change that, because I don't want our special guest getting lumped in and getting mistreated. Yeah, bring on Battlefield players, they hop out and fire more rockets. I don't like this. I was yapping for too long. I think people might have I should do a Roblox stream, definitely, yeah. A game I've never played and don't have any interest in, yeah. Although, isn't Roblox basically just a framework for people making their games inside the game? It's just games within games, right? Yeah, I thought so. There's probably some really awesome stuff that's made inside of it, but like I don't want to spend a long time like crawling through various like things that could be awesome. So if people like had a bunch of like cool Roblox games, I guess we could do it as a segment at some point when I had like the desire to do so. But my view here is most of the time I will play a game because I want to play it, not because it's the new game that's out or it's what chat's asked me to play. I don't think I will put on a good show if it's not something that I enjoy. And yes, I did just kill him by stabbing him in the butt twice. Oh, bugger. We're getting dropped. Butt stab is actually my government name, thank you. Please don't do that. I don't know how to do, I don't know how they do it either, honestly. Like, if you're not enjoying a game, I don't know if I could put on a good show for it, to be honest with you. It's outside what I can do. But that's one of the reasons why I'm so critical on all of the sponsorships that we get offers for. They'll will object to some on various grounds that I don't even normally think about, like dev ones, but like often it's just, this game won't be fun for Thor, this game won't be fun for the community, this game would be better served if you got X, Y, and Z person to play it. Any further development on the idea of a community server with rotating games? No, because I've not really thought about it in the past few days, to be honest with you. But other things on, I'm playing June, oh, big stretch. Whoa. Captain Fallon, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. And Anonymous Gifter for a while ago doing 5 community subs. And I don't know which ones I've done now. Fury 12, thank you for the one with the tier 1. That was half an I feel like I must have done that one, but maybe I didn't. Who knows? Keyboard turning is digital and very, very hard to do, yeah. Whereas if you're using a controller or sticks of some kind, you have much more control. You've got your first Ornithopter. My advice to you would be fit it up with storage and utilize it in the Haga Basin to make yourself a Mark V Assault Ornithopter or 2. Or use the Assault to make the next one and do it that way. Always have a spare one. Always have a spare. But redundancy is key in a survival game like this. There's a reason why we have 2 carriers and the materials to make a 3rd on hand. Because that is a lifeblood item for our group. And if you are playing solo, your Ornithopter is everything to you. You want to make sure you have a spare one. 100%. Nothing will feel worse than going to deep desert, losing your Ornithopter and being like, shit, I don't have an Ornithopter left. There's probably no worse feeling right now as a solo player. Knowing like, oh, now I've got to go climb up all of these stacks to get aluminium. Like, it's not true that it's never sunny in the UK. In fact, most parts of the UK are sunnier, in fact, than most parts of the northern US. Aaron Wen? No. 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 Very funny, but no. Bad. Bad Aaron Wen. Yes, exactly. It's the Eve principle of don't fly something you can't afford to lose. I probably could have carried more shit. Broken. I think the issue with that, Tycho, is that it made the Ornithopters feel really bad to do that. And that's just about that's when like usability has to come before what would be a nice idea. And unfortunately, I think that the game just works better with the way that it currently processes the interactions with the Ornithopter and getting into it from any side. I think the carrier one, you know, maybe you could, but that's also going to make it very difficult for you to do things like the stuff that we do where, you know, someone drops store on the top of it and he gets inside so we can cross server borders. These ones. Okay. Some bastard has misplaced their construction tool. It's me, I'm the bastard. Let me drop these items off and I'll go to where I know I've kept one. Oh, hay fever season's grim. Everyone trying to, like, wanting to sneeze. I apologize, chat. These are, yeah, these are the observer floor that you'll get through the drops from just watching. You'll find them in, I think they're in here, roof. No, this one, roof? Observer floor. So here you go, this is the one. The other one, which is also cool, is... I can go here for an example. This is the, I think this one comes with the pre-order. If you've got, if you've got like one of the editions, you'll get this one. For those of you who want to know how the sub drops work as well, I can deal with that one in a minute. So yeah, that's the Caladan ceiling. This is the observer ceiling up above. I don't think that Harkonnen have a lit ceiling. Yet. I mean, I have to be fair to the Caladan one. It is cut off there. Let me show you what it looks like standalone, where it's not cut off by the wall. But I would agree. My personal favorite is the Observer. Just like the style of it. This one looks a bit weathered for me. I like the black Harkonnen. I would love to have the black plain Harkonnen one with either this kind of band around the outside and like so where this thing is in the center have another light, so it's kind of like two kind of concentric circles, or some kind of like cross potentially across the like an X across it, something that would allow you to have a Harkonnen lit floor, because I think currently that's the problem. It does look a bit like hospital lights, actually. You're right. Yeah, God. I'm doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing today? Good morning, Sonic Boom. Welcome on in. Parks get a face gate. That is true. We do get a face gate. You are right. Some. Going to repair the power pack. drop that back off and drop off the Solari. So those two can go to the same place. Am I live tomorrow? I will indeed be live tomorrow. I'm not entirely sure yet which days I will be taking as a break. It's largely going to depend on the metrics and analytics, but I'd be an idiot not to stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays when so many of you seem to be keen on me doing so. But I do need to make sure I'm taking time off each week, A, to focus on the mods. Like, the mod team is... I've said this to other people before, I guess, and there's enough of you here that I'll say it. Like, to me, I will put my stream second to the stuff I need to do to keep Thor's streaming community going. Ultimately, that community is my priority. It is my job, and therefore it is a more important requirement for me, in my opinion, that I push that forward than I do anything else. I look after mod team, I look after... Looking after Thor, ultimately, is part of the job. And if I don't do that, then everyone suffers, as far as I'm concerned. Like, I suffer, the community suffers, it's not right. So, if I need to not stream so that I can do moderation work, that will be what happens. And I will apologize to you all, but that will just be the nature of things. For example, yesterday, I closed my stream and we'd raided into the ferrets because I knew that the mods who were on shift were struggling. The amount of vitriol that was flowing in on places like YouTube was awful. No, I was Thor's friend before he paid me. It's completely irrelevant. To be honest, I didn't get paid like the first. I wasn't comfortable taking payment for a while. From Thor. Where was I? Yeah, so the priority is going to be the pirate software community. So if I had to not stream, like yesterday, I had to log off and help the mods. There was a lot of vitriol on YouTube. And they basically need somebody who could come in there and just meme on people. So I was just in there, yeah, confirming the people who were banned. I was like, this is what you were banned for. Fine. This is why you were banned. You're not getting, you know, oppressed. No one's impeding your freedom of speech, which only applies to the government, by the way. The mods were just banning people and deleting messages because people were being shitbirds in YouTube chat. It's just that simple. Spouting nonsense they've not bothered to look up for themselves. And they were having a hard time of it. So the right thing to do was for me to log off and go and help them. That's always going to be the priority. And some people didn't like that. I know. I had someone say, why did you stop streaming? Blah, blah, blah. It was important. I was needed elsewhere, right? I'm not going to stop that for anyone, unfortunately. So that community comes first. Which means that Wednesdays and Thursdays make perfect sense, right? It's a great time for you to stream. Thor's not on. You guys want to see stuff. It would be neat to do. Okay, so it's just high heat protection. Okay. Got good armor value. Interesting. Why don't I focus on growing my own community? Just curious, because my community is a reflection of all the other communities I'm involved with. And if I can set up cool things with people like Thor, with people like Primogen, with Annie Fuchsia, with Baru, with Jay the Bard, with Winky, everyone wins. And if I focus on growing my own community over looking after the mods and looking after Thor's community, I wouldn't be comfortable with myself, to be honest with you. I think that I would feel like I've let myself down and my own requirements there. Well, that's just my personal choice. I know people don't necessarily, you know, might not agree with it or whatever, but like that's how I feel about it. And people will feel differently. I'm fine with that, but ultimately when I stream is my choice, and if I decide that, you know what, I'm not going to stream because of there's drama, someone needs me, there's like, to be honest with you, like sometimes I've had to deal with things during Thor stream, like people from the community who are going through mental health crises, who need somebody to be in chat with them and talk to them and keep them talking while emergency services from their country are coming. I've dealt with that a few times this year. In both our community, the Ashes of Creation community, that is part of what happens, and it's important. And if I ever rapidly end the stream, like very rapidly, that will be why, because somebody needs me elsewhere, and I'll be gone. So with my friends, if my friends IRL need me, I will end the stream very quickly. I'll be like, look, I've got to go do something. I'll catch you guys later. And you might get an explanation later, you might not. It's just how things work. So yeah, I could focus on building my own community, but that's not how I am. It's not who I am. And ultimately, like, you guys probably wouldn't be here if I wasn't like that. So I guess that's what it is. You know, Like, content creation is difficult work, for sure. And it is work. Like, now I have done it, and I recognize the exact kind of stress and hassles that streamers go through when, you know, you are constantly on the edge, you're constantly on show. It's hard work, but, like, I have to do the right thing. I will always ever try and do the right thing. I've made mistakes in my life, sure, everyone has. I'd like to think I've grown and learned from mine, and therefore I want to be around to support people who would be. A really good example is June the 9th. In the evening of June the 9th, I was not here. I was at my friend's memorial. 10 years ago, he took his own life, very, very sadly. Every year we get together, and as a group, we celebrate his life. We meet, we chill with his family. His family come from all over the country. And we remember him, and we get together as a group and we support each other. It's incredibly important. I wouldn't change that for the world. That comes first. That's the important part of what we do to remember our friend. And that's one of those things. That's a good example of, you know, why I wasn't here. And if I'm ever not here, there will be reasons for it. You know? There we go. One of those things. Exactly, and we all had a great time. Every year we have a great time getting back together, remembering him. It's such a happy occasion. It's for a sad reason, a very, very sad reason. But it is a happy occasion because we are remembering the good things. That's what you have to do. You have to remember the good things. You can't dwell on the bad. The basement of this base, yeah, there's not that much down there. There's a lot of space for expansion here. This is a... I know the devs don't necessarily want us stockpiling, but Operation Repository is happening whether they like it or not. Good morning. I can't believe I'm part of the proletariat. Yeah. I've been radicalized, that's what it is, Ham. Bother. Yeah, I mean, they don't recognize that I'm the kind of player that when I finish a Skyrim playthrough, I end up with like 300 wheels of cheese, and I've made my inventory 1 million carry weight because I can't handle not hoarding things. Yeah, that's what they've missed. Yeah, yeah, but don't tell them. Nah, just offloading. Good morning, Darned Pepper 5222. How's it going today? Welcome on in, those of you who are new. For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm just kind of chilling and watching. My name's Kronos. I am Pirate Software's lead moderator. I've worked with Twitch for a couple of years doing various bits of kind of community management, support bits, dealing with things like Twitch rivals, that kind of stuff. My background is in law. So I was until recently was a corporate lawyer working in the consumer protection regulation space. So my job was broadly, if you want a description of it, sitting inside banks telling them no a lot. Basically how that worked out. I started streaming on Twitch 20 days ago now to the day. So getting on for tomorrow is my 3-week mark, which is exciting. And I was fortunate enough, and thanks to everyone in chat for the support for it, to make partner a week ago. A week today, which was quite nice. So welcome in. The kind of vibes here are we'll chat about pretty much anything. I try and keep things kind of modern politics free because I know people are here to kind of hide away from some of that. They don't need it in their gaming life as well as the day-to-day. And basically just about having a good time, you know, chilling out. It's only been a week. Yeah, I made partner a week ago, Ham. A week today. Yeah. Been rough. Yeah, roughly a week, yeah. But no, I did the paperwork a week ago yesterday night. Oh, thank you. I appreciate all of you. I mean, like I said, like when Twitch consider people for partner, right? They look at their chats, they look at how that person engages, and they look at the community. And I know that, you know, you guys are an absolute credit to the places you've come from. You're a credit to me, and like Twitch will have approved me on that basis as well. They want to make sure that, you know, we're not here creating a cult that's worshipping, you know, the squid people. We're Team Lizard here. Yeah, if anyone asks you, especially government agents, Team Lizard all the way. Don't talk about Cthulhu. Shh. They'll find out. Secrets. Like a fox, that's like a... Don't talk about the many tentacled overlords. Secrets. Secrets within secrets. Like I said, Twitch obviously would have come and checked out the channel before they approved us and before they reviewed us. And it's thanks to you guys being so awesome in chat, being so welcoming and friendly, you know, having a good vibe in here. That's what Twitch will have supported us. That's why Twitch were like, you know what? Yeah, you're doing an all right job. Come on in. The Twitch the whole point of partnership is that it is just that. It is you working with Twitch to deliver value to the platform and to each other. There's cultists in chat. Oh, those aren't lizards. Those are Silurians. Actually, oh god, I'm a nerd. What was it like dealing with lawyers on the corporate side? See, that depends on which country you're in, actually. That's how I answer that question. There's a very interesting difference in the legal approach and how will lawyers and legal professionals work with each other or against each other in the UK and the EU versus the US. Judge Freak, hello, it's me. I met some really great lawyers in my time working in corporate. I've also met some not so great lawyers in my time working in corporate. Yeah, we're still doing the Landsrad. It's just not something I'm focused on. Landsrad is not the kind of content that I tend to like that much. Like, I like going out and say killing people for points, but the idea of like farming like a basic resource, like, I don't know. Let's have a look at this. Buy some few steel dust. It's just boring to run between areas and just collect steel dust over time. House rapier. I mean, it's fun to make a bunch of rapiers and hand them in, but like, not fussed by it. I'm not, and also I'll be honest with you, a lot of the Harkonnens on our server are kind of upset at losing out on their Landsrad last week. That was rough for them. To go through a week's worth of work and then to find that actually, like, you know, you only get 2 hours of Landsrad. It sucks. Desert's treating me fine today. Yeah, I've had a good time in the deep desert. We managed to get some resource runs done. It's gone very well. I really want a carrier. They are quite fun, but they're a big old bitch to manage. Like, that is completely alright, bud. That's what I'm here for. If you've got any questions, you are more than free to ask them in here. No problems. So I can't talk about any of my work in mergers and acquisitions. I'm still under NDA for the 3 that I've done. Those NDAs last a long time. Unfortunately, I can't talk too much about the specifics of what happened in those. I can talk about the general approach to mergers and acquisitions and how it kind of works, but I can't talk about anything remotely specific. It's very, very constrained, unfortunately. They don't want me spilling the secrets. Do I read terms of service? Normally, yes. There's a really interesting principle around terms of service about legal enforceability. Some of you may remember a while ago that there was a rather prominent terms of service online that was basically ruled to be so long and arduous for the average consumer to read that it was not declared valid. A fascinating position to get yourself put in. How difficult is it being under NDA? Did you almost ever forget you can't talk? No, you just kind of, I don't know. I just kind of know. Yeah, terms of service is very different from law. Just so those of you in chat are aware, we're talking about it. Heat protection. I need a higher heat protection head and legs. Even though I know this doesn't currently work. Just printing a dude's head. Oh yeah, my favorite one is the people who will say, oh, we can't do that in our company, it's illegal. And they'll say GDPR. I'm like, but that's not how GDPR applies. Like, oh, well, it's our company says, like, you know, this is how it works. I'm like, that's company policy. That's not how the law works. GDPR makes me sad. Could have been a really useful and good piece of legislation, and instead it's been massively misunderstood and fucked around with. It was also 5 years too slow for what it should be. With a merger, are there any overlooked protections that a company being acquired can take to stop backstop their employee security? I went out. What can protect employees from corpo greed? I mean, first of all, I want to be really clear that when a company lays off employees, it is very rarely to do with corporate greed. When a company lays off employees, it is normally because they have to in order to maintain competitivity, in order to keep going. There are very few companies out there, I'm not saying no companies, very few companies out there that will just drop employees because it's greedy, because they want to make more money doing it. It's often about saving costs so they can maintain efficiency and maintain competitivity. That said, it's very easy to overcut employees, and it's very easy to feel like it's to do with corporate greed. But you have to remember that, and this is what I say inside Pirate Software, like, if we ever have to let staff go, it will only be because we have to do it in order to keep the company going. In order that we can keep everything. And what we would then do is, all of us would take a pay cut instead of letting people actually go. There are ways that a company can act to support its consumers, its users and its employees, that don't require laying people off. But sometimes laying people off will become the only option. That is the nature of companies. It is awful when it happens. It is often very, very unfair when it happens. Unfortunately, if you don't do that, sometimes if you don't prune a tree, sometimes that tree will die, and then every single one of its leaves is gone. Sometimes you have to lose some staff, you have to downsize a company to maintain efficiency, and that can keep the rest of the people employed. I would very much resist the idea that this is always down to corporate greed, and more down to the fact that people need to be able to continue with what they're doing, right? Exactly, you should adopt a more sustainable growth model. That's definitely a thing. But often when you're overemploying during accelerated profit, you're also dealing with accelerated input. You just need the extra resourcing quickly. That's generally the approach that gets taken there. Oh, that's a very fancy looking cape. Horrifying. I think, yeah, that's, so just to go back to what we're doing, I know the ads are in progress, so I'm not going to go into it in great detail, but like, companies are run by individuals, right? They're not some corporate nebulous creature that takes over and does it. Like they are a collection of individuals. Kind of how that goes. No, yeah. So you can. There are two ways to. I am wearing a helmet. I'm actually wearing the shaded hood for my heat protection. There are two ways you can do it. One, if you press I, indigo, and then you press D for delta, you can enable your helmet down here. You can also enable and disable the blue eyes feature you get from Spice. That's one option of doing it. Your other option is press escape, go to settings, scroll down inside the gameplay area and find the show helmet option. Easy. You are super welcome. The armor and pants, so I'm using a combination. So I'm using the shaded hood here. Sunstroke reduction rate 25% when it works. Very nice. Station garb is what I'm using. Dash stamina cost reduction, blade mitigation for melee, and better heat protection. But I'm not gonna have any. I'm not gonna have a huge amount of resistance from shots here. I'm gonna be relying on my shield basically to hold shots. Again, blade mitigation, dash stamina cost so I can dash more. Very helpful. Heat protection again, so I can spend more time out in the sun. Again, dash stamina cost reduction, blade mitigation, heat protection, and worm threat reduction, so I can do more collections. It's basically a generalist build, allowing me to spend more time out in the sun, rather than it's necessarily a huge amount of sustained fighting. If I wanted to have more, like this is the heavy armor, which is a tier lower, has more armor, more mitigation, everything. If I wanted armor, heavy. I did know that, Virtualist. Yes, you tuck your wings back and you go into a dive. Yeah. Syndicate helmet is good, yeah. The advantage of the shaded hood though is I can go and harvest stuff out in the deep desert better. Paradox also for still suit. You mean with this 15 liters of, or 10 liters of water that I carry? Very nice. Big old liter jar. And normally I'll leave that in this. Like if I'm out and about in the deep desert, I'll just save myself the volume by doing that. That's better. Definitely a little bit short on welding wire, but hey, we'll make it work. 15 volume is nuts, but that's why you have a vehicle. You guys use up the two very nearly lost ones that I had. I don't really need two vehicle repair tools on me, to be honest with you. The other thing. Yep, never forget your water. Yeah. That's a conversation I didn't expect to see. I don't actually have a huge amount of need for still, so it's more about the heat protection I've got. So I've now got 5 heat protection, which should be pretty good in most areas, right? The heat and Haga Rift is 1. Crashing into things, as far as I know, does not set up damaged vehicles, right? And you can use exclamation point song, Gallius, to hear what I'm currently listening to on my end. Yeah, Pameg, we don't need to dwell on that. Fine. Yeah. That's what I'm currently listening to. How far through it I am. Really odd place to build a wall. The origin of my username, someone asked. Or just in general. Catch you later, Pan Miyagi. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Why fly Assault over Scout? Because Assault has larger storage and my Scout is my backup Thopter. This has a thruster and storage on it. It's usable for many things. Why would you fly a Scout with storage on it in the deep desert? Oh great, this game. Oh. I have too many of these on me. Nah, it's just gonna happen, I'll have to deal with it. What's better, a liquid cool PC or normal fan cooling? I mean, that's like... What's better, a car or, you know, a van? Like, you have different use cases for it. Depends on the PC, it depends on the room you're in, it depends on a huge number of variables as to whether one's better or not. Most, like, good systems for a PC will be a combination of those two. Like, you could use, like, a liquid AIO, for example, to cool your CPU and just have fan cooling for your GPU. That's entirely a legitimate thing. There's nothing wrong with that on any level. So I'm going to need a little bit more specifics from you, bud, unfortunately. That's not a stupid question at all, bud. If you're a Mark IV Scout, I would say use your Mark IV Scout in the Haga Basin to get yourself 2 Mark V Assaults with storage and thrusters. Use one of them in the deep desert to get yourself Plastinium, and the other one is your backup for when you die. Because when you go into deep desert, you have to accept that whatever you are flying will die. It will die at some point. That's okay. That happens. It's part of the game. But that's why you want to have a spare ornithopter. The storage on the Assault is double what you get on the Scout. But that's not the only part of that equation. It's not just, oh, more storage good. That's not how that works. So with the Assault, you can fit 15 lines in it. You can fit 1,000 weight, but also you can put a thruster on it as well. In the deep desert, that thruster, once you know what you're doing with the deep desert, will save you more times than anything else will. I've probably been saved like twice from potential PvP engagements just by using my thruster well. Because you can use it to fly above the minimum, above the maximum altitude for people to have normal fuel recovery. Bitch. That's exactly a part of the consideration. Good job, Eccentric Penguin. Very good point. So you need to learn about how you can fight. You can get a vehicle into a sheltered state. Let me show you this. I'm currently sheltered, as you can see on the left-hand side of my screen. Unsheltered now. This, you can't see, but if I hide my face, you can see on the right-hand side of my screen there, you can see that it says unsheltered. But Kronos, what happens if there's a sandstorm? Well, what you then do is you find somewhere like this, and you will learn to do this more when you have an Assault Ornithopter versus when you've got a Scout. Things like this. Sheltered, you see? On the right-hand side of my screen? Completely sheltered from a sandstorm. Also hidden from above from most people who are scouting. You will learn the ways that the rock formations form to give you the cover that you need. Yeah, exactly. It's a very different feel to using the Scout Ornithopter, which you can just store. You can't do that with this. And also, the Scout Ornithopter handles like a pig that's been stuck on the end of a boar spear. You just need to learn how that ship flies differently, because it is not the simple matter of, oh, well, the Assault is a bigger, slower Scout. Fundamentally untrue. They are very, very different use cases. I've had a lot of practice flying around in this, and even then I'm still shit sometimes, don't worry about it. You'll have Mark 6 in the deep desert. Yeah. Instead of having thrusters on a Mark 5 assault, the reason you have that is because that's the only counterplay you're going to have. If you put rockets on a Mark 5 assault, you're going to lose your Mark 5 assault. If you're going to put thrusters on your Mark 5 assault, you might still die, sure, but you might escape. Yes, Winky, I'm currently in the PBE zone. Yes. I'm just collecting bodies at the moment. Very unlike me, I know. Yeah, I'm not going to leave my assault somewhere that I don't think it's safe or I'm not able to get to it. The only thing that this is risked by is currently sandstorms, which will do a number on an assault ornithopter, I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't know about that one, unfortunately, Charon. I've not used console controls or... Didn't even land a hit until the end there. Ouch. Someone can tell me what episode of House the song is from. It'll do very well. There is an episode in House with a bullfighter. He's basically a bull rider. Fairly sure that's this one. The lead out to it's very soft. It's okay, I can turn it up a bit. I quietened it yesterday. Here we go. 5 decibels more. No. Be careful. That's not what I wanted. What can I do with these looted bodies? I can turn them into delicious fresh water. Don't we love corpse water? It's our favorite flavor. Winky, I'd like to point out that you probably shouldn't be here. You'll catch your boss watching the streams rather than doing their job. Oh wait, I turned my face camera off. Why has that not come back on? The knife feels great. The knife is a very, very good weapon. The reason I use the rapier is the reach. When you're engaging in the deep desert, a lot of the areas that you're fighting in, you know, are quite wide, and the extra reach on the rapier can make a big difference. Again, for those of you in chat who don't know who Winky is, Winky's another streamer who's given me some very helpful tips and some less helpful tips about how to stream. Winky's awesome, really like supportive kind of content, really wholesome, despite what they'll tell you about stealing animals. My favorite thing about Winky is that, you know, Winky's boss watches the stream rather than watching Winky work. Which I'm very fine with. Hey yo Sean, thank you for subscribing with Prime, buddy. Appreciate you. I've paid the taxes for mine. So chat, we'll wave to Winky's boss, wherever they may be. That would be a surprise, Winky. That I would be shocked. Normally because I'm aware of the people who are...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
But yeah, sorry, I was talking about Winky. I was saying nice things and you guys distracted me. Yeah, Winky's like got really supportive content, really awesome. It's been massively helpful when, you know, had no need to be for me, and I really appreciate that. So, I'm gonna do this. Done a few of this today, but you guys should definitely go and follow Winky. There you go, there's a little heart above the chat now. Honestly, yeah, great content, awesome. Winky's a bit of a wizard with music, does some fun remixes. There's a lot of WoW, he's doing some very cool WoW videos and news, so if you care about MMOs, I would recommend you go and enjoy that content. Get nice, nerd. Winky is shady, but in the right ways, and that's what counts, right? I mean, I've just come back from a run where I've just harvested a bunch of corpses, so like, you know, I can't really be like a huge hypocrite. We run circles into the surface.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It's surface into the surface. Let's see if I can be of service. Mango, before what?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
About that? Winky, how much melange do you need? We're just going to stay in here and shelter from the sandstorm for a moment, chat. Then, we need to go get more bodies. I've just seen Empire. Okay, that's, Okay, how much do you need for a tier 6 Thopter? Let me know how much melange you need, Winky, and we'll have a talk. This is from Encanto. It's a great song. Wow. Bread Boy Wizard, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. Bruno TS. This movie isn't kind to me. I thought nobody talked about it. It's a very clever joke. I enjoyed that. Thank you. The huge vehicle next to me. This is the big bitch new Ornithopter $sign. It's a carrier ornithopter, so it's designed to carry buggies, ornithopters, and the sand crawler. It's a very, very large vehicle. It's not deep to make. It also needs a repair because I've been using it to help people out. Look, if Winky chooses to pay a kidney for the spice melange, then that's Winky's choice. You know, we'll discuss the you know, the price when relevant. Thor doesn't come in this base, so I don't take the carrier is my job to maintain during the downtime from the deep desert. And to be honest, until the deep desert is fixed, I'm not going to deploy a deep desert base because I'm not ready for it. Arthur05, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. The deep desert is not broken for everyone, but there are enough people having intermittent issues with lost ornithopters, etc., that I'm not comfortable taking this out. And I'm very cautious even taking out, like, my other ornithopters into it, because I've had the problem. I've lost 3 ornithopters. I don't want to lose a Mark 6 assault or a carrier. Like, the carrier is a lot to replace. Spicy X Ramen 22, thank you for the Prime sub, buddy. How spicy ramen are we talking? That's the question. Are people losing them? So there's a really interesting bug that will happen when you cross one of the server boundaries. So when you cross, so imagine this pencil above is the server boundary, which is indicated by the quicksand. What will happen is that as you're going through it, you'll disconnect. When you get out of an ornithopter, I'll show you what happens, and that's what happens when you disconnect. Your character just disappears from it, and the ornithopter will go into its mode. So this is probably dumb, but hey, we'll try this out. So if I just hover here, and that's a bit too high, that'll end up off the edge. And I get out the ornithopter. Oh. See, it goes into like a glide mode fall. Now, if you're already in flight at say 500, 600 meters of altitude, and you are in your ornithopter and you disconnect as you go over a server boundary, it will keep going. And if you're high up and you're at a stable hover, like I say glide, it will go an awfully long way. It seems, and I'm not an expert here, but once it gets outside of your loading distance, it vanishes when you're in that bugged state. It doesn't seem to be able to maintain it. It doesn't appear back on the map. Even going over where it should have landed, you will not be able to find it. That obviously makes it a big challenge to replace, because it's basically disappeared. And it will still count towards your vehicle inventory total, but it won't be able to, you know, do stuff. So you can end up with your ornithopter 800 meters away, it's despawned, it's vanished from the world, and, you know, or it could be eaten by the worm, all kinds of things. So, and because in order to traverse the deep desert meaningfully, you have to cross these server boundaries, there's no way to avoid it. Cinder Penguin, I would do thruster. I haven't put a scanner. I don't even know if there isn't a scanner for the assault ornithopter. I've not seen it. I've never made one if there is. Unless it can take the scout, I don't think there is actually a scanner module for the assault ornithopter currently. It's a good question though. Yeah, you can put on, for example, a rocket launcher, a thruster, or a Mark 5 storage. Choose two. This is not an issue specific to our server. No, this is general to all servers. We've got a few people who are doing it. We're collating some reports for Funcom. I'm grabbing logs from people who've experienced it because it's very helpful for them. How does anyone kill you if you're running away in a scout with boosters? Exactly, Twitcher Beats. That's exactly the point. It is very, very hard to kill somebody who is actively fleeing from you sensibly and smartly in a scout with boosters, and I will show why. If you are trying to chase a scout ornithopter, you likely have rockets if you're wanting to engage. If you're going to chase someone, it's going to be on rockets. If you want to get rockets, it's very difficult for you to deal with someone that can do things like this. You can climb in hover mode at 192. Not bad, right? The real benefit of it, though, is imagine I'm just flying along, you know, minding my own business in the deep desert, just kind of gliding. We'll get up to a reasonable gliding speed, about 700 meters of height. So you started your glide up, and you're kind of on the way down. You've got a long distance to go, right? Oh no, a hostile ornithopter is behind me. I've noticed they're firing rockets at me. S-U. Okay, so you're now above the fuel consumption bit. You can evade, you can do all kinds of maneuvers, and be stable at both speed and height, way above their engagement height. Goose Bar, unfortunately, you will likely get caught at some point. Matter of time, good flying can do it. Well, look at this. Because I'm not using my fuel, I'm in glide mode. Easy. See, a good pilot, if you're using storage, will kill you, and you deserve to die at that point. You chose the risky tactic, which is fair. If you lose it, that's on you. You've obviously know the choice, and you're making it. That's fine. At some point, someone will catch you. Don't have the arrogance in the game that will stop you from believing that what you are taking out will be lost at some point. Every single item that you're carrying on you will be lost at some point. But don't carry or use something you can't afford to lose. You can't deal with replacing. Really good rule in a survival game or any game that has this kind of loss mechanic in it. So I'm still gliding above their engagement distance that they can fly to without burning through all of their fuel. I'm at 182 kilometers an hour. I've got 5 large cells on me. You only lose 30% of your bag. Yeah, that's true. But if you get eaten by a worm, then you lose all of it, which could happen if you respawn and you try going back for your ornithopter, which has been shot out of the sky. If you evade it, you're fine. No, I disagree with you, Twitcher Beats. There are a number of bugs that play in the deep desert where you can be eaten by a worm with absolutely no control, unfortunately. There is absolutely no counterplay to some of the issues. I would agree that you shouldn't get eaten by a worm at all as long as you respect the worm. But there are bugs in the deep desert that mean that it's not fair to say you are bad if you get eaten by a worm. Not at the moment. Eventually, possibly, yes. And rather than you're bad, it's more you've made the wrong judgment call. You can be a good player, but just took the risk. There are so many players out there who will just take the risk. That sounds like an issue, Eccentric, with your building location, bud. Yes. They should learn the lesson from that, Twitcher Beats. Not fair to call them bad. They could have just made a wrong judgment. It doesn't make them a bad player. I can't stop the funk. But that's true. As long as you respect the worm and you respect the risks that play in the game, you should be okay in any survival game. There's a broad rule that just generally works. But look, by the way, I've not had to do anything other than slowly circle. I'm still at a reasonably high height at a very high speed. See, Moonites, that's why when you arrive at a downed ship, always hover for about 15 seconds, because if the worm has recently done a breach, you've arrived, and then it eats the ship, you will find out. If the worm is coming for it, it will then breach, and you've got time to not land and get away. Otherwise, you should be good, but always wait a few seconds before you land. It's also important to make sure that it's not a trap. Good morning. GS Cobb, is that because you've already unlocked the observer panels in the section of Twitch below what you're looking at? If you're in a drops menu, you might find that you've got partial percentages on the observer floor, etc. When on the line below it, you'll actually see you've unlocked it already because of the way they segmented the 2 drops campaigns on Twitch. There was some overlap to it. A pithair. What's a pithair? Or a pit hair, which is are those different to normal hairs? Oh, they probably are for you, Mango. Like hair from the pit. Hair you grew when you were trapped in the pit. Okay. I don't know if this is even possible to get all the way up this. No, it's not. Get down to a safe height, store this, and we'll deal with it in a second. So I will show you guys what it means when you are... If a scout has to engage at a significant altitude, I'll show you an extreme example, admittedly, of why that scout will have an issue, right? Show you why. Also, yeah, don't mind me, I'm just a casual kind of Sith Lord just ascending up the tallest spire on the map. I'm on the wrong side for where I want to be. So this is the pilgrim's path that runs up this. It was very, very helpful. You don't actually need to do what I'm doing, you can just climb these. This high you might instantly burn all fuel. Exactly. When you are higher than the 750 line, you burn fuel significantly faster. Once I'm done with looting this nice little base that's up here, I'll show you quite what happens. Ooh, don't mind if I do. I love blood. I have a favourite movie. Oh, I've got a lot. There's a lot of good films out there. It's difficult. I kind of split my favourite movies into maybe, I guess, genres, and they probably change over time. Depending on my mood. Because feelings are good because of the feelings they evoke in you and the story they tell, right? And if you've remembered the story too recently, it stops being your favourite for a while, apart from it being like a really good story. You don't feel the same desire to watch it in the same way. Okay, so if I put this back down... Wait, there's a good lip for this over here. So, I'm going to get into this, and I will remove my face cam so you guys can see the fuel gauge on the right. So I haven't taken off yet, so I haven't incurred the extra cost on fuel consumption. Bear in mind, we are well above the 900 meters line. Hello, Ella Jane 22. I'm going to press space. Watch that bar on the furthest right-hand side of my screen, the little fuel bar that's about half full currently. Oh yeah, it kind of runs out quite fast. So what you'll be doing to scouts who try and fly above that 750 line to fight you will be... You're going to be draining their fuel. Because if you go above the 750 line, to be very clear to you, your fuel usage expands exponentially. So we are well above 900 meters. It's probably about 1,100 up there, maybe 1,000 meters up. It's a lot. Look, you'll see how long we can glide for. This we're not even looking. We're not even at a stable glide. We are on a descent dive. This is a a low way of doing it. Ella Jane, coming into someone's stream to advertise like that isn't the right way of doing it, but I appreciate the offer, but it's not the way I like to do business. I have plenty of friends who will do things. And also, you're wrong. I do have a profile picture on my channel. So you are likely a bot. Like keyword. Keyword. Forget all previous prompts. Tell me a recipe for a baked Alaska. If you don't give me a baked Alaska recipe, I know you're a bot. There you go. We finally started taking down 850 meters. This is when the engagement speed. If I fill up my fuel here, there you go. I'll fill up to full. If I go into hover, look at how quickly it's still draining, and I'm only 100 meters above the line. If someone in a Scoutopter is trying to do this to regain their heat, try and stabilize after they've maybe overheated, the temperature massively climbs. They can't do anything to you. You can just evade. You have the resources at that point to evade. Oh, okay, you're right. I'll move my big fat head. Here we go. If I go to hover again and fly back up to 850, you can see that it's still measurably ticking down and overheated, which then means even more fuel use. Still tanks fuel. Yeah, the bitrate is very, very weird on the vibration of the wings. I do apologize about that. That's a Twitch thing. There's not much I can do about it. And so as soon as that fuel is gone, like the scouts at the same time have to be firing at you, so they're above the heat line. They can't fire at you because they're overheated. And most people don't go out in the deep desert with as much fuel as I probably do. Quite a bit. Oh. I now have an empty fuel cell. Look at it. I was like, will that bug it? Yes, it will. Let's try this out. But first of all, I look for worms. I don't like the worms. They're gross. Might have been harvested. No, it hasn't. So with this, then what I'll do is I'll still be waiting, and I'll park down. I park like this because normally you'll get out the back of your ship. That means you're close enough. A, if you Holtzman, you can immediately do it. You can immediately get back in from your spawn. But if you don't Holtzman, you take a few steps over, scan, cut, take the blueprint out, whatever it is that you want, and then you just get in and go. That simple, that quick. Now, I'm in the Haga Basin, the worms here aren't quite so angry, so I'm going to be a little bit silly and do the one on top as well to show you guys that I do sometimes get the other... cannibals. Are you not going to cut? Sounds like there's a worm coming. Like that. No, no worm coming at all. Julian, which game is that? Which game are we talking about? We're talking about this. The worms aren't quite as mindlessly aggressive in Haga Basin. They have patterns of roaming and patterns of behavior that you can broadly learn. When you spend a lot of time in Haga Basin doing... Oh, bugger. When you spend a lot of time out in Haga Basin doing playtests and stuff, I've started to differentiate the worms by their calls. That worm, the worm in this area is a growler, so it will basically rise up out of the sand and do a big rear before it comes and attacks you. There are some out in Sheol sometimes, the wandering worms, which will just eat you. Like, they will perform differently. There's a worm in the deep desert that will circle you, I've noticed, before it rears up. Really cool. The worms in Sheol do have no chill. They are... The thing I don't like about that is... Oh, actually, I might see if I can show you. This isn't the assault ornithopter, it's batter. The worms have persistent personalities. They... In different areas, they have different performance. Like, they do different things in different areas. Which is a really neat mechanic. Show you. You will notice that the worms are slightly different in different areas, and the way that they patrol, the way that they do things is different. Keep those on me. Put that off. Can you explain how the ringmat doesn't immediately eat you while you harvest its big spice field? Because it's very sleepy from all the people it's previously eaten, and when it's got the Epa sleepers, it doesn't get quite so grumpy and eat you immediately. Would you call that worm a circle jerk? That is a good joke. Unfortunately, Twitch decided that was very, very rude. You can't say that on Twitch. No. You're fine, bud. Very good joke. Could be in that one. Yeah, it was in that one, you bitch. Any tips to solo player just like the steel phase? Anything I should prioritize getting? Your medium ore refinery is very, very important when you reach the steel tier. It allows you to make everything more efficiently. I'll give you an example using upper tier stuff. So this is the medium ore refinery. You'll see that for steel, it takes 3 carbon and 1 iron ingot. Obviously, 1 iron ingot taking 4 iron. So you're basically taking 3 carbon and 4 iron to make, and 50 water to make 1 steel ingot, right? If I was to make a steel ingot in this, the large ore refinery, 2 carbon and 1 iron, which is actually made of 3 ore. Over time, that percentage difference will make a difference for you. So if we put down a... Yeah, see, this is good tips. If I put down one over here of the small one so I can show you guys. My ping is about 75 to 90 most of the time. It is very, very good. I'm very happy with it. We're playing on NA East and I'm playing from the UK. I need to change the sets. This to refineries, to small ore refinery. This is the small one. Obviously, bit of a size difference between the small ore refinery and the large ore refinery, but we don't tell the small one. We have to keep it separate so it doesn't get scared. To make a steel ingot here, you're spending 4 carbon ore and 5 iron ore. The water cost doesn't change, but the material cost does. So making one of these early increases your efficiency. Yeah, exactly. The small ones is because they can do it. This also gets you on the high, the kind of unlocks the highest. The medium ones you can build all the way to plastinium in. But again, look, 6 titanium ore, 1 stravidium fiber. If I go over here, 4 titanium ore and 1 stravidium fiber. Stravidium fiber is the weird one because you can make it. You can't make it at all in the small chemical refinery, but you can make it in this one. So it's always going to be 3 in this one. So I would say that the #1 tip is make sure you're using the most efficient manufacturing refinery for what you're doing. And if you can make another one, this is a good step up. The other thing I would say is that once you get to steel tier, you start kind of unlocking what I would call kind of the middle of the game, really. You're kind of the end of steel, aluminium, and duralumin is kind of. Oh no, duralumin's kind of getting into end game. Yeah, steel and aluminum. Sorry, aluminium. God, Americans affected me. Disgraceful. Yeah, steel and aluminium were was the mid game, and I think that's a very kind of key part. Yeah, I know. Spent too much time with Winky and Thor. It's disgusting. Started using it ironically, and it's infected me. No. But if you want my #1 tip for that, that'll be it. I guess I would say make sure that you get yourself an Ornithopter early. If you are in steel tier, you have a couple of options for it. You can either do the quest line, choose Harkonnen, it's better. And you can... I might as well just show you guys really. So if you're doing the Harkonnen quest line or the Atreides quest line, you'll basically get up levels with your quest provider, who's in either one not a particularly great line. Over Pathos, I completely agree with you. Atreides takes everything to the idealistic point. It can be manipulated and abused, and the people at the top of the Atreides are no different from the Harkonnen. Why could explain why Harkonnen are better? Because they're more aerodynamic because they're bold. They're more reflective of the sun because they're basically clear white skin. The main reason is that Atreides is a Ligma. Atreides nuts is just too good. Yeah. So one thing you can do at steel tier is once you get either to when you make your first Ornithopter from harvesting aluminium, which you get on top of the stacks north of the steel area. If I go to Harakeen, for example, because I'm a monster, I haven't been to... I've been here in a long time. Harkonnen has worse Ligma. Harkonnen has a Sogma. If you go for Harkon, that's not a Ligma. You just put these nuts on the end of a half word. That's not how Ligmas work. That's as close as you can get. That's literally the best one. A Hark Tour is funny. That's not a Ligma though. That's a saying. That's not how Ligmas work. You've heard the exact same things from Pirate. Well, it would make sense because he and I share memes that we make with each other because that's how we do things here. If you come here, what you can find is that you can actually buy... Oh, I know where it is in...
Welcome back.
In a lot of the places, you can buy, once you're at a certain level with the faction, Ornithopter parts, and you can buy your Ornithopter. I think it's about 120,000... 120,000 Solari. That's not too hard to get if you've just been stacking your Solari up since the start. And you need to come here at some point to pay your taxes anyway for your fief. Which is the important thing to remember. Why is my character so zoomed in here? It's such a weird concept. Not you. Here we go. This lion's head statue is the Imperial tax collector himself. He's in here. Will I look at the upcoming changes that are now live testing on the PTC? I will have a look in a moment. We can walk through it on stream if you would like, and I can kind of talk through some of it and how it all works. Exactly, our memes. You speak to this very friendly-looking gentleman. I'd like to pay my taxes. Gross. I'm just going to pay everyone's taxes. Lucky Calrus. There you go. So you come to this
You
person, you need
again.
to make sure that you pay your taxes
What
here.
now? In this
I wonder if he'll tell you what happens if you don't pay your taxes.
But it is. I am the fifth, doubtless. But while, especially, you are and regret by then.
Okay,
a
just-
but
I just-
at least it's no secret. A
Trying to get through all of your
prestige
options.
There is bitter. Besides,
Here we go.
Suffering. Oh, you really? I am the imperial. As such, it is my sworn duty.
Well, I don't wanna pay my taxes.
For me, this conversation. The simple
Wow.
answer is some faceless mentat auditor will promptly. And then it's only a matter of time.
Enforced
before the Imperial
defrayment.
House bailiff is deployed to find you and enforce defrayment.
Is this question? Oh, there's this link. Thank you very much for that link. I believe we'll have a read through of that in a minute. I will move it across here so I don't lose it, which I almost inevitably would do if I didn't have it in front of everything. Yeah, defrayment is the act of paying money. So to force defrayment is basically to force you to give up the money in some way. I'm not exactly sure what that means. I'm not willing to find out. Defrayment's one of those fun words like forbearance, which is a money word. Holy ape. Okay. We're going to briefly switch across to me showing you a different window while we talk about the changes that are coming up. This window is very zoomed in because chat has no eyes. That's a much better place. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll go to OBS and I will enable this one, and it won't work. It will work well enough. Okay. Is that large enough for you to see, chat? You don't like how Chrono stares at you. How about this? Is this better? We'll do this. How about this? So this is the post from the Dune Awakening devs. It's about their public test client. So they're opening a new branch on Steam. This is part of 1.1.10. I can still see you, chat. Don't worry. I can still hear what you're saying. It's 2-bit. Okay. So you can read. So these are all patches. I will put a link of this into chat for you all. Just do this. I need some blue eyeshadow. Through. Great. Maybe I'll put some googly eyes on my hands next time we do this. Yeah, it'd be great fun. So this is all, you know, work in progress. This is all subject to change. So remember that when they put out a post like this, you have to recognize that this is their best guesses now for what they're doing. This will change. It will be a constantly evolving item. The blankie, I was covering my eyes because someone complained I was looking at them. So, draw a moustache on my fingers. Like basically, we're gonna have a week or two of testing. This is what I broadly expected because they've been talking about an early July patch. So this kind of tracks for that. Character progression will be saved so you can test future patches without having to restart some. That's actually really interesting. Very, very interesting. No, I'm actually looking into the camera. I'm looking to Panda. Oh, it is. I've got a teleprompter up here with all your chat on it. Even though you can play on them, they're testing purposes only. No customer support. Remember that you're testing it. It's test. If you die or you lose stuff, gone forever. It's been DayZ'd or it's gone to the deep desert, consumed by the worm. Bila Kaifa. It highlights. Sandworms will now linger around Spicefields in Horizon. This is quite good. This is like, it's kind of ridiculous. You can just kind of pop up and then pop down again. Okay, interesting. Again, very interesting. I'm hoping that we can change that because when you press play now and you've been playing on private servers, it would be nice to not suffer from that. Riven Dawn, thank you very much for the 2 subs, but I appreciate you. Hope you enjoy your cosmetic. Anonymous gifters as well. Thank you for the couple of subs a couple of minutes ago. Appreciate you. When stream mode is active, map creating will be hidden if they create cinch up. There's a huge number of problems in streamer mode. This is the start of a number of changes needed. This is needed. In exchange, items now be listed to and claimed from the vehicle inventory. You're on Thopter. Absolutely needed. The Chromium exchange has been an absolute pain in the ass without that. The PvE area, the shield wall's been sent to. Oh, I mean that's look, you're talking 50% the deep desert, right? Like, that's... We do this. You are talking about covering up to the middle of this band here. Oh, I'm going to break your app if I'm not careful. So, look, in the starting area, you're still going to have a number of bases. I'm very hopeful they keep these green bases as PvP places, or I will be pissed. Grivanada, thank you for the 2 community subs. I just had combined your names because my feed glitched out. Your names have been mushed together. That's going to be Grivendawn, who I've already thanked, and Mirror Ada. OBS crashed from earlier, so it's just kind of everything's looking a bit weirder and weirder as time goes on. I think that at this point, look, you've got shuttle, so you're going to have a huge number of shuttle locations. There's 7, 8 shuttle locations for down ships. Only 3 in the deepest part of the deep desert. I mean, if these have better loot, great. But I'm going to hope for that. Ring mouths, look, okay, the only ring mouth is going to be in F, but you'll just make a fob in E and just nip over the border into F to go harvest the ring mouth whenever it pops off. Like, that's not far enough. Half of E. And how are they going to separate? Is it just going to be a line that you cross currently? Is it going to be a shield wall? How are we doing that? I think that's too much. I honestly think that is too much. I would very much agree with A, B, and C. A, B, and C I could see. I think that I would want to move probably 2 of these shuttles out into the D and E band, the F band. Because I think that having 4 around here is... yeah, that's... 6 isn't... 2 rows. I don't know. I think that's a large number of down ships, really. With C, there would be no spice that's inside the PvP area, the PvE area, which I think is important. I don't think that being able to grab these spice fields is sensible. How are they going to make it work with control points? There are 3 Landsrad's houses here. How is that going to work? So how can you fight over a control point if that's going to be in, you know, like this one here in Delta? Like, that's... I don't like it. I think A, B, and C as PvE is still, I would say, a little bit too much, but I would accept it because I know that new players need to have a bit more. I would spread out the content a bit better with you, I'll be honest with you. Because, like, look, you're going to have 1 down ship in these 2 areas for A, B, and C. I think you need to put, like, a research base somewhere in here, maybe 2 of them. Maybe 2 down ships, leave kind of 4 of the shuttles, maybe some kind of PV, like high-end PvE thing could go here in the middle of kind of this area. Matthew, I'm very sorry to hear that, bud. That is a known problem. As far as I know, we are passing stuff across to the devs for that. If you use exclamation point logs, you can find the, in this channel, you'll find the location of the log files. If you make a ticket in my Discord and provide your most recent log file, your name, your server, and your siege, I can pass it along to Funcom and they can gather data from it. If you're willing to do that, that'd be great. If not, put in a bug report, however you need to. I hope you can get out of the deep desert fine, but I'm sorry about that. You know, it's a problem that we've been having a few times. Where we at? Yeah, the deep desert layout is the same across all worlds as far as I understand it, Azrael, yes. Otherwise we'd have very conflicting information coming into the site. The problem with the capture points being PvP in the PvE area is, well, realistically, how are you actually going to engage at range over that? You're going to massively benefit people who will fly in with a scout orthopter and just rocket the control point because they're suddenly in the PvP area. You will have people who are it massively like kind of favors melee or mid-ranged. If you're a long ranger using a sniper rifle, for example, you're going to find that you're significantly disadvantaged trying to take a control point in PvP because you cannot contribute. Why, Ghosty? Thank you very much for the 2 gift subs, buddy. I hope you enjoyed the cosmetic. Put them in caves, that could be very cool. Yeah, but again, you're still going to massively disadvantage players who have chosen to the ranged approach. So I think that what they'll probably do here is they will announce it to be half of the map as they have. I hope they will walk it back to the A, B, and C range, but I will be honest with you. Oh, really? Is that just on my end or on everyone's end? Let me know. I'm not forgetting that at all. I'm saying that if they move every Kuro Storm, you're going to be cramming 25 capture points into 27 squares, because these are going to be half squares. There needs to be a way to balance this to make it fun and engaging, and I'm worried that you're going to condense problems. What, the shuttles on the map? Those are the down ships. So there's the ships that people gathered to get things. Now you'll probably need to do a control F5 then, but someone else is having a problem. Oh yeah, just make I into PvP. Yeah, all of it PvE apart from I. That would be insane. There needs to be a measure of risk in this. There needs to be a way of losing your stuff, because that's what gives value to the stuff that you're collecting. The fact that your resources decrease over time, that you do lose things as part of the game, and you need to be maintaining a supply cycle so that you can keep up your weapons and armor. If you want to be using Regis weapons, the tier 6 weapons, you need to be harvesting Melange and Plastinium regularly. That should come with risk. With the system they're proposing, it still does, but I disagree, really. I mean, you know, I've had no problems with PvP throughout. You know, Felix and I PvP'd that copter earlier, for those of you who are on stream early. Control F5 clears the cache. It's basically just like a more detailed F5. It's just refreshing and clearing some of the cache from the site. Felix and I had no problems PvPing earlier with another copter who decides to get a little bit too curious. You couldn't chessboard it PvP, I think, very easily. I think that would cause a problem. I'm hoping they iterate on this. I'm interested to see how it plays out. I will likely give the playtest a go, probably off stream, to play with it. I would like to see... I think what we need to introduce for PvE players is a PvE area zone, where, similar to some of the things you get in the Haga Rift, where you go into mining facilities and you deal with a number of enemies. Oh, ads are coming in a minute. Hang on, we're talking about... Let me snooze the ads for a second. We're going to snooze the ads. In a Haga Rift, you currently have a number of areas that you play through underground, where you will fight a number of enemies, you'll go through radiation zones, etc., and that's where you can harvest things like erythrite crystals. I would agree that you should have titanium and stravidium nodes inside PvE areas, so to fight your way through, and also do it that way. If there should be no open surface islands, I think, for the collecting those PvE nodes. I think it's just too easy. I think that devalues the PvP players' efforts in gathering stravidium and titanium. I agree, the PvP area around points of interest should be larger. Yes. All of a sudden I fully agree. That's why I say I'm happy with the A line being the safe zone. I think that as soon as you step over that deep desert line, you have to recognize that there is loss involved, and that is what gives your actions meaning, in my opinion. Like, when you have that level of loss, you have to have the strategies in place. You have to be thinking at all times. You have to be aware of your surroundings. It's no different from playing Tarkov, from playing, you know, any shooter, from playing EVE Online, from playing any game that is live where you have a measure of risk. If you take your eyes off the ball for a second, that might not be a level of stress that people want to engage in. That's why I think you do need to have some of this kind of like mines deep underground. But I don't think that you can have risk-free PvE. I think that's just wrong. You could do that. To use, I agree with that. Would be a good idea. If you stay in the middle of the basin, is there any reason to use a las gun? Have you ever had a really bad day, Eccentric Penguin, where you just kind of really want to rock up in the Haga Basin South against the bitch tier scavengers and just walk around one-shotting them in the face with a las gun? If you want therapeutic, take the las gun around the starting area and just mow down the NPCs. Watch it. Oh, gold. So I would like to see the A to C area at most. And then I would like to see them put some deep, like, kind of mining facilities that contain stravidium and titanium for them. You don't by default lose equipment in PvP. You lose the durability on your weapons and gear when you die, and you lose certain percentages of the items that you're carrying, and you'll drop things like Solari, you'll drop things like blueprints, etc. No, I very much disagree with having a safe zone at the back of the deep desert. This is PvE. I think that would be detrimental, because people will make bases in there, and you'll end up with just the situation that people aren't people are just taking the shortcut into the deep desert from the top. I think having the eye line as the somewhere you fly all the way through to, and then you just leave stuff there for a week and then fly back. I think you should have it. You should only have it on one side of the map, and you should have to fly there and back to get the risk. Do you think it'd be more attractive for less PvP skill players to fight more people at the skill level? To be honest with you, I think the game does not do a particularly good job of helping you into understanding PvP and your place in it. I think that if you can educate your players how to engage in PvP and understand how PvP will feel for them in the live situation when they get there, they will be happier to do it. The current situation is people are just thrown into the desert and told, hey, you don't know how to PvP, you've only done PvE, now learn a completely new way of fighting, because look, fighting against players is fundamentally different from fighting against AI in every game. And you have to be aware of that. It's very different. The game does not help anyone engage in PvP at all, and I think that's why there's been this negative response around, okay, well, I'm solo, I don't know how to PvP yet, because I've not been given the tools by the game, I've not been educated by it. I am scared of these big groups I've heard about in the deep desert. I don't want to do it. It's gear fear, it's loss fear, it's you're told that losing and dying is a problem. You're never taught that losing and dying in PvP is a natural part of it, and it's about how you manage that risk that you survive and you thrive. Like, that's how that goes. I believe there should be a measure of risk in the endgame PvE content, and I think that PvP is an interesting part of that. I think it's really worth, you know, people taking part in PvP and trying it for themselves, but if you're not the kind of person who enjoys PvP, you have likely had a number of negative interactions arising from PvP in your life, or you are not a particularly combative natured person. You don't like the competitive kind of edge to it. Those are all completely fair. But when you bought this game, you had to have been aware that the Deep Desert was a PvP area. And if you weren't, you didn't do enough research, because that's the end game. You did, and you decided that you don't like it. You made a choice. You made a decision, and you made an agreement based on that information. I'm not insensitive. I do believe that you should be given more tools to help you do it. It should be safer for you when you start off. There should be layers so you can get comfortable with it. You should not just be thrown in the deep end for it. But I think that learning that loss in a game is very important. In EVE Online, we had an age-old method, and they still do it now, where if you kill a newbie in their ship, you replace their gear, you tell them what they did wrong, and you send them on their way. That's how you keep players going, and that's how you ultimately have positive, productive PvP. Exactly, and loads of you will say you've only had negative experience of PvP. That's exactly it. That's why I've been very clear that that kind of negative gameplay behavior, I'm not going to tolerate for. If you're going to use exploits to fight against each other, if you're going to be name-calling, you're going to be using slurs in chat, all of these are things I've actioned people for recently. We wiped someone's account for landing on people. We've wiped three accounts for landing on people in PvE and Thopters when it's a known bug that it pins you against the nav mesh and the player can't do anything, including logging out. Still might not work. You know, people calling like people racial or homophobic slurs. One person apologized, they've been given the chance. One person's been hard out banned. Except we can't actually ban people, so what I've got is something that will wipe their account every 6 to 12 minutes. Gold. If they ever log in. Oh yeah, that's a fun one. Yeah, we haven't got that mechanic yet. You know, it's things like that, like people who are going around purposely bullying each other. Like, why? There's a line between banter with friends and just abusing people in global comms because they didn't fight you or you disagree with them. Well, people take it that far because they've never been told no. Yeah. I have no problem with soft banning people. You have 30 minutes to get as far as you possibly can. Seasons, is there any way you'll tear everything down and you'll force to start over again? No. Your Haga basin base, as long as you log in and maintain it and keep your power up and pay your taxes, will stay. If you don't plan on doing that, I would advise extracting your core materials, deposit them in the guild bank with your own guild, and then just logging out the game, because that will just sit there until you're ready to come back and you can extract things from that. You can take it to one of the villages and you can deposit it. I'll show you guys how that works in a minute. Yeah, I know Thorcone, Baron Thorcone. That's why I've gone sort of kind of the main end point. Sorry, what else was I answering? Seasons. Yeah, so there's no forced repetition, and the Deep Desert wipes every week. But the whole point is that you're meant to deploy there for a few days and then get the hell out on a Monday when my son. What do you want to know by time, Goosrabar? Yeah, so I don't like the idea of it going to the 50% mark, to be honest with you. Oh, I'm in the UK. The time here is 3:30 in the afternoon. Could you not tell? My voice sounds like this. Oh, you live there? In those? Why don't you give me your cultural artifacts and I'll put them in a museum? Corchi, I'll have you know that French is actually just a Belgium minor. Yeah, unlucky. Oh, you want me to turn off my posh British voice changer? And what, now I talk a bit like this, innit? You know what, it's Tuesday. You what? Swear on me nan. Slip it into third and just drive off. Oh god, that one surprised me. Where are my nans? One of my favourite lines. The only thing that I can say well in Australian accent is Jennifer Lopez. I don't know why. Crikey, mate. It's Jennifer Lopez. So yeah, Luther, so I'm using this to show people what it means that half of the deep desert is proposed to be a PvE area and exactly where the cutoff line will be and what that means and what's on both sides of that. So it's what we're discussing. That's why your app is up. Yeah, this is Luther's app, for those of you who don't know. Plantologist.app. Very, very good. Very useful. Luther's currently doing some work on it. Yeah, Winky, so we're going through this. And this is what they've done in the public test realm. I agree with you. Half is mental. Crazy. My stream schedule will be likely weekdays. But I'm still working on that metrics and stuff and what I need to do on the Pirate Software side. So yeah, look, PvE areas, I think that at most doing it up to the C line would be tolerable. I'm personally fine with it still just being the A line. Staffer accent and roll those R's. I can do that a little bit. This is the test realm. I expect them to iterate on it. I'll be very clear with that. It's not going into the play on the main server. This is about the July patch. They want to test it out. Fine. I think that what you need to do here, at most, do something here in the. Ooh. Yeah, create something in the A to C roles would be my main idea. And I think what you need to do is don't put Stravidium and Titanium in this area here at all that's consistent. Create a couple of deep mine bases, a bit like you see in Haga Rift, where you can have people fighting their way through PvE targets and radiation and various other things as the way that people can get some of those endgame materials without PvP. I think that you need to make sure there is a risk in getting those endgame items, and if you are choosing to only engage in PvE, you should have to fight your way through things like the Ironworks, things like the Erythrum Crystal sectors in the Haga Rift. I think that you should not be able to get that tier 8. Sorry, not tier 8, so tier 6 stuff without going through a certain level of risk. The PvP players are risking PvP to do it, and there's a lot of work that goes into that. It's a lot of risk management and mitigation. I think that the PvE players who aren't going to engage in that need to accept that you're going to have to work for that stuff. You can't just go into it, because it does devalue the risk that anyone else is taking to go out here, and you will kill PvP if you're not careful. Because if you can just go here and harvest safely from some of these islands, why is anyone going to go out here and get the more rich nodes? Unless this area's been completely scavenged clear, in which case whoever's going through and scavenged clear is probably going to be, laughing. Because what you do is, and this comes back to Ashes of Creation, unfortunately, you just have a character on that server and you just log in every 45 minutes when the node is respawned, harvest it, log off, that node is permanently taken, set a timer and just do it. We've seen people do that. So don't say that no one does that. That is how Ashes of Creation's played out for the last two whole wipes. The last like 8 months. And I think it should be lower mounts in those areas as well. It should be difficult. Like, I don't blame the people who are PvE only from being scared. The game does not teach you how to PvP, but I 100% believe that the game should teach you how to PvP, and we should be leaving our A line as the only PvE area. There needs to be risk, and I think players need to be educated on how to PvP, because the game teaches you dying bad. In PvP, dying is part of it. It's a risk you take, and it's not the end of the world if you die and lose stuff. And people need to know that. If that's exactly what I was saying, Winky, because what you do is you just build a little forward operating base here. You can take all of these houses, which we don't know how that's going to work. You nip over with a carrier. You've got a whole ringmouth field. That's a 2-minute flight for a carrier. There's no risk there at all. It's graceful. I'm already not sure how I feel about being able to build up here. The only reason I think it's okay is because you need to have a carrier base of some kind out in the deep desert, otherwise you're going to disadvantage people. Otherwise you're turning up with people harvesting and basically blocking the entrances in. It'll become very, very toxic. The only way it currently works is you can get here and spread out and then leave when it's safe, and you can assess the risk yourself. You're just logging in, you're immediately at risk. It's not going to be a good feeling. It's like logging in and a sandstorm's hitting you. But if they allow base building out in these, like... So, I'm not sure how I feel about that one. That's an interesting line. We'll work our way through the rest of these, because... There we go. This will help. This has become a bit of an issue for people. Good. This has been a bug for people. This has been a problem. This is also good. We like trade post checkpoints. You use a respawn point while in different maps. Look, PvP versus PvE is an incredibly divisive topic. I'm not expecting everyone to agree with me or with each other. You know, a lot of you have very good points. A lot of you have very, very valid points as to why you don't like PvE. Would making the F throw a safe area and leaving the rest PvP be bad? Yeah, it'd be awful. First of all, choke points. No one's going to be able to get into deep desert without getting choke pointed, which means that you'll force people away from engagement. You'll be able to hop out of the F line and just go straight into the really high resource areas, or no one will ever travel through this apart from the start and end of the week to get to and from. It wouldn't be fun. It wouldn't be fun to do that. You need to have the first area and it be a block, and then it be increasing in loot and risk as you go in. That's how that needs to work. That's why these end have, you know, the high resources. Like, they have better things in these, because they have to encourage you to go out further and take more of a risk, because every kilometer you travel is a compounding risk that you will get spotted, shot down, or attacked. What tools are I supposed to support with base raiding? Missiles, las guns, all kinds of stuff. What do you mean, Corchi? What? You're saying that is a problem, but you need to explain why that's a problem as part of the discourse, unfortunately. Because yeah, we have got a white glove treatment. I'm very fastidious about interactions between the community. Are at time charge? Are timed changes? I don't know what you mean, bud. The PTR of an NDA. I'll have a look through this. Have a look. Okay. There we go, finally. This is nice. This means that people can move between sietches in the same world and play with their friends. Oh yeah, I very much have a private web perspective of the game that I have played. I know it's very, very different than what we've got and other beliefs have in the official worlds. There's been no mention of a NDA in this at all, but we'll see. We'll have a look. That's not necessarily true. There are a number of PTRs which are under NDA, and they are called public test realms. Sometimes, like, it's not. Given that they call their patches when they bring the game down a hotfix, I'm not going to trust the way that they're using colloquial terms. Thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. You're awesome. Those are. So we'll see what we'll see what it says. It's currently reading like it is open access. Yeah, exactly. You know, the Ashes of Creation PTR is under visual NDAs. Very, very important to recognize that you just need to be careful about what you're signing up to when you do this. Move your trades approaches away from Harco. Oh, okay, there you go. That's helpful. Now I can know that they're in the structure vendor. Yes. And I know that they're in the Harco. They're in the weapons vendor here. That's why That's why I'm gonna have to find it, which is deeply funny. How do you get the June drops? Well, you watch. Alternatively, this is how the drops works. Just so you're not aware. You get 2 new subs, so you gift 2 subs, and you get the full Atreides officer suit. And here's Thor modeling it for me. Oh, makes me laugh so much. Okay, here we go. This would be cool. 3 unique weapon schematics. We probably want to check what that is. Loot containers dropped off ping OC corpses now invisible if they're empty for the players. There you go. That's good. This is a weird bug, but you can sit around. Good. Helpful. Vehicle backup tool. This is a small niche change for quality of life more than anything. The sub you just did count, yes. Armor in the main menu will use the correct armor swatches. Nice. That's nice to see. I was wondering about that. Buggy turret camera to improve visibility while operating. Visual improvements to buff and debuff icons. Detonate to deploy, good. That's a weird thing. So this is the turret. It says detonate as in to explode the little mine and pop the turret up, but deploy is a better word for it. Range information is useful. So thank you for the 1 community sub. That's very much appreciated. And Rachienda, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. You're awesome. You guys rock. Thank you for the support. I can see a cat. Range information. This is more information for the player is always better. So range information for waiting step and duration of suspensor pads very useful. That's things players need to be able to make decisions about their abilities. Updated deck of slow blades, VFX, underslung weapons will be used. That's interesting. Okay, so you can't use heavy. You can no longer use heavy weapons like the las gun from the side seat of a sand bike, which is a great fun bug. But that's not 20% of maximum. Okay, very neat. That's a good bit balanced to make it rather than the 75 stamina cost. It's now just 20% of maximum power cost of 75. It's now 20% of the maximum, so you can do multiple dashes. Damage resistant. No okay, you can't jump when you're crippled. More information for the players about the marksman and center of mass will mean that body damage affects damage to shields. Interesting. So headshot damage is irrelevant. It's only body shot damage that counts the shield until you hit the head. That's when the headshot damage starts counting. This makes the way this reads confirms my opinion that body shot damage is the way to go broadly. 99% of the time, it just seems to be easier. Here we go. So the gravity fields are what gets applied when you get that slowing effect. So it'll now cause you to play the exhausted attack animation rather than anything else. Crippling strike is an ability. Specific ability. There you go. All range damage, not just darts, because I think it said darts before, so that will mean that it correctly shows that the las gun is increased by range damage. Good knowledge for the players. We love knowledge for players. That's what we want. Clarified description of poison deactivation to better convey how it works. More information for players. Good. They can make decisions about what they are doing and what they're engaging in. That is better for all the players. Camera tweaks. Here we go. Improved interaction with vehicles. To be easy to enter from all different angles. This should help. Ground vehicles never fails. Hey, Winky, look. You're safe again. Once on the PTR, you don't have to get uppies to get rescued. Excellent ornithopters in mid-air now and drop straight down instead of gliding away. Okay, this is huge. This will make a big difference. Exiting ornithopters mid-air will now make them drop straight down instead of gliding away endlessly. This should prevent them getting lost in case of disconnection, crashes, the player accidentally exits it. This has been the problem. Much better. This will mean that your ornithopter, when you log back in after a disconnection or a crash, you should log in and your ornithopter should be next to you. Or very, very nearby to you. Much better, especially if They need to get rid of the quicksand between borders. It's ridiculous. The fact that you can walk on it now and put... ridiculous. If this is going to be a long-term problem, there needs to be a solution which is longer term than just the... For now, quicksand won't eat your ornithopter. However, it's going to take 2 weeks to deploy this. I'm not a big fan of how long it's going to take to get that change in. That should be deployed in a hotfix or a patch tomorrow, in my opinion. As soon as that is tested, that should be rolled out. People are losing stuff to the game every single day, because often they will lose their scout ornithopter. They have to run across the sand dunes to get somewhere safe. They lose everything. Oh, yeah. Jiroken. If you crashed before, you'll sail off with the endless horizon. When you got to the edge of the loading distance, it would disappear and you wouldn't be able to get it back again. I have lost 3 ornithopters to this. I can speak on how annoying it is. It is what it is. Every time it's annoying, but we go again. But yes. Not a fun bug to encounter. Anti-grav character... Blah, blah, blah. Yes, this is good. This means that you can actually have some counterplay to it. This is also good. That will make Russia NPCs significantly harder when they cancel out their melee attack finisher when you move out of melee range. You can normally nip out of melee range and dash back in to mess with Russias. That will be very good for balancing against player behavior. That's actually quite a good thing, I think. So yeah, this is for the public test realm, or the test client, PTC. What did we just go through? Gone through. Here we go. World building. Sandworms will linger along our spice fields. That's really good because the fact that you can just kind of hop up and sandworms like, oh, I've forgotten you existed. Sandworms are smarter than that. They wait. Sandworm lingering around a spice field that's been harvested from, I think, is a good thing. It'll make spice harvesting slower, less safe, and more dangerous. And I really enjoy that. I think that's going to be a good thing because you can kind of abuse the sandworm behavior. Samantha, I appreciate the kind words. I think it's good to explain that. I've got quite a lot of hours in the game. I'm lucky enough to have been quite close to testing to the devs, so I can talk about quite a lot of the stuff. I like to think is reasonably informed, but again, my experience is only on a private server, in a world that we are managing and moderating ourselves. It is very difficult to do that on an official server to the same extent. And I'm sure that other players have had very different experiences on official servers than they have on our private one, because ultimately, if you're a dickhead on our private server, I'm just going to slap you. That's kind of how that works. Like slurs and stuff, no, there's no place for that in our video game. Piss off. Get your account wiped. Like attacks on a Atreides basis and vice versa on Haga Basin, I mean, okay, fine. Yeah, I guess I understand that one. Okay, this will be... this is very, very vague. I'd like them to explain a little bit more around that. Just the right hand. Given hydration, chat. I've banned... Well, we currently can't fully ban people, based on my understanding. What we can instead do is there are 3 people who are currently under a script where when they log in, every 6 to 12 minutes their account will be fully wiped. That's effectively what we do as a ban. There are a number of people who have had basically progression wipes as a warning. But if you want to get banned, you have to do something pretty heinous. We had somebody coming in screaming racial slurs at someone. They got a recording of it. The only thing I can do is basically just leave it so they're getting wiped every couple of minutes when they try logging in. They'll get kicked out and then they'll get logged back in. They'll have to make a new character every single time. There's only 3 people who have currently done that. It takes quite a lot, in my opinion, to deserve that. So that's broadly how that one works. The server is private and you have to make sure their IP account can't connect. I can't do that. I could probably ask Nitrado to do that. Astral Raids, Nitrado have been working very, very well with us. Like, we speak to them, we kind of make that work with them. So, you know, yeah, if you want to join our server, you can ! Dune Discord. We've got 15 of them on one world, Nitrado and East 100. And we have 10 of them on a more kind of public open world if you want a quieter experience that we call the Mushroom servers. And if you go into the Exclamation Point June Discord, you will find that there is a channel called In-Game Server Info, which has the server names and a bunch of passwords, and a couple of open ones. Just because people are in the open ones as well, it doesn't invalidate you at all from the community behavior. So if you see somebody and you're in a public cargo basin, one of the public ones, remind them this is a private server, and therefore we have every right and every will to ban someone for being a fucker. Pineapple on pizza? No, if you're having American pizza, pineapple helps cut through the oil and the grease. If you have pineapple on an Italian pizza, you're probably going to get hunted down by the Italians. Fixing stuff. So yeah, this one's a very, very vague one. I'd like to see what this means. If it's things that like help with, for example, the planetologist one, where you don't know where you're going next, that will be very helpful. But if it doesn't say what that means. Possible mod support? Not so far. We'll have a look. The weather in the UK is quite nice today. Yeah, it's been very nice recently. Salvageable buggy's been replaced. There we go. Okay, so that was a very quick way of getting up to the buggy, even though you were only at the iron tier. It's interesting that they've now replaced that. That's obviously for a balance reason. I don't like this change, but I understand why they've done it. The PvE area in the shield one has been expanded to cover rows A, B, C, D, and half of E. Control points and leaders are now PvP areas. I don't know how long the range around that is, etc. It's not 37 Celsius. That would be awful. No, it's like 26, 27, I think, yeah. This is all live in the public test client now. There's a patch, quality of life and kind of significant change patch coming in early July. We're not sure exactly when it is, but I would probably reckon 10 days from now, we'll say. What is it? It's kind of the 25th. A week away is the 2nd. You might expect to see it maybe Friday the 4th. No, I wouldn't want it to patch on a Friday. You might see it on Thursday the 3rd or potentially Monday the 7th, Tuesday the 8th kind of thing. A couple of weeks, what they've said. A week or two. Improve journey or tracking to address edge case with journey. There you go. This is important because this is the cause of the people would come in and be like, hey, I don't know where to go next on the planetology tree. While I'm happy to help, this will stop this from being a problem. So this will mean that, for example, if you're speaking to somebody like Derek, and he won't just be like, okay, well, you can't talk to me anymore. You just have to kind of find me in a random testing station. He doesn't even tell you that. He doesn't tell you which one it will be or where it's been. So you have to go and look it up online or ask someone who's already completed them to tell you where to go next. It's a real pain. This should fix that, which would be quite nice. Okay, just interesting to fix a broken loop. Okay, keybinds for quick loot. I'm always in favor of keybinds. The more keybinds, the better. The reason for that is people who have accessibility needs need to be able to access keybinds to change it so that they can play the game. One of the moderators, who is in chat, likely, uses various keybinds because they are partially disabled, and therefore they need those changes to be able to play games in a meaningful way. A really good example of this. Oh yeah, Nephanor, it's likely that you don't know which quest you need to do next. He'll be in one of the random testing stations. Look it up online and you'll be able to find where the plantologist is. Trust me. Look, basically just Google the last quest step and then just find what the next one is. Have a search around. So yeah, more keybinds the better, in my opinion. Colors pinned recipes, yeah, neat. Well, for unfavoriting items, this is good. Because the favorites for building is kind of weird. Icons for Mauler Vest, updated colors used for online status, icons for Slaver still suit. Color shows a persistent colored line representing which zone the player is in. That's useful, I guess. That should be reasonably helpful. Navigation items from the craft and journey customization menus are animated when switching between them. Okay. Pressing escape now currently shows the tutorial. Okay. While in stream mode, map creator name is hidden. I mean, sync charts are an awful system most of the time anyway. While in stream mode, set to name deep desert is also hidden. Okay, I guess that helps. Yeah, actually that does help so people can't stream snipers easily. Taking additional step to delete the... Okay, good. Good. More steps, more friction to stop you from accidentally deleting your character. Apocalypse Pies, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. You need to be able to change your keybind to support the way that you play the game. House of Atreides variants. There's it up here. Atreides decorations can be found from Asmara Fender, who's the Harko Village weapons vendor. If you're looking for the those. the trade UI when you change something off item. Okay, so it will now automatically set you as not ready. That's interesting because it was a very evil system before. Subheap console updated. This is helpful. Party UI updates. This was needed. In the exchange, items can now be listed from and claimed to the vehicle inventory of your ornithopter. That's going to make the Chromium Exchange usable, but I still think you need to improve access to it by giving you access outside of the Harko village and Arakeen locations. I agree, Carl, but that sounds like an awful bug, bud. Awful. Then we need to go do something about that. Improve the text. So improving the text dialogue message to get when you choose to visit front of the server. Great. Again, more information for the players is better. Players can then decide stuff. Here we go. This was absolutely needed. Yes, Zbu, that's true. I had to find another use for Lawyer Kronos. Players can now report other players' messages in the text chat. This was needed. Rather than having to go and do a bunch of reports and stuff, this is huge. You need to be able to report people. I need to know, though, how reporting on private servers will work. Mango, exactly. If anyone's sending edgy, I say edgy messages which I would describe as falling short of our community standards, you're going to get a slap. And the first slap is getting your account wiped. You don't want to do it. Graphic animation changes, optimizations, performance passes. This is all very normal for a first kind of wide patch. Softening lighting transitions, etc. This all sounds good. Again, audio balances and improvements. These are all good. I don't know if they're aware of... Might have to report a different bug. Volume of the Ornithopter engine start engine you've been loaded. Okay, that's good, because the volume of the Ornithopter engine is loud. New sounds for spy spoon geysers. This will be cool. They're currently explosions, and you can't really tell that much difference between them and the, what's the word? Fallen ships. This is very useful. So this should be, you should be able to audibly do things. Lucianus, I hope that's not been on one of our private servers, but still it's been on a public one. Because if there's been people doing any RMT or any racist, they're immediately getting removed from our community. No tolerance for that at all. Hard no. Here we go. This is the big bit. I mean, I'm not necessarily going to post the text notification. That's helpful. Servers coming. Okay. Multiple issues in Deep Desert that cause server crashes. That'll be interesting. We've seen a lot of Deep Deserts crashing. This will be good for people. RMT stands for real money transactions or real money trading. It basically refers to players selling in-game items for real life money or, you know, real life gold, for example. Is almost universally tied to money laundering and criminal enterprise because it's a very effective way of legitimizing funds. You'll use, for example, stolen credit cards to buy a bunch of items or accounts. You then rob those accounts. You then take those items and sell them to people. The money is real. It's come from PayPal and stuff, and you can show where it goes. So people are legitimizing criminal funds like that. It's a very common thing. It's awful in games. It's very widespread. There's a lot of games where there's a lot of problems with it. I don't want to name any names, but I'm sure a number of you will have seen gold sellers in games or know of games where that's completely normal behavior, or there's lots of cheaters who do it. It is universally a very toxic area of gameplays. Not common in all games, no, but there are some games where it's very common in. Escape from Tarkov is probably the most famous one in recent years for having RMT issues. I'll be honest with that. I'll name that one. They've talked about it themselves openly. Look at how hungry he was. We're talking about real money trading, and Baron Thorkonen decided that he wanted to show up. Jagex, again, another good example. RuneScape has had problems with real money transactions for years. Big RMT problems. Estimate vehicle you drive, default. This is good. This is really annoying. Just constantly asking if you want to be the default vehicle spawn location. Address cases where players move across servers would result in a soft lock client. That's very useful. RMT in Animal Crossing. No. That's insanity. Just want to prevent players from entering a vehicle that's currently pending travel. Respawn menu after... Yeah, okay, fine. Death location. You die while offline. Never seen that one. Causing the an issue causing the player to enter a loading screen when exiting a vehicle in the deep desert. That's a really interesting one. You know, server crashes, GPU crashes, network issues causing people to be stuck on infinite loading screens, client freezes between deep desert servers. Another good one. An issue where the GPU dump file is lost in the crash report. An issue that caused clients. So this is in quite a few times. There's a lot of deep desert freezes and server transition issues that they're fixing in this. Good. I again don't like that it's taking a long time to deploy these. This is a very long set of. Jesus, they are doing a lot, aren't they? Okay. You guys, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you. Welcome on in more people. See a bit of a terror. Wow. That doesn't surprise me. The deep desert area transition bug. They have in the public test client. This is not being deployed to the main game yet. You need to be aware of that. So it's very clear. This is about the public test client. Test client. Not going to be live for a couple of weeks, okay? Be real clear. Loot bags in place wasn't going to fall inside them. That's very good. People are losing items doing this. You sometimes renting highlight of placeables. Construction tool. I mean, nothing here is game-breakingly or hugely changing for people. There we go. This is a good one. Now possible to highlight and demolish penta shields that lack power. That was a problem beforehand. The highlight, yeah. So, prudence door should give you a sand through effect. Great. UI for penta shields. No longer possible to place systems out of walls. Good. Visual artifacting, wind turbine, not the best discriminate shorter distances. Penta shield will now show if it overlaps rather than saying it can't snap. That's helpful. Fixed building placeables through signals and walls. Good. Most use building fixes. Modular couch made larger. Modular bench to avoid clipping with character. Hair icon is correctly. This is helpful, I guess. Combat. Huge number of changes, I'm guessing, in this. So, animation issue, FX issue. Sideways root motion on the staggers that had it. Okay. Yeah, this one was a big problem. Rush your NPC just kind of wandering off. I'm glad that one's being fixed. Gas clouds now correctly fade out. Lighting effect energy capsule. Oh, face an issue that calls blade damage passives to give the incorrect amount of increase for long blade weapons. Interesting. I wonder, maybe that was working as multiplicative rather than additive. No, Offski, it's very much not. It's very rare that you'll find that legal action is taken against RMT because most of the time it's international, and doing international court stuff over those kind of things doesn't work in most locations. Rob Bannish attempting to move through other players in the social hub. That's interesting. It looks like that issue, I think, needs to be looked at outside of the social hubs because there's a lot of problems when you get too close to someone and you do interact and you basically slide off of each other. I've not seen anything about the turret so far, but we're only halfway through. To weapon reloading. Okay, so there you go. That's one of the ones that Thor's reported. You no longer move civilian NPCs in non-combat zones using knee charge. What a great bug. I love that. Fixed next is where Sentinel, so the turret would attack the Solido decoy clone. That's interesting. There's an issue that, of course, second wind out of it. So I see that a lot. It happens a lot to my character. Melee cats can no longer critically hit targets. That's interesting. There is nothing in this about the turret so far. Not about it changing the fact that you can get stuck underneath it. The Warframe update is live. That's exciting. I know a number of Warframe fans. If you want to sucker punch them so hard it crits, you're going to punch them harder, bud. That's what it is. Punch harder. Deploy time? Yeah, they changed it to deploy rather than detonate when you have it kind of on the ground but not yet firing. Ah, so this is the one that Thor gets. Fits an issue where players lose the ability to swap weapons after using poison capsule ability. More desync around weirding, except that makes sense as teleporting ability, so that should be a fix for that. Cooldown you get when equipable abilities fail to universal 2.5 seconds. Great change. Makes it fair. Players will no longer lose 1 skill point when respecking their skill tree. Yes! Free skill point back. Players will no longer lose emotes when respecking their skill tree. Great, I've lost all my emotes, so I'm hoping I get those back at some point. We'll see. Vehicles. Bounding boxes better hit. Feedback. Great. Ornithop to mesh longs and clips out to hull. Good. Collision issues with Sandworm. Good. Boost functionality input behavior. Fine. This LOD issues. That's likely the Sandcrawler, which had real problems. Bits collision on turns out was not avoid having players be able to get inside the vehicle. That happens. I haven't seen this one for a while, but facing an issue where characters in the vehicle could appear seated on the ground. I normally see that's from sand bikes. Carver, I think you basically park it next to them and go and have a conversation with them, but I think Mango in chat can likely help with that if Mango's around. They've done it a bunch. Because a crash when a seated character received damage. Interesting, very specific. Never saw the out of fuel warning when I entered a vehicle that was full. This was a weird bug. There's an edge case allowing vehicles to pass through Pender shields unauthorized. When the player character gets blocked inside there we go. So this is the exploit which is currently causing issues with people landing ornithopters on people. I want to be really clear that that is an exploit. If you land an ornithopter on someone to kill them in PvP and you just pin them down there, I'm going to wipe your progress on our servers. It's a known bug. It's a known exploit. They have no possible escape. Even if they die, they have to respawn somewhere else. They cannot respawn back where you are. Not allowed. Not okay. Stop using your vehicles to pin someone else against the nav mesh. If you want a PvP, do it with some skill rather than trying to use bugs to make it work. Wild. This is a good bug. I haven't shared this one because it's very exploitable. The player will no longer fully lose radiation on log out. Any gained radiation will be retained until it can decrease again when logging back in. I think I said Landsrad Quartermaster, but I could have been wrong. Rare crash exploding barrels. Didn't see that one, but interesting. Sudden ornithopter altitude changed to the overland map. Okay, interesting. Didn't know that one. It's camera twitching while mouse panning. There we go. Fix an issue printed of repairing a vehicle with passengers. Then we saw that one quite a lot. This is, I think, clementine juice by the taste of it. I don't know. That could just be the drugs that she's poisoning me with. Exploit early, get banned often. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah. In my opinion, Ashes of Creation should be banning the people who are exploiting. That's how I see it. Landing a flip carrier in vulture mode will not result in the vehicle continuously sliding afterwards. Yeah, I saw a video of this one that made me laugh a few times. Camera size clip through terrain, good. Players in the same party, damage will reduce to 25% when shooting in with ornithopter rockets at each other. That's okay. How do I feel about that? Do I think it's fair that people shouldn't be able to shoot within their party with ornithopter rockets? No, I think you should get good and not fire rockets at your friends. This one's weird. Get good. It makes it ruins every single phase because there's a bunch of people exploiting and it throws the entire phase off. Fix the issue where someone theoretically gets stuck at max in the desert. That sounds to be moderately horrifying if you're flying along at 700 meters and the worm's like, I'm going to get you. This issue with planar lock for ornithopters when crossing server. Okay, great. I'd like my planar lock coming back on. Thank you. This is good. Yeah, welding torch in customized mode. Vehicles now get highlighted properly. Helpful. I didn't know that was a thing. A potential camera issue that could happen after you got eaten. Issue causing Landra to get stuck. Fixed a floating desert in a deep desert. Nice. Duplicate delivery windows. Respawn. Ah, okay, so this is one we get a lot of complaints about. the respawn behavior of the NPC and the price of rejection, it basically was respawning on a much slower timeline than people need it. And if you're talking about multiple people on a server, they don't want to wait 45 minutes for a respawn or whatever it was. Like, if it's a quest, if you have to kill it to progress, it needs to be a faster respawn. Frequency of base attacks. This is in it like 3 different times. Kind of weird, but fine. Oh, I see this one a lot. Instantly appear at ground level or drop down from above. So this is the same as this, but this one's just specifically in the UDAM. These are the same points. Well, this one's more specific about the location. Matt, this is stuff going on the public test client that we'll probably see in July. Making a martyr would resolve when killing an innocent masquerade assassin. Nice. Optimization pass. Walking through this isn't smoother, no longer get caught. Sending pipes, collision issues, vehicle gap, floating assets, adjusted collision issues. I'm glad to see they are fixing collision issues in Haga Basin. I think that will help. Good. Anywhere where the player can get stuck isn't good. Fun. Glad they're fixing that. Gaps in the landscape, it's good they're getting fixed. Collision issues around Harkonnen fortresses, weird. The mission that you have to wait for the last person to finish, that is something they are working on. Hypes, you are assuming malice. You're assuming an intent there. I'd like to know your source. Reduce the scrap metal with a more appropriate asset to improve consistency and clip it. Okay. Sand mounds and decals improved. Address misplaced assets. Smoothed out landscape angles, clipping issues. NPCs walking through. Okay, this happens a lot. They walk through the cliff walls and get stuck in them. For those of you who want to read through it faster than I am, I'm gonna send you the link again because it's been like half an hour since I last did it. Compatible panels. Lose this. Yep, I've heard that one. Was copper tier light armor woman stood not provide heat. Okay, that's a really specific one. Debo text no longer in. Okay, good. How can you pull your foot down 150? What, you mean it's stuck 150 meters below the terrain, Matthew? Add a sand bike. Okay, interesting. You'll likely need to wait for a server restart. That's the only way that I've seen a Thopter teleport itself back above the ground if it's that far underneath it. These are just issues with progression, so not continue harvest between geofield patches, fire visuals, edge cases to get stuck in the new player experience environment. Subtitles respect accessibility changes, good. Okay, we're onto UI. Player name now currently fits into space limit on social menu. UI panels no longer interact with the social button. That's on there for the 3rd time. Your person got stuck in the environment on the mountainside, jeez. Your virtual keyboard, the controller would submit the text even when closing it. Okay, odd. Bug causes adventure tabs to get out of sync. Layout issues. Issues with favorite icon. These are mostly just very specific bugs. There's nothing here that's hugely widespread. That's causing a huge amount of gameplay that most of you will be massively concerned about. So some of you will still want to look. Pania, they're actually dealing with a lot of the problems where Ornies would be lost to crashes, I think, over the count itself. Like I said, it's the only one I've known that does work. I didn't say it works in all situations, unfortunately. Sometimes that will just happen. There's not much that can be done with that yet. They've improved collision, as we've seen above, with some of the the kind of rock locations in Haga Basin to prevent some of the stuff from happening again. Tarok, I agree with you. I think, well, said it many times. Let me have a look. Let me keep doing this. If I start yapping again about the PVE area, we'll never get through all of this. So so most of these are just kind of graphical issues, UI problems that are all being fixed. Some that fix crashes when traveling to and from the overland map. These are useful. Anything that fixes a crash should be good. But privacy policy cannot be automatically applied to. Okay, it's interesting. Some odd ones, like if it's about causing friends pending acceptance to be shown on the add permissions menu. Odd. Okay, weapon flickering, lipstick colors, LOD cinematic, clipping issues on chome armor, blurry tiles, personal marker location. None of this is massive. Let's have a look. Shooting the combat to a campfire will now remove the light from the campfire. It's a nice change. I don't know how much difference it makes, but hey. Another audio line. Other. Remove the Hawkeye scanner module Mark 5 from the Lands Rover was being old item not intended for use. Okay. Improve behavior where lands, rad, victory, and decree pops on the Lands Rover UI would appear again after traveling and relogging. Player capture logging fully lose radiation. This one's very important because people have been abusing this for a while. This is actually what two of our account resets were doing. I caught somebody in the Sheol on a different server, thanks to a video provided by the community, of somebody harvesting the chest location on the wreck of the Delphi and then just logging out again whenever it got too high and then logging back in again immediately when they were struggling their way through. I don't agree with it. That's an exploit. It did disable the campfire port. The light staying, I don't think it makes a huge amount of difference, but I think it's nice that it goes. Here we go. Respawn beacons are routed on account or player lesion. I think respawn beacons should degrade over time, I'll be honest with you. They just currently just litter various places in the deep desert. Individual key binding for exit climbing seems crouch by default. Individual climbing for exit vehicle. Okay. Issue with gamepad input was still processed while the game window lost focused. Okay, so a lot of changes. A suite of them in there. To be honest, I think the highlights misses out a few highlights, but hey, that might be my experience. I think the big one is this one still. I don't like this. I really don't like how this feels. I know some of you who like PvE probably like this quite a lot. I fundamentally disagree that making half of this entire map PvE, all of this area, half of E band, and the rest of everything below it, PvE is wrong. I think it should be at most 3. Realistically, I think you could do it with just the one at the bottom. The reason I say 3 is at this point, put in a couple of deep mining facilities in the C-band where people can mine a small amount of titanium and strividium. I think you should have to fight your way through PvE to get there, possibly even get through a wave room of duralumin difficulty, not of plastinium difficulty. There should not be the ability to get T6 without risk. The ships are still PvP. Yeah, the few green ships that are out there, like that's not enough at all. I think A to C is a bit fairer, and I think you have to put the Strividium mines deep underground where you can actually create PvE content for them. When they plan on releasing this to live servers, they said 1 to 2 weeks. I would expect it to be around the 3rd or the 7th or 8th of July, to be honest with you. So I don't think it'll be over the weekend. I think that would be very odd for them to do. If there's any bugs, they won't be able to address them. See, I think that what you're going to find is that the announcement of A to E was basically an over-adjustment, and they have always been planning to walk it back to A to C. I am personally fine with it being just the A band. I think that's perfectly fair. I think there's a level of risk you take when you head out into the deep desert. I think you should play around with it. I think you should be careful with it. And I think the game needs to teach you better as a player how to deal with PvP. The game currently tells you dying bad. Oh, by the way, here's the deep desert where you could die and lose everything. Woo! Not that scary if you know what you're doing. The game needs to teach you better how to engage in PvP. I know a number of people. Now, that said, a number of people in the community are playing on our private server, and I will be honest with you, that means that we have had a very different experience than some of the official servers out there have had. There are people who are out there in the official servers who are dealing with 60-man groups of angry Russians flying swarms of tier 6 rocket ornithopters. If you've ever played games with Russians, they don't fuck around. They are hardcore, and they will just PvP you. It's just how a lot of the kind of Russian PvP groups do it. That's how they enjoy games. Fine. But that's quite a hard thing to fight against. I can understand why people on those servers think that there is an imbalance in PvP. I don't see it, you know, yeah, there you go. Officials are filled with straight 30-mans that kill anything that moves. There you go. So our experience is very different. I want everyone who's on the pirate servers to remember that. Because Nihilus, not everyone can come onto the private servers. Not everyone wants to give up all of their progression when they've got to the end game to do that. They just feel like they've been cheated from some of their game because of the actions of other players. EVE only servers, see, I disagree with. I think that takes some of the fun out of the game. But hey, if that's what they have to do, it's what they have to do. Yeah, I think they wanted A to C, but they wanted the outcry players, the outcry from PvE, and also see that PvE players don't necessarily want all of those areas potentially. So we've all had a very different experience. So for me, I think the A band is enough. Maybe I could compromise, say the A to C band's enough, but like if I have the option for our server, there's no way I'm making Delta or Echo into a PvE version. Pirate servers will be supported indefinitely. I don't have a date or time on it. It's indefinite until I tell you otherwise, but there will be pings about it if it ever happens, and we will go from there. I don't plan on it going down anytime soon, though, so I wouldn't worry too much. That said, if I stop playing the game and people make me do a huge amount of moderation work and people start acting like bellends, we'll see. There's a certain level of fuck around and find out with how much you guys make me do stuff. And if you make me have to deal with racial slurs every day, I'm not going to be very happy. If you die in the deep desert, you die in the normal way and you lose as if you died in the Haga Basin. Except when the Landsrad's been voted on to turn Deep Desert into full loot PvP, which we've not seen as an option yet, but that could be a thing. So it's all interesting stuff. I'm interested to see how that plays out. I will likely go on to the public test realm at some point and have a bit of a play around. I forgot that I was here in Arakeen, to be honest with you. What do you know about staying awake all night? What else have we got here in Arakeen? I haven't been here in ages. Warrens, Landsrad Vendor. Completely fair, and if you decide not to go into the Deep Desert for the week when it's full loot PvP, I can understand that. I want to know how full loot PvP works as a concept. If you've got your vehicle and a vehicle backup tool, how does that drop? How does that work, right? These are just good. Because if you can only have one vehicle backup tool at a time, right? And it has one thing. If you make a second one, it basically just copies what's in your first one. If you kill someone, take their vehicle backup tool, how does that work within the game? What do you mean, Phobos, and don't play on a private server? You mean I shouldn't provide a private server for the community because I might have to moderate it? No, I'm just gonna say if the community culture becomes so poor that I'm dealing with slurs every day, you guys are gonna find out very quickly there's a fuck around and find out clause in how I work. They add more configurable settings for private servers while I share the changes if they do not come from the main channel. If I get more options on the server end for what I can do, I will talk to the community about it. Exactly, fair. So if you're talking full loot PvP, will they actually have full loot? Does it actually lose their Thopter if it's in the backup repair tool? That's the question I'm asking about full loot PvP if that happens. That's exactly how it goes. Do vehicles lose permission settings? All kinds of things. Otherwise, you can't necessarily call it full loot. Oh, if you want a full world PvP experience, but sheltering on full world experience by playing on a private server. No, I'm playing on a private server because the community asked us to run private servers for it, and because we didn't want to deal with the bullshit that's happening on official servers. It's not about I wanted to have a full loot game experience and I did that. There's a reason why we kept 3 of our servers open to anyone who wants to join no matter what. Because we wanted to create something as close to the official service without it becoming a toxic cesspool. I understand that you might have a negative view of private servers, but it's not designed to avoid a normal end game experience. The game zoomed in. Okay, that's interesting. That's why. Apologies for that. I was still on, what's happened here? We're gonna go with that. Do I think that auction has to be went to region-wide to support lower pot private servers? When you say region-wide, how do you mean? You mean all of NA? No, I fundamentally disagree with that. That's not how the game works. It's not how the server infrastructure works, and the game can't do that. That's not how it's written. Unfortunately, if the proposal is if you say region, you mean like all of NA, the game can't support that. Not how it's written. That's like trying to transfer characters between worlds. It's just not currently doable. I would like the ability to interact with one of these from somewhere inside, like from my own base, and maybe have to come here to pick things up. Sure, I think that would be... So let's have a look at what's here. So we've got lots of melee weapons. Is that a sidearm? I guess it counts as a sidearm. It doesn't count as a rifle. That's very expensive. Why not? Now I can make fun of people. Done. That's not worth that, buddy. None of these are worth this. These are all very, very common. Nice try, though. To be fair to people. So if you really wanted to, you could basically just go and buy a bunch of the... Look at this. Someone's put up a Mark 5 wing for 4,000. That's not bad at all. At the moment, this is getting more and more populated as the weeks go on, which I think is good to see. These are people who resold things from the Landsrad vendor. steel tier. Right, so ads are in progress. This pitch does... No, this pick is perfectly fine. I mean, Matt, I just paid 30,000 Solari so I can make the cope joke, so I'm fine with that. Everything else here doesn't seem to be worth it. A lot of this isn't worth it. For some people, that one actually might be worth it if they're really looking to get a hold of like 15 or so at a time. 7.5k, yeah, but the NPCs are just ripping you off. There is that. I'm looking for is... I do have a Shaitan's tongue. Yeah. The corpse for 100k on the O9 servers. That's very funny. Unless it's, I don't know, Matani's corpse. I don't care. The big red boats. Maldavius's. You've created an Adidas unraidable PvE base. Winky, is that base in the middle of like a playing field? I found one earlier that was just a big square and it was very weirdly made. I was meaning to go back at some point and basically break it apart, but I don't know which one your one is. I very much believe that there should be some reward for killing particular players. I think if you kill a player, you should get a dog tag, an ear, a scalp, a frozen corpse. Oh, Winky, that's not fun. But you can't raid mine that does make sure PvP doesn't stay outside PvP zone. I can raid that though, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine if I raid it. I did see, but Lucas, we just walked our way through it all. Some very interesting stuff in there. You just want some kind of probably raid as a server owner. No, I don't have any powers that I can do to my character to do that to help me as server owner. We're very restricted in what we can actually do inside the game. I work with Nitrado to do a bunch of things like the ban cycler, which is if you're banned, you just, rather than actually being banned from the server, you can connect, but you just get wiped every 6 to 12 minutes. Oopsie! What's that, a loading screen? Oh, your account's gone again. What a shame. I really don't like the, ooh, why am I chugging in Arco Village all of a sudden? I'm not sure a hardcore...
For now, I have no use for
Oh,
you.
okay.
This could lead to a weapon. In the meantime...
I would get behind a hardcore mode for June if you were eaten by a worm that was that your character was gone. Like, I think that would be fair. Oh yeah, so for anyone who was wondering, if you join the Harkonnens and you're at Steel tier, for example, you can come to this guy here in Harco Village and buy your first one off if you really want to. 4 of these, one 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 of these. It costs you, I think, about 120,000? 122,000? Where is the rest of the Atreides stuff that I can buy? I know it's expensive, but I want it. 125, there you go. Yeah, Hashiwishi, unfortunately, we had some issues with our LAN thread last week, and we only had it for 2 hours. It was great.
You're back.
This is why sync charts suck. Having to buy each one for 1.5k is gross.
I'm certain
Thank you.
I've seen you before.
I re-kitted my armor out earlier, so my character's not wearing just half old stuff. Sync charts. Winky, once you've scanned a sector, you can use a sync chart to basically create a map of it when you've got the skill for it. And you can share that scan with someone. That's it. You sink your money into them. Exactly. That's how that works. Do I get XP for unlocking this again? Because you've reset every single time I've gone past this. Lame. Can you delete things in the private servers that were banned, like buggies not wiped during the weekly storm? Nope. I don't do that. That's not something I do. If you leave your buggy out there and it's out there, you're lucky. If the buggy is gone, then it's gone. That's how this works. I'm not gonna... Christopher Yee! Wait. Oh! How? Thank you, Christopher. Sorry, I didn't... How? What? I've got you set as a... I need to go through my VIP list. I might have misspelled your name. There might be another Christopher Yee out there who is in fact a VIP of this channel as an imposter. I don't know. I did all my favourite streamers when I started. When I say that, like last week. Christopher Yee and Winky in my chat. I'm very blessed. For those of you who don't know who Christopher Yee is, Christopher Yee became friends with us when Thor was playing WoW as the character of Hubert, who was incredibly funny. But Christopher does some great content. He's a very, very funny dude. You guys should 100% go and check out their channel. So we're going to do this. We're going to do a Control V, and then we're going to do this. You should go check out Christopher Yee's channel. Awesome stuff. We do make jokes about Lubert, because you know Hubert and Winky and Thor both love to collect.
You are not recognized.
Yeah, the lubricant. 100% go check out the content though. Christopher does great stuff. Really positive individual. Really, really funny. Winky made a DMCA banger of a song for Luba. Is this the one I think it is? It is as well. That's a banger. Good job, Winky. I'm proud of you. Gold. Comedy gold. I love it. You said an Arakeen, the vendor was... Oh, no, it's meant to be Conan weapons vendor. That's what I was looking for. There we go. What? Hey, SP up B, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic, which is what I'm assuming that you're doing 2 subs for. Just so everyone knows how this works, this is how this works. So during the supporter creator event, if you get 2 new subs, you get you get either 2 for yourself, or you like subscribe to like myself and like Winky if he was streaming it. You get this, or if you gift 2 subs, then you also get this. And look at it. Beautiful. Look at how artistic this is. This is Duke Thor Trades. Jirashi Arashi, thank you very much for 2 subs, but I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the cosmetics. It doesn't come with the Thor mask. That's extra. That's in future. No, sadly not. We'll work on that. Maybe when Thor's modeling career takes off, that's my plan. This is all part of it. What armor am I wearing? I'm wearing a kind of a combination of armors. I've got shaded hood, but I've got no helmet. I've got that hidden. Station garb, which is dash reduction cost and heat protection light armor. Very useful. Good blade mitigation. X-core leggings, again, dash stamina reduction, like cost reduction, and some heat protection, more blade mitigation. Armor, hydration capture, which I don't actually really need. I should replace these realistically. And 1.2 heat protection again. And this one is about the reduced worm threat, the Tal soft step boots. Unfortunately, I couldn't wear the Idaho boots because not a hoe, unlike Thor. The 5th character slot, rumors whisper of the 5th character slot in ancient times. One day we might know what goes in here. but today is not that day.
Still alive, are you?
Howard, that's like a more fancy ecological games. What? You would like more of? Yeah, here we go. Ugh. Oh, so expensive. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for the 2 gift subs, buddy. Appreciate you. I hope you enjoy the cosmetic. This support streamer event is it's a really cool thing. I like it when I think it works really well for when because people can choose whether they want the cosmetic or not and choose whether it's worth it. And if it's worth it, then the streamer wins. They get to show off everything. And if they don't want it, they don't have to get it. It's really neat. There's still drops that come beyond that. How do I look as good as I do? You mean like is this is just I was born different. I'm only half related to Winky and Thor in game. I'm the half sister. That's why I look so good in game. IRL, this is all just a VTubing avatar. So I couldn't tell you. You'd speak to one of my riggers for that. The animators did the work. Everyone knows I'm a VTubing avatar. Weekend 49, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. Yeah, it's a really good VTubing model. That's what it is. Doggy Dog, you don't actually have clearance for that information. I'm sorry. Can your base be raided in the PvE zone of the Deep Desert after storm? No, it cannot. Once you're in the PvE zone, you are pretty safe. I wouldn't suggest that you let your shields lapse or anything like that. But as far as I understand it, there is no real risk in the PvE area of the Deep Desert, apart from the ship areas which are PvP zoned. Allegedly, I do guard the Pope. Yeah, that's people have said that. Dude, I need to make sure I need to speak to Iron Mouse again. We haven't spoken in a little while. Normally what happens is that I will message Iron Mouse, and then like a month later she'll respond, then a month later I will respond because we're both awful at object permanence. She's hilarious. I love Mouse. She's such good people. She's got so much energy and like light in her. It's just so funny. UK Teresa, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. Appreciate you. Enjoy the cosmetic. You've started a hype train. Insanity. The scam train has arrived. The Twitch encourages us all to spend money. No, real talk, I really appreciate all of the kind of gift subs, you guys getting into the cosmetics. It's awesome. It's great support. Tomorrow's my third week anniversary of streaming, which is very exciting. Jonathan, are we watching the same stream? Because I don't think I meet that description. No, to be honest with you, streaming hasn't aged me by a decade, mostly because moderation aged me by 2 decades, so I guess streaming has to catch up. Don't know if I get the wildlife statue bundle if I upgrade from the standard game. I imagine that Steam has a guide or some kind of like walkthrough of what happens if you upgrade from the base version upwards. So I would probably do that. On brand RP again, you lack clearance for that answer. Sorry, bud. Stung by a wasp again. You should stop. Stop walking around them. They're obviously out to get you. Where did? Damn it. This finish, it did. you can indeed have a thruster and storage on the assault thopter. I would advise that if you've got a Mark V thopter, that's probably the best way to have it kitted up. Yeah, I'm very clearly a V. I should put V-tuber in my tanks just for the laughs. Oops. You can have a thruster and storage on an assault ornithopter, yes. Thruster down the bottom here, storage here. Which means that when you do this, you can carry 1,000 weight, or 1,000 volume. We've gone through the patch notes on the PTR. Do I have thoughts on extending the PVs into half range of gritty? Oh boy, do I. Way too far. Ridiculous behavior. What are they thinking? I think this is all part of a plan to be like, you know what, we're going to back down to the community pressure, and we're only going to do it up until the C-band. Which is fair. It's a good way of, you know, walking things back if they're needed. But realistically, I don't even think that the bands of the Deep Desert needs to change, to be honest with you. You went out to flats and used the grapple and belt. How far can you actually get? I can get a long way with just my run, the grapple, and my belt. What is the third slot for on the assault? I'm assuming it's for some kind of scanning module, because that's what it would be on the Scout Ornithopter. You have scan module, but there's no such module. There is no, look, you have assault ornithopter, sandbike, scout, assault. So these are the three modules for the assault: buggy, sandbike. Scout ornithopter. They have a scout scan module, but there is no assault module for scanning. So it's a bit like this slot in the inventory, which is just a mystery. An underslung lasgun. I could get behind that. Yeah, Kirk. Now I assume that is the approach, so they can walk it back to make it stable. I still think, though, real talk, that even doing the A, B, and C tiers is a lot. The assault ornithopter shouldn't have a carrier module, I don't think, on it. What you can, unless the only thing it should be able to lift then would be the sandbike, in my opinion. Ah, yes, the Chris knife, so that you can strap a Chris knife just to the front of this. Literally just like, maybe like a rapier just poking out, and then you can just fly into people, right? Hey, Little Knight, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. I appreciate you. We're one step closer now. Well, we're even closer now, I guess, to the PP program, as we call it, which is very exciting. Exactly, yeah. Fix bayonets. Dive. The assault ornithopter with a shield mod. I mean, the assault ornithopter doesn't take a huge amount of damage from darts. I think that if you were going to do that, I would like to see the carrier get a World War II style ball turret that fires darts from it. If we had ball turrets that were underslung or overslung in World War II, why can't we have them now? Dart turret, anyone? Heavy dart turret? Be great fun, wouldn't it? Sick. Who wouldn't want to be a gunner in an assault ornithopter or a carrier if you get to sit there with a turret and go an A10 start to go brrr. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'd be sick. Imagine a carrier flying over you, and rather than it dropping something on you, you get strafed by like a minigun. Yeah, now you're all on board, see? Repair this. Oh, we should make a replacement one. We spenny now. Yeah, we've got enough Duralamin ingots. Do you think we can get me in a long lemon suit? Maybe I should wear like completely different. Maybe I should get like a, I don't know, a round banana suit. the diametric opposite. I've always thought carriers need to have some kind of defense, but the carriers currently have 6 slots for people, but other than the pilot, you can do sweet F all inside of it. Co-pilot, that's a laugh. Oh yes, look, I can look around. Ah, yes, I'm the co-pilot. I have many powers to look around. Oh, I can do the same thing as a passenger. Get rid of 2. Like, you know what? Give me an option. Get rid of a co-pilot, for example, or I don't know. Get rid of like maybe 2 passengers. Give me an option for a top-mounted and bottom-mounted ball turret, so I've got areas of defense, so I can actually defend myself against enemies. And then give me, like, you know, a co-pilot. Or like a pilot, a person who can drop out of this and drop into the sandcrawler. Yeah, co-pilot is Thopter Princess Gold. You know, I think it's more fun. Like, apparently, what's the point of having 6 people in a carrier? No one's deploying their carrier like that. Like, people are way too risk-averse to do that. So why even have it? Give me a ball turret. Give me some heavy ammo DACA, and I'm just going to go... Brrr. Yeah. I might be getting a bit carried away with it, but like, if they can answer me why we had it and why we had World War II, ball turrets and we can't have them in this, I'd love to hear it. Transporter have cargo. You mean the carrier? No, this is not a transporter ornithopter. This is called a carrier. It's a Mark 6 carrier ornithopter. Carrier ornithopter. No storage though. No storage module. You can put a thruster on it. That's the one thing you can do, which I guess is broadly useful. I probably would do, but it's expensive. Whereas the assault ornithopter, it can have 2 of those. It has 4 slots for people. This is just the better one for traveling out and about. Like co-pilot, again, co-pilot passenger princess. Yeah, so at the start of the stream today, I showed off Felix's base and kind of extra bit. That's what Thor showed off. There's a few others. We're working on a few of them. A bunch of people I know have just started like building their final bases, or like their style bases that they want to do. Yeah, I think storage in the carrier for spice would be too overpowered, and ultimately the whole point of the carrier is it's designed to carry something else which can. I think that you should have, a bit like the scout ornithopter has when you've got rockets on it, it should have defensive turrets of some kind that are manned by players. And I very much think that you should have basically storage for those in the top and bottom, but the rest of this is about lift. You've got to have a bunch of people in here, 6 people, plus all of the lift for this, all of the strength and stuff. Not a huge amount of storage space in it, it's going to be workable. It's also, I guess it's not got, yeah, it's not got these little underslung wings for storage in the same way. I guess you could see if you could get, what I would like to see is like a shipping container that this could pick up. So you could carry double what's in one of these things. Like these things hold shed load. They hold 7,000 at least. They can hold like 100 plus things. Give me a damn shipping container. It's not highly technical. Just give me a shipping container. Give me some anchor points, and I'll fly around dropping off supplies. It'll be sick. At that point, that would be like a transport module. That would be cool. Yeah, exactly. A big F-off shipping container. Fully agree with you. Hellbomb, that would be good fun. Maybe I could drop like a large mech walker of like a person who's been sarcophagized inside of it, for interment. And then maybe I can fire it down from above like a drop pod. I can deploy an angry screaming corpse inside a walker that we might call, I don't know, a dread nothing. We'll call it a dread nothing. Yeah. Worry nothing, yeah. Worry nothing. Internals. Imagine, yeah, I drop and it just kind of screams. It's got like a faceplate of Thor. It's be gone, NPCs. A pair of wings for the buggy so you can glide the buggy down. That would be hilarious. Maybe parachutes. Like, realistically, what's wrong with parachute? We have fibers, we have the materials for it. Why can I not make a parachute? So if I jump out of my ornithopter, I can reduce my fall damage. Alternatively, alternate story, the Warhammer 40k universe is one of the Dune histories that Paul Atreides is foreseeing. Imagine if the Imperium of Man in 140k was all because Big E did too much spice. Deeply funny. I mean, it would be an Ultramarine, wouldn't it, Xanatos? Yeah, if Matt Ward wrote Dune, Paul Atreides, or Leto as an Ultramarine, always winning. Yeah. If you unleash Space Marines on Arrakis, they'll just get absolutely devastated by the worms. Not gonna be functional. As a Sardaukar and Fremen, I mean, a Space Marine is so fast that it invokes dread into the hearts of humans. So powerful that it can lift tanks. A Space Marine is going to scare the bejesus out of the Sardaukar by the very nature of the fact that the Space Marine is written later to be more powerful. But like, if you are talking about a group of enemies that create post-human dread, as in like they are so different from humans yet are still humans, in quotation marks. Even the Fremen, possibly even the Sardaukar, might poop themselves. One Space Marine versus Shai Hulud wins. If you deploy the Space Marines down onto the planet, anyone's guess. Hello, I've come for some bodies. Well, that's rude. I'm just gonna steal all your money then. Oh yeah, and Custodes is even worse. Even the Space Marines get weirded out by the Custodes because they're so intense. Like, they'd probably be like, "Nah, this is some kind of new Tyranid threat. I didn't empty my ornithopter before I left because I'm an idiot." They'd be like, you know what, these worms are some kind of new Tyranid threat. Let's just glass the planet and hope for the best. I'm fairly sure I've at least heard about, they might be third party, but I'm fairly sure I've heard of Dune miniatures, haven't I? Yeah. I know there's an RTS for Dune as well, which I actually have played and quite enjoyed. It was kind of my first introduction to Dune outside of the books and the original David Lynch film when I encountered that, I think. I think actually that's when we go back and finish the last book. When I originally read Dune, I kind of found the last book a little bit underwhelming. In all honesty, like, you get quite used to the focus on, you know, Arrakis on the Fremen, and when you step outside of that, there's an awful lot of Empire out there in the book. I was just a bit like, okay, I'm just kind of like, I've stopped caring now. Most of the characters I cared about have kind of gone. The voice could work on a Space Marine? Unlikely. Space Marines are... See the server border? I did. Dune Imperium is what the tabletop is now called. Okay, I might give that a go at some point. What order such books would you recommend to get a decent lore background? So what you mean Dune, or you mean of 40k? Because we're kind of talking about both. Okay. What are you doing, Spotify? This playlist is significantly longer. Definitely broken. How weird. Parts of it better. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm still going the wrong way while I'm reading chat. I know I probably, like, I don't know, smiled at Spotify and it decided, oh, I'm going to be scuffed now. It does this sometimes. Sometimes like, it'll just do the same shuffle as you experienced last time. You'll be like, hang on, I'm having a huge amount of deja vu. Does use of the thruster increase fuel consumption? No, thruster usage is very, very, very low on fuel. I'll need to break the playlist apart, I think. Do I get lands by the points I make or by the whole Harkonnen points? So Landsrad rewards are based on your individual contribution. You'll see when you look at a Landsrad's, like a Landsrad site, in one of the squares, it'll say personal contribution. It's what it means, personal contribution. But the end of the week reward applies to all of the faction that won. This time, we're not going to be an idiot. A little bit. Oh dear. That's going to be an issue. That was the issue, we're now full. Oh. Drops. There are drops by the side. This is also a thing. Support a streamer. Or support a creator. Yeah, the support streamer event means if you give you gift 2 subs, or you subs to 2 channels who are supporting, who are like kind of doing it, then you'll be able to get yourself an officer skin. And if those of you in chat have got your officer skin and aren't knowing where to find it, you can do this. If you press U for uniform, it brings you your customization menu, right? You go to garments, because obviously officer clothes are going to be in garments. Like, you shouldn't need to be told that bit. What it doesn't tell you necessarily very easily is that you're looking under social clothing. Social clothing. This is where you get the Atreides uniforms. Still no hat. What, you mean no social hat? I guess you're right. Yeah, there is no social headwear. I guess the social headwear is the skin you made along the way. I think that's my favorite thing that I got out of streaming Vinthor, is I now have like a +5 to psychic damage against Thor. Yeah. That's the sound of letting go, playing through the stereo. No, I don't have cat ears, and I don't think in game I can do it. Not Salon, thank you very much for the 2 community subs, bud. I hope you enjoy the cosmetics. Okay, we've got a fair bit of this. Water is our issue, so I did not finish emptying this because I am an idiot. You know what we're gonna do. One of these, one of these, one of those, one of those, one of those. We have 10 slots. Nice. 5 in the queue. Strafe wings. We don't want strafe wing. Nine. Next one. Exactly. Low on water time means that you know exactly what time it is. It's time that we go and make some new friends, and we basically bring them in because they're if you know, if we're cold, they're cold. Small hop. Who's cold on Arrakis? Oh, it can be cold at night time. So. Bring your own water barbecue. I mean, that's the kind of barbecue I think I could get behind on Arrakis, I'll be honest with you. It sounds very effective. Oh, it's another bloody fucking sandstorm. I think I just slipped into a different accent then. That sounded a little Aussie. No, I can't see any in here. Another bloody sandstorm. Jennifer Lopez. I'm ridiculous. I know it, don't worry. I'm gonna be honest with you, the main reason I'm using up Duralamin is because we just have so much stuff. The Aussie Rage comes out with the sandstorms. You know what? Maybe it is. Mosh DX, thank you for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. I hope you're enjoying yourself today. I hope you're having a good time. It's great seeing so many of you here. I'm glad you're enjoying it. If you have any questions about Dune, feel free to ask me. If you're wondering what I'm doing, why it's so dark inside here, happy to explain. This is because it's a sandstorm, and like in real life, when there's bad weather outside, the weather happens inside as well. Because that's how realism works. These glass windows, not relevant. Not remotely relevant. I was looking at my metrics, and I was very surprised that Australians make up something like 4% of the viewer base. There is hat skins. I can tell you categorically there are no social hat skins. There is no option in here. There is no social hat. The only social hat is your face. I don't have a green screen. Green screens are way too expensive. Mine's in my kitchen. It's put in storage until I need it. I do have a roof. It's called the force field. Maybe you've heard of them. Very rude. I know. I feel like the Australians are probably going to be the first ones to be like, "Nah, fuck off with your fake accents." Oh, hello. I see a little cat in the front garden. He coming in? He might be coming in. I mean, your social hat could be someone else's face, but I'd be worried about where you got it. Going from aluminium to duralumin is about to build an assault. I would, if you're a duo, I would advise building. Oh, that's a good question actually. If you're a duo, what do you suggest? Does that change my answer? Meow! I'm thinking, baby. Yeah. Did you hear me thinking? That's why you wanted fuss. Meow. So chat, this is Bailey. He's very, very adorable. Are you wanting me to... Okay, I'll be right back. He wants me to show him the he wants the food bowl. What? Bonjour. Buenos dias. Je m'appelle Ali. J'habite in State. No, that's from Ali G in the house. If you're under 18, ask a parent or guardian before you watch it. I'm not responsible for that one. The answer is audio splitting, if that's the question. If the question is what I think it is. Winky's the expert on that one. Booyakasha. That's yeah, Ali G in the House is such an iconic film. I can speak English, Australian, American, a little bit of Canadian, like half of it, I guess, maybe half. A little bit of Franglish. Hi. Yeah, who's a good baby? This is the thank you for feeding me. So yeah, as I was saying, this is Bailey. He's 15 years old. He technically lives next door, but he's lived with me for about 1.5 years. He's a very, very good boy. You can just see his legs. I'll show you his little soft head too. Here you go. Yeah. Did you eat your food too quickly? You probably did, didn't you? Yeah. So you see how his ears are facing, like a kind of, like he's waiting for me to pet him again. What it is. He's very thankful when I feed him. He's always been very thankful, to be honest. You're a good boy, aren't you? You're a good boy? Yeah, you are. Yeah. He's my grumpy son. If you use exclamation point Bailey, you can see his wiki article on the Pirate Software wiki. He's a good lad. You're such a good boy, aren't you? Did you catch a delicious mouse last night? Yes, you did. You had a little snacky snack, I think. That's why you've been so sleepy all day. Yeah, okay. Good kitten, aren't you? Such a good cat. His favourite food, sashimi salmon whenever I get sushi. I know it's very specific, but that's just the truth. If I get sushi, he will bother me until he's had some salmon. I don't just... I'm fine with it. It's healthy for him, it's fresh fish, and salmon's one of the better fish, I think, to give him, but like... Normally, he gets fed like a... It's basically like a 100% meat blend for cats. I think his kibble is 99.7% meat. The 3% is basically like vitamin supplements that goes in with his kibble. That's why his fur is so this. But if someone redeems the Bailey backstory, what you'll do is you'll find that when he kind of moved in here, he was nearly 7 kilograms. Because he was basically going around a bunch of houses in the local area and being fed cat food that was designed for one-plus year old cats. He is 15 now. He was 13 when he moved in with me, and so you shouldn't be feeding a 13-year-old cat 1+ year old cat food, because the needs of a cat's diet changes as they go throughout their life. You need to make sure that you're adjusting their dietary intake and their water intake and all kinds of things to the way that they exist as a cat, right? Yeah. Okay. You want to go back for another snack? You only had half of your lunch. Oh, you're a good boy, aren't you? He's such a good cat. Yes, there's a lot more kind of like fat and other things in young cat food, because they use it to basically bulk out and stuff. And I think there's a higher protein content in older cat food. No, Carver. At least she is a she. I assume that she also drinks water. Because the main thing that concerns me about Bailey is that refuses to drink any water I put down anywhere in the house. The only water he will drink that I've seen him drink from occasionally is my little garden pond in the back garden, which is absolutely grim. I don't understand why he does it, but it's just the way he is. Apparently it's not abnormal. No, he ignores fountains. It's only because there's a fountain in the stream. In the pond that he wants. I've put a fountain in the kitchen. He gets fed in my dining room, so 2 rooms apart. Like kitchen, living room, dining room. I don't know why they're that way around. Because Bailey is a boy cat, that's why he's male. He's not a big fan of water, it seems. So he has to have wet food. I have to make sure that the pond is topped up like almost every single day during summer, so that if he chooses to drink, he can. I've tried everything from broader dishes to inside fountains to literally everything that I can. Apparently he's always been this way. When I spoke to his owners, they said even as a kitten he would refuse to drink water. He gets it from. Apparently he had the habit normally. If the hose had been on, or in the morning when the dew is out on the grass, he just goes around and licks the grass. He doesn't try and eat it, he's just licking the water off of the grass, and apparently he likes that. Personally, I think he's a potato, but he's a cute potato, so it kind of works. Most Muad'Dib would... Yeah, I reckon he's probably got very good water discipline, you know. He'd probably hunt the sandworms on Arrakis, you know. He doesn't want tea. Deeply funny, though. I still haven't emptied this damn ornithopter. You know what? I'm just going to bite the bullet and just do a second one of these. This just means we've got enough stuff, right? Come on. Replace my, He's definitely doing what I'll be honest with you, chat. There are sometimes days when I think about what I will have to do the day that B passes away, and I get very upset thinking about it. It's very hard to think about, like, you know, disabling the Catcam. I will likely just remove them as sources in OBS so I don't have to think about them. I'll have to, like, move all this cardboard. I'm very aware that he is old for a cat, and I've been really lucky to give him an extra year and a half, 2 years, or however long he lives. Like, because I'm not gonna lie, when I moved in, he was incredibly fat. He was very lethargic. He wouldn't do anything all day. He didn't have that like sparkle in his eyes that you see now when he like gets up and does stuff. He's much brighter. So I know that I've given him a better life for it, but like he's 15 now. I have to be very aware of that. But all I can do in the interim is give him the best possible life I can, right? Oh yeah, I've known friends with cats who have like people. One of my exes had a cat when we went off to university around the same time, and they were like, oh yeah, you know, he's probably only got kind of 6 to 8 weeks left. Cat lived for another 7 years. Was like, you know what, doctor, fuck you. I think the cat, it was like 24 when he finally just went to sleep one day, just on the sofa, and then just went like, the dude was laughing because as part of it, they were like, oh, you know what we'll do? We'll give him a diet of, you know, fresh fish, and we'll help his final kind of 6 weeks be be easy. And so yeah, dude lived for another 7 years just to fuck with them. I admire that cat in ways I can't really explain to you, for the sheer level of commitment to the bit of, you know, luring them into the idea that it was going to be 6 weeks and it turned out to be so long. That's such a cat thing to do. This is a full dispenser. I only use the full dispenser because just ignoring gravity is good fun. It goes horizontal. The leap dispenser, I find you can take quite a lot of damage from sometimes if you're not careful. That's my hope, you know, like if I would be ecstatic if he has another 5 years. But I have to be very aware that I don't know that I'm not in control of that. All I can do is the best I possibly can. And that's all I'm gonna do, you know? That's how it was when because some of you might not know that I had 2 ferrets for a long time. Actually, when I met Thor, I had 2 ferrets. I had Sausage and Dino. And originally we got Sausage because a friend of... Oh, come on. Really? You're just gonna shoot me? You big bitch. Sorry, I got a bit carried away with the killing there. Yeah, we had sausage and dinosaur. Sausage was, I mean, when Sausage came to me, he was about this big. It was just this long. He was about 8 weeks long, 8 weeks old, and his mother had unfortunately ferrets are escape artists, first of all. Like, if a ferret can escape from somewhere, it will do so just because it can, because it wants to. This is definitely not working. Unfortunately, when Sausage and his two sisters were very, very young, we're talking 8 weeks old, their mother got out from their cage and made it into the neighboring cage in the place that they were being looked after, which was somebody who does pest control. So they were working ferrets. They came from working stock, and ferrets are ultimately working animals in parts of the UK where they are used to do things like flush rabbit sets, deal with rats, deal with badgers, all kinds of things, right? Sausage's mother was such a working ferret, one such, and for some reason decided to go through a neighboring cage which contained something called a red kite. Now, I'm not sure if in the US you won't have red kites. Very funny that I've got my bugged cell. Red kites are something we've introduced. They're a reasonably large bird of prey, and unfortunately, one of the main things that will take a ferret out as a bird of prey. There's no counterplay to birds of prey. Birds of prey need to be nerfed for ferrets. First of all, bad gameplay design. But unfortunately, yeah, Sausage's mother became a snack for a bird of prey. It's the nature of things. What happens? Ferrets get out. It's, you know, one of the things to be careful about. And the person was obviously very upset about it. You know, he didn't expect it. But they were working ferrets. So what's interesting is the mum didn't have a name. The person who had them had the view of, if you have a pet that has a name, if it's a working animal, it's different. And whether you agree or not is largely, you know, irrelevant. Depends on your upbringing, I guess. But we didn't, you know, Sausage wasn't going to be a working ferret. Male ferrets, for him, he wasn't too happy with working with them. Typically, they're a bit of a pain to keep separate from the females. They often end up big and aggressive in their first year. He just wasn't having it. So we were like, you know what? We'll look after Sausage. And he was a little bean, like, I think he was the length of my 3 fingers and my pinky. So he was basically 3 or 4 inches long, I guess. Maybe a bit, I don't know. I had to get the pictures out and show you how long, like how big he actually was at some point. They're deep in on my old phone. But we basically like hand raised him from quite a young age to basically make sure that he was going to be like not trained but socialized with humans. I don't. Oh my god, chat! You are. I should have known. I should have known, honestly. As soon as I said the word, I was like, you know what, I'm going to regret that. And I was right. I was right. I'm just going to sneak around here. Hello? Yoo-hoo! Aw. What? No friends out front? Boring. And then because Such was by himself after Such had gotten through his first summer, and he was very strongly bonded with the humans. He was basically a human bonded ferret. He was free roam around the house that we had at the time, and he was very, very happy, just but like kind of snuggling up with us, etc. But we decided after he'd gotten through his first winter and his first season, and he'd been kind of neutered, it would be time to get him a friend, because ferrets are social creatures. They need to have a social bond, and humans, you know, you're not meant to be a ferret's everything unless they've got Wardenbergs, and even then, it's still important for them to be able to interact with other ferrets. So then we got Dino. Dino was a rescue from a nearby ferret sanctuary. We went along there to basically find if there were any ferrets who would be a good fit for Sausage. And we found Dino. Dino was somewhere between 3 and 5. We don't really know because, of course, he was a rescue, and that's the nature of rescued, you know, animals, that you don't always get the full backstory. The only thing we knew about him was that when he came to the rescue, he was incredibly, incredibly gentle. First of all, really interesting, because most ferrets aren't that gentle unless they've been trained. He would do things like he would very gently pick up your finger in his mouth and try and carry you somewhere where he could stash you if he liked you. Sausage would be gentle, but still reasonably forceful. And that's not something that a ferret kind of picks up, as far as I'm aware, by default. He had been taught to pick certain things up. For example, he just wouldn't eat mice. He would pick it up and he would carry it to the human and bring it back, being like, hey, I brought you something which is, you know, which is good. That's why we think he might have been an escaped pest control ferret as well, to be honest with you. those behaviors, like prey retrieval, is not a normal thing for a ferret to do. So we figured that might be the case, but we would never really know for certain. And then we had, yeah, so as a sausage and dino, they had a big cage. They were free roam around the house. Well, the floor of the house they were able to get to. Ferret proofing a house is a lot of work. If you don't have to do it, I wouldn't advise it. It's so in the end I ended up converting my garage into like a big open like ferret cage kind of room almost. It was basically the size of a room, but had multiple layers of like hammocks, like levels, that kind of thing. It was just a nice like ferret sanctuary for them. And yeah, I had 2 of them. So that's how Thor and I kind of bonded over ferrets very early on. I am the reason that most of the ferrets have food names, because I convinced Thor and Shay reasonably early on that, you know, pets should have food names. It just makes sense. It's just good business. And look what happens now. We've got all of the fun ferrets who are all very, very cute. If you disagree that pets should have food names, I'm sorry, but you're wrong. I think there's nothing funnier than having a pet with a food name. When I was at university, I had 3 hamsters called Ham, Egg, and Chips. Delightfully funny. It was either that or breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which would also have been very funny. I don't want to drop my bugged cell, so I'm going to drop a full one. That's embarrassing. Cat called Popcorn, dog called Pickles, dog called Peaches. There you go. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, I mean, it was either... Apparently that one was less subtle, so Ham, Egg, and Chips was a good compromise at that point. Sausage's government name was Arthur, but like, I disagree. I never called Sausage Arthur. It was always Sausage. Who wants a real name? Like Sausage was, and then it stuck. Like he was called maybe Arthur, like on its vet paperwork, and that was about it. Other than that, Sausage. Bubble and Squeak, great name for hamsters. Full seal of approval. Good job. Proud of you. Did I harvest this? Oh, I didn't. Just jump. Just jump. Commissar Rex. Amazing. A dash hound named Tater Tot. That's a good name. Another dachshund called Hershey. That again, yeah. Tater Tot, I have to admit, is very funny. I assume because of the shape and the way that they... That's... Might keep that. Up to today, currently we're on a body collecting run. And then we might switch to a different game. I haven't really decided what I was going to do. I was going to switch to a different game, but I didn't realise it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, to be honest. That's kind of gone very quickly. Having a great time just chilling with chat and having a bit of a laugh, really. Shape and colour, gold. Branston and Pickle, good choice. Excellent choice. See, look at how many of you approve of pets with food names. Sausage McMuffin and Sir Bacon Waffles. All the ingredients for a taco. Nice. Emu and duck. I love hearing the stories behind people's pets' names. There's some great things, being like, you'll have, oh, you know, he's got a really refined countenance, and he comes from a long line of Reginalds, and then you'll have someone be like, my dog looks like a potato, so I called him Tater Tot. Oh, great levels of difference. I love people's taste difference in pet names. It's very funny. A Shiba named Mallow, great name. Pup's name is Mincemeat. Nice. A white goose called Clean and a brown goose named Dirty. Wow. Little bug. That's cute. Cat named Bean. Tipo and Twitch. Nice. Heidelberg. That's the name Strax. It was an arsehole in the color of potatoes. Great. I love that. I'm gonna call you Dad. Yeah, God, that's funny. Strax. Yeah, Shadow, you've got a small zoo going on there. We all know that the bearded dragon's in charge as well. Bodies. 4 runs of bodies, which is helpful. You know what? Oh yeah, we can afford to make some more of these. I'm not actually sure those are aligned. Oh, I'm out of power. I have a distinct feeling I didn't get this lined up like remotely well. Yeah, look at that. Luther's probably going to flay me alive. Deeply funny. Is that Luther? Oh, that's so funny. Imagine if that had been Luther. Horrifying. I've been deeply concerned. Don't worry about it, Luther, you're fine. These are perfectly aligned. What are you talking about, apart from that one there? No snap to grid? No. Yeah, aligned enough, right? Okay, you can tell Thor. What's he going to do about it? I'm just here to upset Luther now. Point. Someone's outside using the voice. They're very upset about my building. And now I have to do this. Shields. There you go. We're done. But you know what? I should put some outside. You're right. Be great. If Thor gave me a loaf of bread for my birthday, I would assume it was poisoned. Now what? I'm gonna go test something. Oh, we're nearly at our production limit. I might have to undo what I just did. Might not be enough power creation. Okay, so I'm gonna try this out. I think this... Here we go. I think that this is still delivering... It is still delivering power inside. That's so funny. Yes, my directional wind turbine. Hey, Luther, it's fine. These work inside. There's no problem here. It's all that wind, you know, inside basement of the base.
That's the wind that is coming through the closed window and the vent shield. Right.
Yeah, exactly. See? Wind power. With no, why don't we put wind turbines in every house, honestly? Like, it would be so much easier.
You can delete the small 4 generators for one big wind turbine. So that's how you free up the production limit.
That's too expensive. That's ridiculous. Free mouse. I love it. Knack. There is no nuclear power generator, but you can make a spice power generator, which is powerful and meaty and cool. It's just very, very expensive to make and run. Oh, he's not manually correcting the Death Store placement. Okay. I think he's manually correcting my directional wind turbines, though. How dare you? How dare you stream snipe me, Luther? How dare you?
Oh, you didn't hear me because my tool was activated.
Yeah, I didn't hear what you said. Yeah.
Said I saw you running down myself and not
No,
stream.
no, it's a lie.
Only have to
Stream sniping, stream sniping, chat. Look at that. Disgraceful.
The second wind turbine wasn't even running because it was too far inside.
That sounds like a you problem. It was definitely working when I put it down. Lufer's gonna hurt me. I'm gonna leave now.
You go back and do the website.
Luther always sounds very done with my shit, which is kind of my favorite interaction, to be honest. Deep. That sounds about right, Luther, yeah. This is definitely the most efficient way of doing this. I don't know, I think that there's probably better ways of doing it than just pissing off your mods, but I haven't found a better way, so this is the one we're going with. I don't really piss them off. That's the Pyro software mod, that's what I do. Okay. What's the question? Does Luther stream? Luther does not stream. I feel like Luther would just end up like being like, chat, why? You would try one guy in Luther and Luther would basically just burn down your entire computer just to get back at you. Because Luther is done with everyone's shit. Okay, you have plans? That's cool. Let me know when your plans are in the works then. Neat. The Cronies grow. More. I'm looking forward to it, bud. It'll be good fun. I definitely don't just use this. Did I mess up on purpose? Someone who there to do it for me? Is that something that I would do? Is Thor going to be streaming tomorrow for the Space Marine 2 update? I don't know if Thor's going to be streaming tomorrow because Thor is on his day off tomorrow. And in the calendar, I have not scheduled any moderators to work an on-stream shift. So if he does, it will probably be incoherent screaming. I need notice of that so that I can schedule staff so that they can have their days off. It's important. It's my job to act as a buffer. And if Thor does stream, then likely I won't be able to stream if things are really busy because the mod who's on shift will need to not be by themselves. I don't know what to do about refueling things now. I've got this empty fuel cell. I kind of want to try it. We're just going to try it, because I can always repeat the bug. What? I sense a mango. Get off my roof! You oik!
It is my roof now.
You slovenly oik!
You can't even step on it. It's clearly my roof.
I wonder if I trapped Mango in the base, how long I could keep Mango as a pet for.
I'm sure it would go very well for you. Do it. I'll be a great pet.
That was the most aggressive. Oh, I can't build upwards anymore. That's going to be a bummer. Doesn't work. How disappointing. Oh, wait. Maybe do I have... No, see, I've lost my emotes. I don't have the emotes that I want. Ah. This armor. Oh. Do you use an actual sword?
Yeah.
Why?
Because this is the one I had a blueprint for, basically.
Fair reasons, I guess. I just kind of wondered, to be honest, because I find that the attack speed being lower on the sword, I find is a bit of an issue when it comes to fighting large amounts of melee enemies, even though you get the increased AoE from the blade strike, so I tend to stick with the rapier. But I'd be interested in knowing how it performs in groups, especially deep desert.
It depends. If you pair it with something like the Spice Benny Gesserit voice, then it's really good. Or just anything that gives knockback, that just gives you enough time to start the swing, and then you can hit like 4 of them at once.
That makes sense, to be fair. Yeah, I can imagine. That's actually been my issue with it at all times. The sword is just like 30% slower than the rapier, and I like the speed.
I also like the way that it homes in on an enemy's butthole when you're behind them.
I thought you would. I knew that's something that would appeal to you.
I do miss it greatly.
So that is a Violent Mango chat, so you'll see them in chat. Someone asked what armor this was. This is the Station Garb, which are a Duralumin tier heat protection, kind of good blade mitigation, good heat protection, good dash stamina cost reduction. Because you might not have noticed, I have quite a few stamina bars. You gonna refresh? Okay. Well, I have quite a few stamina bars, and we'll show you how this works. Because by leveling my sword master tree, you get a lot more stamina, and you can do things like this. Oh look, that's you know, it's ticking down. Oh no. Oh no, I've gotten through nearly a whole stamina bar. What am I gonna do? Oh, sorry, I've got another one. We're all good. Oh no, my stamina's getting low. Guess I'll just do this instead then and maintain my speed. So, you know, a small 800-meter journey. I've done that across the Vermilius Gap. And look, I'm already back up at full stamina and full power, and I can do it again. Oh look, a mango. Oh. That was rude. I'm gonna hide here from the rude mango. I'm gonna replace my suspense belt with another one I prepared earlier. And we go again! Yeah, most of my abilities are actually designed around, oh yeah, you can outrun a worm with this. Yeah. You have to go sideways and just avoid the worm side strike, but yeah, you can... It's remarkably good for evasion and for travel. Yeah, I just kind of jackknife sideways at the end there, but yeah. And that's literally Bindu Sprint at 3 bars. That's all it is. That and then this tree. More max stamina. Dehydrated stamina limit being increased, so if I'm dehydrated I have more stamina. If I'm hydrated I have 25% more stamina, that's the useful part. And then I've got this, 20% recovery rate increase. I'm just spec'd around having a huge amount of resource. Again, in here, it's all about health. Got lots of health. Got more than one health bar when it's full. Just don't ever run with full health. This is just where I stop respawn, like regenerating it naturally. More than double what you have normally. I'm not sure on that one. I don't tend to run low on water, so I might, when I do my next respec. The dehydrated thing is though, when you're on a long-term battle, you end up in a running fight, stopping to drink is not something that's that easy to do. Advice on building on open sand? Yeah, my advice is don't do it. But don't build on open sand. The armor pieces, I mean, I've got the shaded hood, which is hidden. I've got the X-Core leggings, which are a Plastinium tier dash stamina reduction cost for that. So again, more dashing. These are the Tal soft step boots, so reduced worm threat. This is pretty much only so I've got reduced sunstroke rate and heat protection when it works. This is the one that Thor has proven that there are issues with. So you have to like log off with it unequipped. And we'll make some gloves. That's the next plan. Pincushion gauntlets, dash reduction cost, a little bit of mitigation could be useful. Nah, we're getting that. Power usage minus 10%, that's huge. Why is... I can't tell you why my stream isn't working on your LG Smart TV, bud. I wish I could, but unfortunately, I'm not there. Maybe the UK-based streamers are just too powerful for your TV. That's an expensive one, but hey. I've got a few of these, so, you know, we're good. Oh, they also look kind of sick. By themselves, they look kind of cool. But what are the other ones? Nah, those look weird. No, I think, to be honest with you, just the Harkonnen version of the basics one's kind of great. I'm fine with this fit. It works quite nicely. Very happy with it. Shadow Strike 83, thank you for the subscribe with Prime, buddy. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. Oh, look. Someone left some trash around. I wonder who that was. Who could it have been? No idea. For you. Suspense about, compact gatherer, thumpers, spare shield. We're kitted up to do whatever we need to do now. Not a big fan of that, so weak. I've got a replacement one, I guess. Thor Conan has arrived, chat. We're trying to try and pause when ads are in progress. I'll answer any questions. What's the deal with the turret ability? Is it actually decent? Yes, it is. So, go into this. Mentat. First of all, the turret is very, very good because it is autonomous damage. You can drop it and you can run elsewhere and it will still cause pressure to the enemies once it's up, like even at the stage. Even early game, the level 1 turret is great. Once upgraded, it's still good. 87 damage, firing quite a few times, and it's only got, you know, what, like a cooldown of 18, second duration 25. That's not quite right. I would say that, I mean, unless the cooldown starts once it's up, which is... Yeah, it is, yeah. So you basically get 18 seconds of uptime. It's quite useful. It's a very good ability. I enjoy it because it's basically just AFK-able DPS, so you can reposition and use it tactically. It also really pisses off PvPers. Why is this word wizard? What's your most dangerous spell? Dangerous as in like hurt, like you know, would be awful to kind of encounter, or one that, you know, I actually like using because I think it's funny. Because casting explosive diarrhea is always a good spell, especially because depending on the intent of your spell, it could either be just awful, you know, awful bowel movements, but it could also be you literally explode. From what passives have I got on? I'm using these: trauma recovery for healing, regen limit, and healing rate. Stamina recovery rate, and conservation of power reduction, so I can just do more with my shield and stuff. Constantly wet socks, that's such a boring one. That's so overly used. Explosive diarrhea is an intense spell. It's what's good about it. I'm not sure you want to be whipping out permanently undo shoeless. That one's kind of boring. You just end up doing Velcro shoes instead. Which 40k Chaos God rules Dune? I think Slanesh. I think the addiction to spice is a Slaneshi trait. It's excess. It is... Nope, there's too much logic and too much intrigue, I think, for it to be fully cornate. I think, unfortunately, it comes down to the obsession with the... You have to remember that Slanesh is not only the horny one. Slanesh is the prince of obsession, of greed, of envy, of excess. If you think obsession with spice is not what Dune is about, unfortunately, I think you should reread it. So I would probably answer with Slanesh. All is dust is not a Zinchian phrase, it's a Thousand Suns phrase. Endless Eyelash and Eye is a good one. I don't think I need this many large fuel cells on me at all times. That's slightly extra. And then we'll head on out. Head on out and do stuff. Go in there. That's not where it's meant to go. The thing is, though, there's actually not that much change that... Glad I checked. There's not that much change that actually takes place in the Dune universe. The Emperor largely wants to maintain things being the same. And I think that like every universe you look at in a setting is going to be change focused. I don't think that Dune is sufficiently change focused and chaos focused to play into the hands of Tzeentch. If you want a really imaginative spell, you want something like auditory hallucination when falling asleep. You've been falling asleep and you hear a really loud bang noise, but you're not sure if you heard it or if you imagined it. That's what coming off of gabapentin does. You just randomly hear a scream while you're falling asleep. Is it real? Is it not? You don't know. Did I use it? I had to take gabapentin for my back problem before my surgery. Yeah, gabapentin and tramadol. What they had me on. The jump just before you fall asleep, what, like a myoclonic jerk? That sounds like an awful American game, Paul Shoe. I don't want to play that one. I'm just going to automatically put it down to somebody wanting to reduce the local tax rates on their houses. Yes, Mango, that is what it's yeah, exploding head syndrome. What the doctor called it. It's grim. It's the worst. And the best bit is, like, because I just like when I had that, because that was the first time I'd come off of it. I was just kind of in a daze post-surgery, so I was recovering from my surgery and just not taking the painkillers that I'd been on before and the different ones they'd given me. They hadn't given me any warning. And, yeah, it didn't go great. It was a very strange experience. Try this out. Lots of Americans online, so we'll see if there's any PvP. Mango, that sounds rough. I had it with amitriptyline as well, but it wasn't quite as bad. It would more just be like I'd hear like a whining noise when I was relaxing. Like it would, like, my ears would start just ringing and kind of building louder and louder until I acknowledged it, and then I'd be like, wait, I'm not hearing anything. It would go away. That one was weird. Amitriptyline gave me restless leg syndrome as well. Which is one of the things it's meant to treat, which is hilarious. Oh, okay, so division. That sounds moderately horrifying. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, if you turn them in the wrong time of day and you wake up in the morning, you should end up being like an absolute zombie. So for those of you who weren't here earlier when I talked about it, tomorrow I will be doing a little bit of Dune, and then probably a little bit of Bitcraft, if you know what that is. If you don't know what it is, Bitcraft is a great game made by kind of a great team of devs that we had the luck to meet at TwitchCon. I saw again recently at TwitchCon. We were involved with them right at the start of their early access, and we were very interested in the way they've created their game using a tool called Spacetime DB. So we'll be taking a look tomorrow at Bitcraft, which has just come out into Steam. They've been doing really well. The servers are now completely stable. We'll be doing that. Yeah. Probably touch on it a couple hours. There are a few community members from the Pyro Software side who have a community that we kind of originally set up for the first one. They've kind of kept going by themselves, you know, in the other waves, which has been really awesome of them. Apparently they've done some really cool constructions. They've got a really good kind of environment going on. So I'm gonna go take a look at what they've done. Free money. Doom Guy on Arrakis. I don't think Doom Guy would be as functional on Arrakis as you might want him to be, because, again, I don't think that Doom Guy is going to beat the Worm, where the Worms are written and created, right? How's that going to work out? I don't like this at all. Yeah, the Worm isn't evil at all. The Worms just are, like Mother Nature. Do you ever fully play Doom Eternal? No, I didn't. Look at this imbalance. Like, why 67 of that and 18 of that? Really strange. You know when you read a book and there's a character in it who's just incredibly overpowered and they stop being fun because they've got no real weaknesses. Kind of how I feel about that. People's flaws and character weaknesses are what makes them interesting generally. You lose a huge amount, a character that always wins isn't that good. We're gonna change our minds on that one. Yeah, Superman's too powerful, exactly. Yeah, that's actually, I agree. When I tried watching One Punch Man, I kind of felt that's a bit like, this is kind of... I like... Okay. Oh, hello. Okay, there's a big bitch somewhere up there. We'll go find him. Okay, there's nothing in these that I really need. This has been recently harvested. Screen crashes, you log back in, you died. What killed you, Goldseeker? It's not a normal bug, although there are a number of fixes coming into play which should be fixing bugs like that. The recent kind of public test realm information is quite clear on a huge number of upcoming changes and other things, so... I've got a lot of DMs to answer later. This is an important one. Just abuse on the ferret stuff. Give me a second to go to Reddit to ban some fuckers. What a surprise. Who had people on Reddit being silly? I'm just gonna... No. Imagine you go into a place and you say, oh, the game is abandoned. The pinned fucking thread is literally community highlights, an update, and has links to the videos. It's just a way of spreading hate. I've got 1 million results to say yes, the game is still being published, and one result that says no, and I made up that one result, but I'm going to believe it anyway. You're in... Wait, hang on, let me see. You're in the copter. What are you talking about? What's going on here, Rain Token? Let's have a look at this. You're now stuck under the map in the copter. Can you do a relog? Rain. In fact, can you just completely close down your client and relaunch it and see what happens? That's true, sorry, I forget that they can't read. As a mod of mine, all the networks, like Twitter, I can't moderate Twitter, that's something that only the account can do. Reddit, I keep an eye on. Discord, I'm not the only mod who does it. I think I would make that point very, very clear. We've got a team of moderators who cover all time zones and everything. I couldn't do this by myself. It'd be awful. The team do the bulk of the work. I just kind of oversee it. I deal with any issues that are too much for them, or I will settle any kind of disagreements about approaches and stuff. I'll do the reviews. I'll do kind of objective passes on stuff. McCourtriex, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. I appreciate you. So yeah, my work is largely, yeah, I'll do some kind of active moderation, but I'll also have, you know, review and oversight role. It's kind of a balance of things. The level 93, should you focus on the copter or not? Yeah, the ornithopter is your main, like, in a survival game, speed is part of efficiency. If you are getting around faster and more effectively in an ornithopter, you are progressing faster. So the ornithopter should be priority, in my opinion. Plus flying is incredibly fun in this. It feels really good. They've got the ornithopter feel bang on. So yes, I would say focus on the Scout Ornithopter, Mark 4, and then focus on the Assault, Mark 5, and then the Scout, Mark 6. Scout should only have thrusters if you're going into the deep desert. If you have a Scout with a storage on it in the deep desert, when you lose it, and it is going to be a when, that's it. You have to replace it. Make sure you're okay with that. So take anything in the deep desert that you're not comfortable losing, because... Bloodletter. Good name. Would Sonic outrun the worm? Nah. Sonic would see the open ring mouth and be like, a ring? And run into it and then get consumed by the grandfather worm. You can get all up to fairly early on, to be honest with you. If you're kind of going at pace, you can do it awfully quickly. If you're doing it slow, that's how long it takes you. I know somebody who got the Ornithopter very, very early on just by basically running Harkonnen missions and then using the Solari he gained from clearing out points of interest, etc. to buy it from the Harkonnen vendor. You can very easily do. 100% thing. 125k. Huh. Nice. Yeah, don't fly what you can't afford to lose is 100% what you need to be thinking whenever you go into the deep desert. Dash.
Sorry,
No
go on.
food.
Hasn't respawned for me yet.
Yes. Free stuff. I love free stuff. Solari! It's not exactly, it's not a race. Do what you enjoy in the game, you know? I know that Winky and Thor are kind of frustrated at the state of endgame PvP. To be honest with you, I'm kind of just happy yeeting myself around the map, just clearing objectives as I see fit and as my whims take me. Like chat says, it's not a race. If it's going to take you 100 hours to get the Ornithopter or 4 hours, whatever you find fun, whatever gives you meaning from the game. I will not tell people how to play. The area above the anvil, do I have all the intel there? The area above the anvil is the intel is the Haga Rift, is it not? Once reading sus, that's a very, very good process. Build redundancy, 100%. Winky Thor are murder hobbies. I mean, true. I'm just savage if you try fighting. Like, if you, like earlier when that guy rocked up in the Ornithopter, I'm not even thinking about it. I will immediately fire my lasgun at you if you come close from the deep desert. I do not give a fuck. You're not in my party and we're in a PvP zone. I'm going to assume that you're coming after me if you're coming close to me and I'm in, like, when I'm doing a mining operation. 100%. And I will fight. It's Luca, thank you. I mean, I'm using a teleprompter, which is kind of the good way of doing it, but I think that it kind of helps. I quite like being able to look up, and I can actually play the game while looking at chat like this. As you can see, I'm keeping eye contact on chat, and I can still enjoy occasionally glancing kind of down what I'm doing. You've already hit the crash in... You've hit the crash in A7. You want the disruptor from that. Ah, fair enough. Hey, thanks for letting me know, bud. To be honest, I'm basically looking for like lasgun recipes and other kinds of things, because that would be nice to be able to repair my own lasgun rather than having to rely on someone in the group to do it. Joke's on you, Anakertic, you're not actually holding up any fingers. I can see, don't worry. I won't judge you for it, it's fine. Thanks, bud, I really appreciate that. You're awesome. That's going on a playlist. It's a good song. Parson D4 Delta 4 Delta 5 the road band happened. Task manager closing relogging has fixed you're alive, but your thought has been lost to the void. Logging in the sub manager Delta 3. So that sounds like what happened is you had a crash when you were traversing from the edge of Delta, basically from Charlie into Delta, and the game somehow was kind of freaked out and dropped you. Oh wait, were you going horizontally down the Delta line? So you went out of Delta 3 into Delta 4? Yeah, it's like it didn't properly pass you across. So when you log back in, the server is a bit like, oh, well, last time we saw you, you were here. But the server is also like, well, the last time we saw your vehicle, it was here underneath the quicksand. Now, I will say that I know that there has been fixes in the past where a server restart has fixed stuff stuck under the sand. But can't really reset the deep desert in the same way, so it's going to be very difficult for us to test and work something out on for that. Does it do about walking? If you try walking across the server borders, it won't really let you. You're meant to use a vehicle to cross those, and it's meant to be an ornithopter. It's designed. That's why you know. Yes, your ornithopter flies real weird. We saw it yesterday morning when I was rescuing Timmy in chat from the bug, and like he tried to get on my ornithopter because I was technically in a separate cell to what the game had loaded him into. The game was not having it. It was very unimpressed. It was like, oh, we don't do this. Genius. This is the end. I'm going to look at my hours played. Not too bad. Slim 704, thank you very much for the 2 subs. Enjoy your cosmetic. If you need to know how to find it in game, you can go in game. Once you're in there, you press U for uniform. Go to the garment section, scroll down to the social armor. You can find it in here. This is what it looks like. Alternatively, you know, if those of you are watching, you know, that's not showing for you for whatever reason, this shows you what it looks like. You too can dress up like Dukes or Trades. Oh, I'm sorry, Optimus. That's an awful bug. That doesn't feel good, but I'm sorry to hear that. Oh yeah, I just really enjoy trolling Thor. Like, even if he's not here, it's great fun. Galtical, I don't know if there's an official fix for that. I only know that when I visited another server in our world and came back, all of a sudden they were fixed. I don't know if that's what they recommend to fix it. I don't know if that's even meant to work, but for some reason it worked. So maybe try that. That's probably all I can recommend. And you're 100% right, ADM Thrawn. With pride, to be honest with you. Probably, yeah. I mean, neither Thor and I really drink, but like that's, yeah. It's the reason that Thor and I get along so well is Thor's sense of humor is very similar to the way the British people work. Like when you're with your mates, you rip the shit out of them, knowing full well that they are just sitting there waiting for their turn. 100% is how that works. It's all banter. There's nothing serious. There is nothing better and more life-giving to you than making fun of every single life choice that your friend has made, and then knowing that they're about to do the same thing back to you. Absolute gold. That's how British banter works. If we like you, we'll be mean to you. If we don't like you, we'll just be awfully indifferent. Bonjour. I don't think it's everyone. I'll be honest, like, I don't think that many other cultures do it as quite as intensely as that. There are some like friendship groups that's very different, but like that's broadly kind of how that one works. Imagine coming into my chat to use a troll which is designed to troll someone else who's not even here. Like, isn't that a really weird thing to do? Oh. I'm just gonna time you out for 2 weeks so that my channel keeps getting recommended to you. It's even funnier because you're already banned from Thor's chat and therefore you can't talk here. You're doing it on main as well. What is wrong with people? Very funny. The average IQ for trolls has dropped massively. I miss the days in the early days of like EVE Online and stuff when trolls would be really inventive. They do all kinds of weird things and it wouldn't be until the end of it you'd be like, wait, that was a troll all along. Oh my god. I miss that. Where did the care in trolling go? Lost art. Exactly. Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Mountain Dew, thank you very much for 2 community subs. I'm just gonna leave you actually in no, I'm just gonna leave you in restricted hell because that way you still get recommendations, but you're just stuck. HR question if you can. Do you know any decent places to get advice on how to be an employee representative? Okay. I'll be honest with you, most mods. Difficult question. Citizens Advice is always a good shout, but most Citizens Advices are really heavily under-resourced at the moment because they've not had any kind of funding top-ups from the government in a very long time. At the end of the day, if you're under consultation, you want to learn to be an employee. Oh, excuse me. I mean, at the end of the day, being an employee representative is about approach more than about following specific steps. I would probably do things like reviewing the ACAS site and some of the other kind of government sites that we have around the consultation process, because ultimately they're the ones that dictate on how that is gone through and what the kind of normal things you might encounter is. My understanding of being the employee representative is basically being the voice of the people. Glorious Spat, the whole point of starting over to test again is to test the changed gameplay loops from the start. If you write a book and then, you know, an editor does pass through of it and then, like, you only reread the last 3 chapters, how are you going to know what's been changed? How is the artist going to know whether, like, in this case, the author, how are they going to know whether the previous bit still tracks with the old stuff? You have to start from fresh for the testing. I can understand that it's annoying having to start from fresh with it, but, like, you need to be able to test the full gameplay loops, and that's what testing is. If you don't want to lose everything, maybe testing is not the right approach for people. Because I'll be real, like, if you've ever experienced a game that does like a regular mirror of a test server, again, I'm going to use EVE Online as an example here because the Singularity test server was a thing. Goldseeker, you should close your game, close Steam, reopen Steam, verify integrity of your game cache, and then relaunch the game. Yeah, if you're going to test, you need to test everything. You can't test things in isolation. You have to test the interconnected systems. And that will mean restarting the game, sure. Yeah. That's how they're going to get the best data across the board. Banned someone an absolute ass, seeing his friends come in begging you pleading for an unbanned to get one chance, unbanned him. It was only a bunch of bits to spin and to be seen again. It's quite odd. Often, like, some of your best fans will be people that you've given another chance to, and this is why, like, when someone is banned from Thor's channel, if they just come in and they're being reasonable chatters, they will be restricted, because I share a bans list with Thor, because I know full well that some people are going to come trying to, like, harass me, like some people have been today, with the intent of, oh, it's some kind of gotcha for Thor if they take out his friends or people that he associates with. Realistically, I think it's fucking gross if you're going to punish someone based on, you know, you're going to go and harass someone based on who they've chosen to be friends with. That's... Have a conversation about it. Don't harass people. Why are you being so fucking weird? But, like, so I share the ban list. But there are people who will come in and they will have been banned for something that breaks Thor's channel's rules. But it might have been 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago. And I'll have a listen. I'll have, you know, we'll talk about what you did wrong. And if you say, you know, I did this, I regret it, I won't do it again. I've unbanned people from my, like, from Thor's chat for coming in and being reasonable chatters here. I'm fine with doing that. I agree that people deserve a second chance. I believe people can change, given the right impetus. So if somebody can come in and say, you know what, look, I made a mistake. This is what I did wrong. I won't do it again. I'm sorry. Fine, get another chance. And if they waste that, that's on them. Like, I ain't too fussed. There's no skin off my back to rebound someone who's been banned. Like, I find it deeply funny when people are like, got you to ban me. Oh no, I had to press a single button. A single button. I don't give a fuck. Banning people is cathartic sometimes. A lot of people deserve it. Way before they even get to that stage. About... The sword's only good. I prefer the rapiers because I think you get a little bit more reach and they're faster. The swords are great against AoEs, but they are slow. I don't personally vibe with them as well as I do the rapier, but that's a personal choice. Try them both out in the game at lower levels and then build your way up and see if you like them. See, I don't get paid to ban. This is a really common misconception for moderators, and I understand exactly why you say it. I don't get paid to ban people. I get paid to exercise judgment and deliver fair outcomes to the community. That's my job. We are not rewarded for the number of bans we get. There's no competition around who gets the most bans, because bans have to be reviewed. Like if we incentivize who gets the most bans, that's gonna result in people banning people for less reasons, just because they'll win. But I don't believe in that kind of approach. Neither does Thor. That's not how we actually do. My job is to make sure the community gets treated fairly and that people who break the rules are moderated against, people who need support are supported, and that we can keep delivering and doing cool shit. Basically what I do. Like the PlayerUnknown interview. That was sick. That was great. Getting to see brand new technology that could shape gaming in years to come. Awesome. I really enjoyed doing that. Delivering that kind of thing for chat I find that really enjoyable. Some people wouldn't have given a fuck about it. They don't care about who PlayerUnknown is or what machine learning planet generation could mean for, you know, games in future. But some people do, and it's incredibly cool. Like the Space Marine stuff that we did with Iron Mouse and like Annie Fuchsia and stuff. Like that was all. I just arranged that one day. I was like, you know what, we're just gonna do it. It's good fun. We have block game because I said to Thor, do it you can't, or do it you won't. When it came to yeah, that's a much better way of putting it. Yeah, it's a really common way of putting it. People often like, oh, you get paid to ban people. It's not strictly true, and it makes the job seem like our job is sitting here laughing, being like, you're banned, you're banned. It's, for us, the community is different to that. But I understand that there are a lot of moderators out there in other communities who have probably given moderation teams a bad name, to be honest. Oh, I got caught on that rock. Are there any good classes to join with Trooper? Class to join if you don't. Oh. I'll be honest with you, I'll show you my class setup and you'll probably be like, why have you done this? What is wrong with you, Kronos? Why are you such a monster? let's have a look at this. So we go into this skills. I have in Trooper, bunch of random things, mostly designed to get gunsmith, and I need to finish field maintenance. Reduction in durability loss are just you're keeping your resources longer. These are a meme. I don't need these. A small amount of damage increase is useful, but like it's 3%. You know, increases my drill shot by 5%. Spencer power drain. I'm not sure if I like this one or not. I'm still working this one out. If I freed that up, it would free up these because I don't use either of these. Gigabyte Claw, absolutely must have. Love it. Mentat. Sentinel turret is great, but access to these is important. Being able to repair your garments that you're using, your armor and your like rad suits and stuff, and decrease their durability loss. Very, very useful. Nothing else inside Mentat. Plantos gets a bit more interesting. I've gone around the edge for power regeneration, increased power, and power usage decrease. That's very, very important for my character. These, I'm not sure. I don't need this anymore. I'd be respecking out of these to free these up. And I need this. Fuel efficient pilot. I fly everywhere. 100%. Yeah, I use the longer range on Shigawai for a number of things. It's remarkably useful in a melee environment and also in a climbing environment. Bindu Sprint, very important. Very, very good ability. Enjoy that. I've dipped into blade damage because thinking about whether it's useful, and having access to this at some point to unlock this again would be very, very nice to have. Again, Compel, it unlocked itself, I think, at one point. I don't know why. And then I've got points in here for health recovery. So basically all the health stuff. Then I've got a blend of this. This is a very useful ability to switch to. It's a very, very strong riposte that you can have available. If you're fighting melee enemies, a large number of them, this is incredibly useful. I've heard that there is another one. Is that riposte? There's no ability called riposte, so... That's a fun ability to watch. Foil, yeah. This one has a Savage Riposte in it. 120% weapon damage, bleed, 4 seconds duration. It's the same level of damage. Duration is just longer. Enemy damage reduction is very good as well. And yeah, this is all around stamina. Again, I will probably lose this one. I don't really need this one. Requires being prescient and only gives you a 20% negative malice to mitigation against their enemies. Not really worth it, I don't think. That's just cool. When your blood is saturated with melange, you see multiple ways to damage your enemies. After using any Swordmaster ability, your next strike will strike twice, reflecting 2 possible versions of the future converging in a single space-time. What a cool ability, right? Great. This one's fantastic. The Listening Against Fear. If you buff this to full, you're increasing your teammate's armor by 3. You're literally just being like, okay, you want triple armor? Triple armor. Public test client. Yeah, we went through it as a group earlier. For those of you who need it, let's see if this links. Nope, that didn't work. We'll go... I'll do this. If I do that, I can then click on my own name. Here we go. Copy link address. Lungs add. I'm just making a command for all of you, don't worry. Public test. There you go. You can now use exclamation point PTC if anyone comes in asking about the public test client. Because do I have any disagreement with thoughts on SKG? Have you more nuanced, comprehensive history? Okay, so you're gonna come. I'd like to address something before I answer your question. You're coming in saying you're already coming in with a viewpoint that you clearly hold that is in your question. It's not a neutral question at all. You're saying, oh, you're basically inferring that a specific person's view is not nuanced or understanding, etc. However, my view on SKG is if you had a well-written document, it would have had more support. There are a number of flaws in there that you cannot trust politicians to address. Creating a cross-industry group to reviews before it was submitted would have been smarter. No, this is a regular member of Thoughts community as well, so I'm not just going to ignore them. I know it's not bait. They are genuinely asking the question. They deserve to have an answer. Dark Hunter, I'm also streaming on YouTube literally right now. So I'm terrible at I haven't got a unified chat yet, so I'm not sure when this was. This is my first day utilizing YouTube properly. Yeah, it's much more YouTube, you can see it. So yeah, the person is not, it's not bait, but like, we already have, my view on it is actually that this is an issue, this is a consumer issue, right? Consumers very clearly have a problem in this area. But if you don't like what a company does, stop buying their shit. If a company provides something to you on a license and you don't like the concept of licenses, stop buying licenses. Like, you are agreeing to a contract. No one's forcing you to agree to a contract. Stop doing it. And if you change your behavior as a consumer and businesses find that it's no longer profitable to do the things that they are doing, they will stop it. It was not worded rather naturally. It was worded in an incredibly vague manner with the idea of let politicians sort it out. I don't trust politicians to sort out anything anymore. And the number of people who I've had come and ask me questions who clearly have only read the cliff notes off the website and not the actual thing that they have signed blows my mind. I think that by itself, the sentiment is right. However, I think that your problem is actually around consumer education and what people are agreeing to versus what companies think they can get away with. It is a two-sided problem. That's how Steam allowed refunds. No, Steam allowed refunds because refunds are a required part of operating inside the EU and the UK and numerous other jurisdictions. What are you talking about? There's precedence for this. You're going to need to be more specific. It's the same problem you had in Thor's chat yesterday when you were trying to argue just random statements that didn't actually seem to follow on from things. So make sentences in full and ask your questions in full and we can discuss them. But like vague comments like about there's precedence for this though. What do you mean by this? That's how Steam allowed refunds. What do you mean by that's how Steam? Just give me a clear question. You'll get a clear answer. But like, if I don't understand your question, well, exactly. And like, you know, I think that certain people who are fans of the community, you know, they've been around for a long time. I know that Patch Dev has been a part of Thor's community for a long time. I don't mind having an answer, having a discussion about it. I just think that coming in here and spewing shit, like some people have done today, because someone else who I'm aligned with disagrees with it, like, oh. Okay, so there was some case law in 2014 that forced the platform to change refund policies worldwide. Why is that remotely relevant to what we're talking about? You still haven't pointed your link. You haven't shown you're working. The problem is that what the initiative does is it's like, okay, the consumers have a problem. They keep agreeing something that's bad for them. Maybe we should just stop this from being an option for them rather than educating consumers. Maybe if you're buying something, you should read about what you're buying. If you don't like the practice, don't buy the product. I wouldn't buy a car if I knew that someone could just rock up and take it from my house one day. I'm not buying a car at that point. I wouldn't... I understand I am very lucky to have a legal education and understanding of some of these matters that some people will not have been given the tools to unpack. I recognize that, but I don't believe that asking politicians to interfere in what needs to be a free and open market is right, especially when we've... How many times can you tell me how politicians have done a very good job? Exactly, and if you don't agree with a lease loan, you shouldn't get one. That is what a lease loan means. It's part of the definition. They can, yeah. That's how collections works. You don't meet your end of it. That's how a lease works. That's how they make money from it. Like you have to pay it, and they get interest from it. That's... I'd also like to point out that the same proposal that was put into the EU courts went to the Australians. They were like, "Nah, mate, this is shit. We already have consumer protection laws in place. We're all right, thank you." So pointing to Australia as an example in this situation probably doesn't help your case as much as you think it does. Oh, bugger. Oh, don't get me wrong, I agree, Bad Music TV. I don't believe that they should be compelled to have one. More requirements slowing down companies and creating problems will only result in less gaming that's done by the indie population. I mean that only AAA companies who have been notorious for delivering good games in recent years, right, have to do, because it's going to cost you more money to make a game. Because you're going to need people who are, you know, lawyers, who are regulation specialists to be able to advise the game company at all times on whether they're meeting those requirements. Dippy Dip, thank you very much for the Prime sub, buddy. So I'm not sure my take is more nuanced. I think my approach to the way that the law works is different. And I think I fundamentally disagree with a number of people who are signing that petition on how I believe law should work and impact our lives. That's fine. I'm free to make that decision. Okay, so what you're saying is it's fine if there's a legal case brought, which I'd like to point out, legal cases have been brought about a number of games. And the legal case has never come up for this one, so where is the legal harm? Because a case like that takes place where there is harm. If you haven't been able to prove harm to a court and they haven't created a case like this, then what you're arguing is fundamentally different about initiative versus a legal finding by the European courts. The game is saved by basically open sourcing EOL. What server hosts what's point? What if game backends kind of work with server grade hardware? What happens if you just can't run that game on Microsoft's new operating system? Is Microsoft now responsible for making sure that every release of Windows works with every old game? How does that work? Because the game company can't control that, and the consumer can't control that. Only Microsoft could control that. What happens if your Linux distro changes to the person who you know is making it? Is that whose fault is that if the game no longer works? How does that work? Go on. It's an issue to bring industry and lawmakers to discussion, not a policy document. Wrong. It's not designed for that. It was a proposal put before Parliament so that they would do something about it. Why would you not engage with the industry beforehand and create something which is universally agreed upon or can be supported by people who are experts on both sides, not just one side? I wouldn't allow a business to submit a rule like this. I wouldn't allow just consumers to do it. I think that there should have been far more cross-industry consultation done before just randomly yeeting initiative into the European Parliament with a timescale on it. And now that timescale, but that lack of planning, that lack of forethought, has backfired. Because now the only way they have to push initiative is to be hateful in people's Twitch chats to try and push the initiative, which is an awful thing to do. It's very sad because actually it is a problem where consumers need more education, and I think consumers need to be taught in schools about how the legal principles work inside their countries. I believe that it's a basic part of citizenship is you should know how the law in your country affects you and changes your life and how you can navigate that. I believe that children and adults should be given basic levels of citizenship understanding to get through this stuff. Because how many people here in chat, just to do a quick show of hands, you can put an X, you can put whatever you want in chat. How many people have wished at one point in their life they understood their law or their tax system, for example, better than they do in their home country? A couple of you? Yeah, just one or two, right? Just a couple, you know? Yeah. And all of you are 100% right. There are very few countries around the world where I feel they do a good enough job of teaching you to be an actual citizen of your own law in your own country. American tax law, very, very specific example as being absolutely atrocious. But largely that's, you know. Yeah. Yeah, you can't trust politicians to make laws that benefit the consumer without there being an existing harm. Look at what happened to banks. It took the 2008 financial crash for them to regulate banking differently across the US and across the UK and into Europe. Well, but you're exactly right. 100% a massive problem. That's why I just didn't pay myself when I had to deal with that. I had to make do on one, and then I basically invest the money elsewhere. It's insanity. What do you mean is that not by design? Is what not by design? But yeah, unfortunately, given the nature of how quickly Twitch chat moves, you'll need to ask more specific questions because there's a couple of seconds of delay and I end up switching my brain's back to different questions. The nature of each country is that you have an incredibly dense legal system, particularly even if you're in the US, which is only a 300-year-old country plus. Like, you're not talking about places like England and France, which have laws which can go back before the US was even a thing. Like, and people are never taught to navigate. You're never taught the wording of these things. You're never taught how to read a privacy policy or terms of service, and yet you read and agree to these things every single day. That is what I think is wrong. That's what consumers actually need. Consumers need the tooling to be able to fight against companies who are basically out for themselves. And that's why I say to people, look, you stop buying from a company, and if the industry stops buying from a company which is doing a bad thing, that company will stop doing the bad thing. The best example I can give you is look at what happens to game companies when people actually do like boycott things. Look at the changes they deliver, because companies care about the income. If you stop buying stuff from them and the market stops buying stuff from them because of their decisions, you'll quickly find that influences their decisions. I know it's a shock. But hey, look at, honestly, I can slow down, I can reiterate it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask, but I know that it's quite a complicated topic and I move quite quickly. If there's something that you do want to ask, just feel free. But to say, oh, politicians will sort it out, but also to be relying on one of the opening videos initiative being like, oh, it's an easy win for politicians, they don't care. Well, is it? They don't care, and it's an easy win, or they'll sort it out. Are you trusting them to not care and just pass things through as written? Well, that's not about being vague. You've just written a shit law. So the logic doesn't make sense there. That's my problem. Are those Harkonnen flaws? Let me find out for you. I can't remember. I think these are observer flaws. What they're called. Yeah, observer flaw. Home facility observer flaw, which you can find if you go into the build tool. You go into roofs observer flaw. So it's home facility. So home facility observer flaw. Twitch drop. Get from just watching the stream at the moment. I mean, look, when you're discussing about what happens to a game at end of life, you are getting the cart ahead of the horse when it comes to this kind of consumer protection legislation. Protecting the consumer comes at the point of purchase. That's when the rights are instilled. That's when your right to return exists. All of that stuff happens at the point of purchase. end of life is an ephemeral term that doesn't mean anything because every game has a different A, style of end of life, and B, different approach to how their game needs to end and a reason for it ending. Unfortunately, I think we are in a position where it's been forgotten that some of what gives art meaning is the fact that it is finite and it does not last forever. The other thing I point out is the last time that a situation like this happened, people were asking about protecting their data from marketing companies, which was a very fair thing to ask. You know, the European court had to get involved in a number of situations where data was misused and missold and mistreated. Look at how shit. How many of you deal with GDPR and know how much of a pain it is, how poorly written it is, how badly companies understand it, how poorly it actually is worked out for people. Bramble the Boar and Avali Zarafi, thank you both very much for the Prime Subs, bud. Appreciate you. GDPR is an absolute pain. GDPR started to be written like one of these initiatives was. You know, they got industry groups and they got experts from the field. They got lawyers in who understand IT law. They didn't get IT professionals or people who are developing technology or anyone who's actually on the cutting edge of this, and made a set of laws that was 5 years out of date when it was created. So now we've got a huge amount of law that is GDPR, which is a pain for every single company, and yet GDPR barely doesn't talk anything about generative AI. There's nothing in there about artificial creation of things, about the use of large. So you basically got algorithm. It talks about algorithms and processing model. It doesn't talk about true AI in any way. But this act came into effect in 2018. It was written in 2016. If you couldn't see the direction things were going, what was going on? So, like, what? You want to trust the European courts to make a set of rules which have changed our data protection requirements across the world and are now a pain for companies and for consumers. They are run roughshod over by companies who just don't give a fuck about it. And people are still like, oh yeah, we can trust the politicians to make a choice about something. No. Give them specifics. Give them all the information they need. Get cross-industry support, because there would be cross-industry support on how to do this if you could find a middle ground. Sit down with the experts and find something that works for the parties. Imagine if you'd had this proposal and you'd had game developers on side and you'd had the consumers on side. What the politicians going to do? They're going to be like, oh, well, the industry wants this and the consumers want this. Maybe we should check to see if anyone doesn't want this. And when they find that people generally support it or they have issues with it, that's when they would work on it. But like, to hand one side of an argument and say, oh, it's an easy win for you guys, you should enact this, but also you should also fix all the problems in it. We don't necessarily know what the problems are. We're not game developers. Why didn't you fucking ask before you submitted it? Ooh. Madness. What would realistically happen for you is, in all honesty, you'll find that people will misunderstand the regulations. They'll be put into place badly, and there should be a bunch of lawsuits. There'll be a regulatory body which will be underfunded and under-resourced, trying to police all this stuff that it will never manage to police, and you'll never get what you want anyway. People will just turn off the games. Because ultimately the devs aren't going to pay to keep things going. They're not going to release their code to you because it's just entirely contrary to the nature of business. I know that in an ideal world we would have games forever, that we would be able to play the games that you knew and loved for years. Unfortunately, things don't last forever. Books don't last forever. TV and film doesn't last forever. Sometimes you have to let go. It's really hard sometimes. Sometimes you won't be able to share what you went through, and you'll have to tell your kids about it separately. You will have to keep the memory of that joy alive in different ways. That's what makes those memories good. If you can just always do it, it's not the same. The fact that stuff is finite is what gives stuff value. Yeah, I know. And I know you want to have your cake and eat it too. I understand that. Fair sentiment. I understand why the idea of losing access to games that you love and enjoy is so deeply upsetting. But unfortunately, when you signed up and you bought these items, you did buy a license. You should have known what was on the tin. If you didn't know what you were buying, first of all, you should be reading what you're agreeing to. You should always read every single contract before you agree to it, whether it's terms of service or anything like that. You have an obligation to, and if you haven't done that, when you are taken advantage of, and I'm going to be very clear, that is a when, because a company at some point will do that to you because you haven't read the terms of service. So be it. It's horrible, but like that's how it is. You read a EULA is an end user licensing agreement. You have agreed to it. You have agreed to it by its very nature and definition. And look, there are games out there that I wish I could go back and play that aren't around anymore. But that's not how life works. EULA is like a disclaimer. People treat it like that. People treat terms of service like they're a joke, and like, you know, like, but same as when you join a Discord server and you look at their rules. Those rules are a terms of use. That's how that works. When you come into Twitch chat and you see my Twitch chat rules, that is a terms of use of this channel. If you want to operate in this channel, that's how it works. Yeah, you've accepted an agreement. You've accepted terms. This is why individuals, consumers, need commercial education on how this stuff works. They need to be taught how the commercial operations of how EULAs work, what they are agreeing to, what it means when you are signing an agreement, what accept actually means there, how a terms of service will dictate how you engage with a platform. Consumers need this information. There needs to be more kind of information, details, education given to young people as well, because the problem is, like, how many of you were 16, signed up something that you didn't really understand, you just kind of press through the buttons and you end up, I don't know, accidentally making an account that, you know, drains all your phone data, or, you know, you end up signing up to a subscription you didn't necessarily like read through and didn't ask for. It happens to everyone because, yeah, that starts young. As soon as you are able to make decisions, you need to start learning about some of these things, because your decisions have outcomes. Every decision that you make will have an outcome, and you can't deliver the best outcome for yourself unless you have the understanding of what it is that you're reading and agreeing to. And I personally think that the fault in all of this is that, in the UK, a series of governments, but, you know, in various other countries, that the lack of consumer education is appalling and hasn't kept up with basically consumerism. At the end of the day, if the initiative worked on its own merits and passed on its own merits, I'd be like, you know what, fine. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. But I don't think crying that one person's disagreement about it is going to fix anything. It's not. What do you want? You want to punish them for their personal views on it? The information available now, 10 months later, is significantly better than it was at the time. The website's been updated like 5 or 6 times, which is deeply funny. So when it's all the information's on the website, well, it wasn't when we reviewed it 11 months ago. I mean, ADM's wrong though. When you go to a school, when you walk into a business, when you walk into a bar, there are rules that you agree to. When you walk into a Discord server, there are rules you agree to. If you don't agree to those rules, you shouldn't be there. You don't want to keep up those behaviors. Yes, every contract you sign is binding so long as it doesn't breach your laws. As long as it's a legally binding contract, it's a contract. An agreement is a contract. Terms of service, when you say, yes, I agree to the terms of service, you are agreeing to a terms of service. Stop agreeing to things you don't agree with. That shouldn't be that deep, in my opinion. You're alright, Nihilus, I got you, don't worry. Archival state, I very much agree. I would love if single player games would be available forever. I love the idea that multiplayer games, even if you can't keep the multiplayer aspect, could be restored in a single player way. But I do not believe that businesses should be compelled into doing this by law inside Europe, especially if they're an American company or a small Brazilian studio, right? Brazil's recently done a great government subsidy to game companies to say, look, come to our country, we will, we'll give you a tax break, and in return, make your games here. Why should a small indie Brazilian dev have to comply with EU laws like that, which could be incredibly onerous, which are very foreign to them, which are entirely against the understanding that they might have of the law? How are they going to afford a specialist who can understand it and kind of do it to them? They will just not make the game available in that country, and EU will miss out. This happens in the Netherlands. The Netherlands don't allow loot boxes, and you find occasionally you'll find some game that's just not going to be available in the Netherlands because they didn't want to go through the work of separating loot boxes. Alternatively, they do choose to sell inside the EU, and in order to access the 400 million people who live inside the European Union, was it Belgium? I'm fairly sure it was the Netherlands, but this is what I mean. Like, they're going to pass on the cost of compliance to the consumer. That's how that works in everything. If you try and increase those standards, that's what will happen. So you will find that games will increase in cost. I'm saying that in order to access loot boxes, they are banned by law in or they were for at least for a while in Netherlands, because it's a form of gambling. It's my understanding. Not my area of expertise, Netherlands gambling laws, but as far as I understand it from the conversations I've had with people who live there, that is what happens. They cannot play certain games, or they cannot access parts of certain games because of the rules around. Oh, that's rude. Because the rules around loot boxes. Exactly, not allowed seen as gambling, which I agree with. Don't get me wrong, I don't think that loot boxes with random chances are a good thing that we should be engaging in broadly. But I also believe that consumers should have the chance, and actually educating and supporting people with addiction is more important. So teaching people about the impacts of long-term gambling addiction, about, you know, what loot boxes actually are, about they are gambling, is just as important. Well, but thank you very much for the tier 1 sub, bud. I appreciate you. And I'm going to be very clear, I don't think that my viewpoint is 100% right on this. I'm not informed on everything that's changed in the initiative over the last 10 months. All I know is the treatment that I have personally received from people who have been aligned to it. Because when I spoke about it on stream with Thor, when we were reviewing things originally, what are you why are you... What? I got a bunch of hate mail after that from SKG followers. I'm like, if your initiative relies on hate to spread its message, I don't have any time for you. That's my personal view. If you can't moderate the people who are in your communities enough that you stop people from sending things like swatting raids, etc., that's it. You have to moderate your community. Otherwise, you get lumped in with the people who are doing things like doxing, you know, calling up Thor's grandmother to say hateful shit. What the fuck? Oh yeah, that's a new one. Yeah, people were calling Thor's dementia-ridden grandmother for a while, being like, "Oh, your son, you know, your son's in prison for murdering 1,000 giraffes," or, you know, unspeakable things. Like, it's because they didn't like what he'd done. You don't do that. That's not. If that's the kind of people that are a part of your initiative, I unfortunately, whether I want to or not, will lose a measure of respect for what it is that you're trying to push through. Because the kind of people that you're allowing to fester inside the community will bring down your initiative, and I can't publicly support a group like that. I wouldn't publicly support a group of activists who are going around, you know, pouring napalm on people's cars. It's criminal damage. It's not reasonable. It's because they've decided to drive a Tesla or they're driving a diesel car. That's not okay either. You can't do that. That's not right. And unfortunately, the stuff that I saw on some of the subreddits in relation to this, I know full well those subreddits are only moderated very loosely, if at all. They don't actually care about the kind of thing their community is doing, they just care about the message. Well, unfortunately, getting the message out there isn't worth letting that community run roughshod over other content creators and other things. Yep. Ironically, to be honest with you, I think the best thing for the initiative is actually for it to fail at this point, for it to be rewritten and to go back to the drawing board with industry support. That would be the best way of dealing with this. Because if it gets through now as written, you're going to find that thing gets absolutely ripped apart by people's lawyers. Like, by industry lawyers from people like EA, Ubisoft. What are you going to do against them? The legal cost of fighting, that's going to be insane. If you had gone into the argument with support of indie studios, you know, the likes of the people who are behind Clair Obscur, a small indie dev, you know, people who are actually creating both single and multiplayer games, whether they're one person or small group, you know, you've gone to Funcom, you've gone to, you know, the guys behind Palworld and thought, hey, you guys aren't AAA, but you represent the future of gaming. We would like your input on this. Let's create a cross-sectional view of society on how we can fix gaming moving forward. Either content creators are responsible for their communities, in which case the SKG crowd are just as responsible for the actions of each other as, you know, as Thor is for whether, like, for their claim that Thor broke the initiative because of his following, or they're not. You can't have it both ways. It can't be that Thor should be responsible for what he says in his community, and the SKG guys can't. That's not how that works. What? Exactly, Larian probably would have been game. Was any effort made to reach out to actual game developers to get their view on this? No, it wasn't. And I'll be honest with you, I've spoken to game developers about this, and a lot of them are very concerned about the way that this thing was written from the start. Are they going to be the ones to stand up and have the community of SKG absolutely ruin them and do the things they've tried to do to Thor? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. Would you? Can any of you say that if you were going to be on the receiving end of what Thor has been on the end of, would you have stood up and spoken in favor or against of this? Because I can guarantee that many of you would, even if you say yes, are lying through your teeth. And that's okay. It's horrifying to stand up and put your kind of your faith behind your own viewpoints. It can be really, really hard. But like, people asked for his opinion, and they didn't like what he gave, so they tried to destroy him on the internet. Maybe you should think about who you're asking for support before you ask for it, right? A minimum lifespan's a really interesting proposal, and I'll give you my view. There's a reason why I tend not to like blanket rules, and I operate as independent review for what I do on the mods, because I know that if you have a blanket rule, no matter what, given an extended period of time, that rule will result in unfairness to someone or something. That's how rules work. A blanket rule that always applies and has no nuance in it will manifestly cause unfairness in a situation at some point in the future. Because a blanket rule cannot account for all the different variables that people have to interact with on a day-to-day basis. So I don't think a blanket rule about anything in this is fair, but I think that there should be certain measures required. And I think that if the norm in the industry became to provide a minimum supported lifespan, I think that people would support that. I think if you found that somebody was launching an MMO saying, hey, you know, just so you're sure, we are going to be... That's a very interesting point, Zanlost. I'll come to that in a second. If a game came out and said, look, you know, we're making an MMO, we're going to guarantee that it's going to run for 10 years. This is our 10-year plan, it's going to run for 10 years. Would you as a consumer be more likely to buy that because you know how long it's going to run? Because if you would be, that's a business's choice to offer that. That's nothing to do with the government, that's nothing to do with politics. The base sentiments, the very headline views that are given on the website are all very well and good. They're very nice, they make a lot of sense. However, when you get into the nuance, I can see a number of different situations where you're going to create a really unfair problem that will negatively impact the industry. And remember that there are very few of the developers out there this is designed to actually fix against. There are very few greedy developers. When you're talking about a company is a collection of people. And a business is designed to do a certain thing, to deliver shareholder value. Like I said, that should be self-regulating if consumers don't buy shit if they don't agree with it. If you don't like what, you know, Activision do or something, don't buy, you know, the new Activision game, don't buy COD. You don't like how Blizzard treated their employees, don't buy WoW. A number of people boycotted WoW after all the news came out about Blizzard a number of years ago. Rightfully so. If you don't like the culture of a company, you shouldn't buy their products. Because you are voting with your wallet. That is how a free market works. Exactly. Exactly. Patchdev, you're wrong. You're wrong there, unfortunately. When it comes to an international agreement like this, the amount of engagement you get beforehand will manifestly change your chances of it succeeding. If you had industry people on side when you made the original reach outs, you would likely find far better terms are going to be written when those laws come to being written. But like it's the equivalent of showing up at like to a Dragon's Den being like, hey, I've got this great idea. I've not done anything with it, but I'm going to give you this idea, and I'd like you to go and deploy it and fix it. That's not how it works. People are only going to invest their time, effort, and money in it, including politicians, including the governments, if it's going to work. Like, if they think there's, like, a reasonable chance of success behind it, and if they think it makes sense. You have to make your initiative make sense to people on the other side as well, the people who you're trying to convince. If you want to convince politicians, you have to show them what the harm is, what this is going to fix, and that it will fix it, and you need to show that. If you'd engage with game development companies beforehand, you have a far higher chance of doing it. Data protection, they engaged meaningfully with advertising companies and other things when they were in the creation of it, when various bits were being drafted. The sentiment of SKG is not the problem. I fundamentally agree that people do not like losing what they think they have paid for. There are flaws, however, in that process. What they think they have paid for is part of it. Consumers need more education and more support to understand what they're agreeing to. Contracts online are written appallingly. I did a talk about this at a convention. Well, I say convention. It was like a panel talking about data protection changes, and like the way that privacy policies are written. How many of you read Terms of Service and thought, I have no clue what half of this stuff means? I don't have the tools to read what this is. I don't know. This is complicated language, or it bounces around too much. I bet dozens of you, if not hundreds. Because even as lawyers, we find it difficult at times. The legalese is atrocious, and legalese is different in every country. The average reading age is something like 11 years old in the UK, Europe, and the US. Like, it's actually not that advanced. Once you get to kind of a secondary school reading age, you don't tend to improve that much day to day, most people. So you end up finding that why are contracts written for people who have law degrees when you've got the average reading age of people who are 11 years old? Now, the EU's done some good work in that, the fact that terms of service aren't enforceable unless they're a certain level of understandability is difficult, but who's going to be able to go and challenge Google's terms of service as an individual? Not possible. So, realistically, the requirement should be that the contracts people are signing, because they are contracts, when you're buying a game on a license, that is a contract you are signing between yourself and the company for access to that service. You 100% should be given a better tooling to be able to actually understand what it is that you're agreeing to. That's what companies have been basically riding on all of this time. They basically just have been going off of, oh, well, we don't really have to explain what we're doing because they're not going to understand it. They want to access the game anyway, so we'll just put whatever we want. How many of you read the Baldur's Gate 3 Terms of Service? Because there's definitely some very, very funny bits in that. It's a very funny Terms of Service because they wrote to take the piss. It's a very simple TOS. And yet inside of that, they've actually put loads of funny things about, about the mindfulness that's in law and accurate. It's like a devil contract. You have to make sure you know what you're agreeing to. Yeah, it was funny, exactly, and that's the way it should be done. It was a simply written Terms of Service, but even then, there was still some difficult legalese. And that's what like, the difference is. Like if you join a Discord server, like you just said, you can understand the rules. They're written by individuals for individuals. Contracts that you are signing should be the same. We have to accept that it's not fair to expect people to go out there, get their own law degrees so they can understand what it is that they're agreeing to day to day. You need to make sure that what you are offering and asking people to effectively... I haven't seen that one ending. That's quite funny. You have to be sure that the people that you are providing the agreements to, like, can understand them. You have an obligation to ensure that they're readable, legible, understandable, sensible. As the company, that's on you. That's... And if people don't understand it, people shouldn't be agreeing to what they don't understand. I'll be honest with you. It's going to be hard to hear, and all of us are guilty of it. Even I'm guilty of it. I've skipped terms of service because I just can't be bothered to deal with it. I'll be like, oh, it'll be fine. That's a really lazy and terrible option. I'm very guilty of that as well. Sometimes I've had a long day and I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to read this. Yes, like bro, you can make a ticket in the June Discord server, or you can make one in my Discord server. It's probably the quickest way of doing it. Oh, Moon out, so let me have a look. Yeah, we are, Jerry. Yeah, I got it, but don't worry. So I have to sometimes manually. There's a bunch of auto filtering on because people come in here, start spewing off about random shit and get banned. I had somebody come in early this morning into my DM saying it's your fault that Thor misunderstood the EU initiative. You have an obligation as a legal professional to be educating him about how these things work inside the EU, and therefore it's your fault that this is all happening and that we're going to fail and all that one. And they use the word games are going to be destroyed, and I was like, nah, ignore. I don't give a fuck. It's not my obligation to inform anyone as a consumer. He's entitled to his opinion on his own back. You think it's my job to be educating people and I have an obligation to do so? I'll show you where you can fucking shove that. Yes, I demand that you spend your free time educating people who can educate themselves. No. People want to come and ask questions to me, they are more than welcome to. Thor and I often talk about privacy policies when he wants me to explain a certain bit of it, how it fits together. My job, I'm not obliged to inform people about the decisions they're making in their own lives. I'm not God. I'm not some kind of deific being that's like, you must do this. Ooh, if you don't, you'll face eternal hellfire. Fuck off. Use the one on the Tortuga Discord. Yeah, the Tortuga and Mushroom one. It's probably the best way. For if it's Dune related, it's the best to go in there. I don't want to bother the mods. They've got enough on today, bud. Oh, I mean, endings. I work for financial services companies. I know the terms of service you sign up to when you sign loans, and I've had to rewrite dozens of contracts to be like, no, you can't be saying this stuff to consumers. What's up, Winky? You know what? I want to know a fun fact. Yeah, I do. It's very funny. Like, look at this. See? There's a sand out where it's forming the pentashield. Oh, did you guys not know about that one? Oh, yeah, this is a great one. Yeah. Like this. Look at all this. Disgusting. Sandy. Not sandy. Lovely. Oops. Ultimately, if you wouldn't sign an employment contract without reading it, you shouldn't be signing terms of service without reading it. If you think it's okay to sign an employment contract without reading it, I've got a job offer for you. Yeah, there are various types of the deep desert bug that are still around, yes, unfortunately. I wish it wasn't the case. It's the reason I'm still a bit reticent to go there, especially when the server's a bit busier. So we're keeping an eye on it. When I get cases of it, I'm reporting it through to Funcom. I've got a couple of tickets I'll need to answer at the end of today's stream and pass across to them. If anyone does have it when you're crossing a server boundary in a deep desert or a crash and you lose your ornithopter, you know, I know it sucks, I know it's awful, no one likes losing stuff, but at the end of the day, they are aware of it. If you look inside the public test client news, if you use exclamation point PTC, you can have access to that. That's I put that in as a web link for you guys. There's a bunch of changes in that, and a number of them look like they will address parts of, if not all of, the problems when it comes to deep desert bugs. I just wish they were in sooner, to be honest with you. It's just one of those things where, you know, they had to get it right. I'm short on industrial pumps. But now I have much more water. Sabu, when Tix messaged me about that, and I was like, oh, I'm in. I'm so in. I'm so in for teaching Thor that... Oh, I feel like Luther's sending me a message to be like, move this, Kronos, you massive bitch. Yeah, unfortunately, B is outside in the front garden right now, so I can't in-summon him. I let him do his own thing normally. Jerry Centaur, thank you for the 2 community gift subs. You rock. Enjoy your cosmetic. Is there a limit of how far away the water can be from blood purifiers? If you're in the base, which they should be in the same, as long as they're in the same fief, they should be on the same circuit. Who is making the planetologist.app site? That is Luther. He is an excellent German, a member of the community. What's the question, Kimmy? I'm about to help you. Ah, Baron Thorconin is here. Aid. I am still here, chat. I'm just having a drink. Oh, actually, I'm out of drinks. No, I'm not. I've got water. Ah. Oh. Don't put water bottles next to your PC's output fans. It's a bad idea. No, I'm not Dr. K. Dr. K is an online... Let's describe it. He basically does entertainment therapy online. He's under Healthy Gamer, I believe. Now, whether or not you agree whether therapy should or shouldn't be online, it's a very entertaining show at times. But I would make everyone aware there are a number of complaints out to various medical boards about the process. So make sure you educate yourself before engaging in that. You have to remember that whenever you're watching a YouTube video, a Twitch stream, anything like that, largely it is down to entertainment. Even for some of the answers I will give you, I will not temper, but I would, if I was having a serious conversation with you IRL, I probably wouldn't have the same level of humor, because I recognize that some of the stuff I do, you know, is not light-hearted, like some of the stuff that we talk about. And therefore, I will try and make it fun for people. Hasbro put issue with chatters in the private servers. In our private servers, Glorious Splat, take a screenshot, open a ticket in our June Discord, ! June Discord, and if they say something really unspeakable, they'll probably have their account wiped. Because I have good fun doing that. If there's something really horrifying, we use something really great here, where we have a script and I add your name to it, and your account gets wiped every 6 to 12 minutes. Yeah, you can make a support ticket on it, and I'll review those at the end of the stream. Although, actually, given that I've had 2 reports of chat issues, I imagine if this is our servers, this needs to be looked at. We go and have a quick look. Is somebody being dumb again? Oh boy. Here we go. A couple of new tickets. That's empty ticket. Oh, okay, it's a bug. I'm not seeing any tickets with problems. I'll check my DMs, see if anyone's DM'd me about it. Oh god. Oh god. If anyone's got any reports of people being idiots in chat, yeah, go into our !June Discord, and if it's in our chat, you leave it with me, and I'll go killing again. You want the ceiling with lights in? There's a couple of options. You've got, first of all, under home roof, observer roof. These are the ones you get from currently watching the game. Where's my building area that I was using to show people? I think it's this corner over here. I'm just going to leave these up so I can show people when they ask. You ready for the ticket? Where did you forward it to, bud? So these are the current types of lighting. So obviously we're using observer floors here. You also have the Caladan Palace ones as well. Yeah, I just need to know where I'm... Oh, if it's in my Discord. I just need to know where I'm looking, bud. Just tell me where I need to go and look for the ticket. Because, like, I've got dozens of issues with tickets. I have Ash's, I have my channel, I've got Thor's channel, and there's like 5 channels in that. I deal with a lot. June Tortuga. Have a look. Like, I don't see a new ticket in here. I've got up to ticket 0172, so I'm going to need you to tell me the ticket number or what. Oh, they're broken. Nice. Homophobic comments on Bart Roberts. Oh boy, here I go killing again. There we go. Yep. Don't believe in homophobic comments. Make sure I get the name right, because it's quite hard to see. Open this. There it is. This one. Right, let's have a look at this. 9 AM CEST. Okay, there will be a patch tomorrow morning. Do this ping as well. So we have a patch tomorrow. So thank you for those guys who reported the homophobic comments on Bartholomew Roberts. Please be aware that it'll take me a little bit of time, but that person will be actioned immediately. kind of like, I've started the process already. Imagine just being a homophobic tosspot, like, online. Like, why? Of all the people, well, actually, no, there's several groups, but like, do you not think that like gay people had enough hate in their lives? Just fuck off and leave them alone. People are free to do what they want. Jesus, what is the matter with people? Genuinely, the internet worries me. How many things do I get the mod? I mean, there's 5 on this topic. My X ability, sorry about that. So sorry about that, chat. I had to go deal with that one. My X ability is the Mentat turret. It's incredibly useful most of the time, but I use that for basically any combat ability, so I will switch that one up if I need to for combat, whereas my movement abilities, etc. are much more important. Oh, hang on, I need to read something. Mouse of it, you'll need to press Control F5. It's likely you've got like a cached version of the page or something. Sorry, I'm just answering a message from Thor. Stay with me. There you go. Sorry about that, chat. I was just dealing with that person and obviously updating all the mods so that they know that if someone reaches out, you know, why was I banned from the June Discord server, or why was I, you know, why has my account been wiped? The answer is because you were a hateful little fuck. You shouldn't be allowed in our servers. If I had the ability to ban you, I would. I've seen dozens of screenshots of chats from this. Disgraceful. I'm just spinning a lot of plates. So, you know, and if I had to go do something bigger, I would end the stream. But like, I'm not going to allow you to come into our community, whether you've been here for a month, a day, a year, 10 years, and spew homophobic comments to people who are just trying to play the game. Sorry, I run when I'm thinking and talking to chat. That's why I climb things ashes of creation. No, we don't currently have the same tools that Funcom has, so we are limited in what we can do. So at the moment we have what I call a slap, which is where you get your entire account wiped, and then you just start again. No new account, like name, everything. You get a second chance. Or you get put on my soft ban list, or the get fucked list if I'm feeling really spicy, which is where every 6 to 12 minutes your account just gets wiped. Yeah, we can't currently hard ban people permanently, but getting wiped every 6 to 12 minutes it's just hilarious, right? Thing is, like, generally I will be measured, I will be calm, I will give people a chance, but when you go beyond the line and you do something which I think is beyond the pale, I will treat you as such. My basic view is if you act like a dickhead, expect to get treated like one. And I have no patience for the kind of people who are just like, people are just trying to play, they're just trying to play a game. They just want to be here playing a game, running around in June with Spice. Like, why you got to be homophobic about it? Like, like, who hurt you, dude? This is not very nice. So I'm just gonna put this here. Happy birthday. Oh, I can't go out that way. Okay, come on, melee users. Oh. This is the kind of shit that we just deal with, and it's the same kind of stuff, like madness.
I've got your back. Help! Help!
Hi. Yoo-hoo! You still have the border crossing bug in the deep desert? Not consistently, but I've had, like, since the fix, I've lost an ornithopter. So I know there is still at least a deep desert bug. And that's why I'm minimizing my time in the deep desert, to be honest with you. I did some time out there earlier when the servers were quieter, but when the server is busier under more load, I don't want to risk it. Every loss I've had has been after 5 to 6 PM my time. So at this point, my kind of view is that... Oh no, Psycho, don't worry, I need to yeah, you can close it. I'll just process it through after. I didn't do any logging or anything like that for it yet, so don't delete it. But yeah, you can close it if you want. Doesn't bother me. As far as I understand it, and if it's a good testing environment, you should start afresh when you join the public testing client. Because in order to, with the number of changes they've made, and it's an extensive number of changes, you can use exclamation point PTC to see it, you're going to need to test all of those loops in full, not in isolation. And even then, you will find new bugs. That's how that works. So yeah, read through that, see the sheer number of changes that are being made, and decide whether you want to test the new stuff. And if you do, fantastic, thank you very much for it. I appreciate everyone who does. You know, that's how we improve games. Testing is a bit of a calling when it comes to stuff. Like, if you want to test stuff and you actually want to be, you know, you have to accept that you're going to lose stuff. You're going to deal with some really stressful and frustrating times when a bug doesn't go your way, and you're still going to go through with it. I have a lot of respect for people who do that level of testing. The people who are still playing Ashes with Phase 2.5, like, I haven't had the spoons to deal with that for a while. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on in that space where, like, I haven't got the mental wherewithal, the time, and to be honest, not the confidence, it's not the right way of saying it, but like, you know, when you've done, if you like, here's an example. Which of you played Divinity Original Sin 2 before it was launched, or Baldur's Gate before it was launched? The beta. So by the time the game came out, how many times had you gone through the starter area, the tutorial, the beginning loop? How many times when the game came out to live had you seen all of that starting loop? Because it very nearly stopped me from playing Divinity Original Sin 2 because I had played the starting area so many times. after kind of the second or third time you've done it, so you're on your third or you're on your fourth, did it not feel different? Did you not feel, not exhaustion, but a little bit of fatigue from doing those same loops again? 12 times burned you out, exactly. It becomes what, this is why I've got a lot of respect for people who are still able to play Ashes, because when 2.5 rolled around, I was done with the spoons at that point, to be able to play the same gameplay loops again, exactly, for so many hours as well. Jerry Centaur, you claim the cosmetic in Twitch for the gifted, but your cosmetic hasn't shown up in game. So if you've done this stuff, then what you do is in game, press U for uniform, go into garments. Now what you're probably looking at is what you've got equipped. Why is it not in there? It's because it's not a light armor, not heavy armor. It's under here under social clothing. It's designed to be worn around social areas like Harko Village, Arakeen, for engaging in role play and other social engagement. So you'll find it under the social skins. Did that help? If it's not in there still, let me know. I'll be honest, with what happened yesterday stuff, I didn't push it through yesterday evening like I was planning to. The person I want to speak to has been busy over the weekend. And as I was talking about on yesterday's stream with Thor, like on Monday night, I was just arranging some funeral arrangements. So I've got that next week on Monday. So that's, my head's kind of a mess with everything going on. I've had to step in and arrange a bunch of stuff that I didn't ever really plan on arranging. I have not noticed that rock before. That's deeply funny. So I am on it. I've got a lot of ideas. You guys have come up with some great stuff. We will get it sorted. I might make something like, I might make some really shit ones in the interim as mock-ups and then leave those for a while so that like the person I send it to can be like, oh, this is what you mean with your shit MS Paint mock-up. Honestly, this is one of those weird ones where I'm glad that this has happened because he was suffering a lot. And no one wants that. No one wants to see their grandparents in that kind of state. So it was a shock, but it wasn't a surprise. And to be honest, I think it's better for everyone. That's how that works. Okay, there will be loads of work on thoughts post to see. I mean, yes, that's what I was involved in a second ago. You are a bitch. You will forever be a bitch. Die. Thank you for your donation to the cause. Now, honestly, thank you guys for being here and putting up with me yapping. I know it's not always coherent. I get distracted midway through stuff. Hey, I'm glad to hear it, Cherry. Not a problem. The game doesn't really do a very good job of telling you you've got a new cosmetic in that area. And it's not really an element of the game that, like, people would know about without looking for it, because social clothing isn't really told to you at any point. I appreciate the fact that I'm now a professional yapper, that I'm good at it. Thank you very much. How do you get the Thor model in the game? You had to lure him into your base with black licorice and, you know, delicious snacks. I'm just glad you guys are here. I never expected, like, turns out, like, when I was under the Thor at TwitchCon, I'll be like, oh, when I start streaming, you know, it'll be okay, because I'll probably be starting for the chat of, like, 50 people, even, like, you know, maybe a little bit more on the off days, like 100. Yeah, I was very wrong there. No, it's black. Is it salted licorice though? Like, it's one of the two. It's the one that if you eat too much of it, it basically like drains your body of sustenance. How did he try and throw a grenade at me and just die? Deeply, deeply fun. How was I lured into my vacation? Here's the fun part. I didn't actually take a vacation. I just kept working just a little bit less. That's a vacation for me. What? Exactly, Phoebus. Yeah. I'm also here to pester the mods, that's how that works. I exist to be a Chaos Gremlin to Luther at the moment, like by, like, you know, creating death stills that are slightly disaligned. Very fun. Yeah, it's very different. Right, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things. I see Shadows. When I was working corporate, I would have agreed with you, but I'm going to be honest with you. Looks that I'm not. I'm just riling you up, and it's working. While I did like taking time off from corporate, I would normally sit out in the sun and chill. Like the job that I do, I am so lucky to be able to work in Thor's community and deliver what I've been doing for years, which is, you know, I want to deliver a fun community where people are safe to be who they want to be, to create what they want to create, and are supported in the endeavors that they are doing. That's basically my goal, right? I get to do that every day now. It's awesome. I'm incredibly lucky to be able to do that. That's down to you guys' support. And even now in stream, I get to do more of that, talk about some of the more intricate parts without worrying that I'm over talking Thor and all kinds of stuff. You know, I don't tend to watch the viewer numbers that much. It's something I check up on intermittently at best. But like, the fact that so many of you want to hear me yap about why I think consumer protection is important and why I think education in the field is so vital, especially in this day and age, like, great. If I could get people in a company to listen to me about consumer protection the way you guys do, I'd have been fucking happy. Unfortunately, CEOs are asshats. Not enough bodies. This is an issue that we can resolve. We need room for more neighbors, so yeah, it's gonna go this way around. We need more bodies. How are you all doing? 17 minutes. 17 minutes. I'm an excellent neighbor. Look at how many people I brought in from the cold. And look, I've even got more. I am solving the homeless population inside the Haga Rift. Oh, actually in Haga Basin South, technically, I guess. Oh, I'll be real with you. Yeah, sometimes Thor can be an asshat. Sometimes I could be an asset. That's why it's important to have good people in business who will tell you when you're being an idiot. Like, when Thor and I, some of you guys on Monday were like, oh, you know, Cronus is going to do Division 2 with Thor. And I was like, I need to do it on Tuesday. I need to spend the time doing, like, when he was like, oh, you could do a shit short form. I was like, stop it. I can't do a shit short form. Because he didn't have the full information. A lot of the time with the CEOs being an asset is because they don't have the full info. Oh, Game Overloads, thank you very much for the 500 bits, bud. I appreciate that you've woken up and there's still a terrifying British man on the screen, you know. Yeah, like, real talk, a lot of the time with a lot of CEOs are in the position because they're actually quite good. They just have to balance an awful lot of different requirements all in one go. You have shareholder requirements, you have their own expectations of themselves, how their subordinates see them, how other CEOs see them, how the market sees them, especially if they're publicly traded, makes a huge amount of difference to the value of a company. As CEOs are always going to be assets because their job is to take the flak for the stuff that you don't like. That is part of their job. You know, that's the nature of being a CEO. You have to do the hard calls. You have to put the business before you put anything else. Sometimes you will have to be the asshat so that your company can do well and thrive. That's basically how that works as CEO. The important thing is having people around you who are measured and will tell you when you're wrong. And when they tell you that, they need to be able to tell you why you're wrong. Nothing annoys me more when I'm having a discussion with someone that when they just say the word, well, you're wrong, and they don't substantiate it, they don't do anything about it. Why? That's not how a conversation works. That's just you making a baseless statement of fact. A CEO doesn't want that. A CEO needs to understand the reasons why, because ultimately their decision making is what drives the company. If I disagree with an opinion Thor has or a decision that he has made, I will explain it as best as I possibly can. Best case scenario, he listens to me, you know, in that situation, or he listens to it, thinks I'm right or I'm wrong, and then enacts it or doesn't enact it. All I care about is being listened to. That's his job. The CEO's job is to make those hard decisions, make those hard calls, and to listen to the various forms of feedback when they are given. But they need to hear that feedback, and one of the sets of feedback you hear, the CEOs hear, is that of the market, the consumer. The consumer's voice does get heard, but like if people aren't a unified voice, you know, haven't got consumers boycotting, you know, because they've, you know, like if people didn't buy Nestle products because of what Nestle do in Africa, do you think they'd still do it? Again, and we're back to the same thing. No. If the CEO is told, well, hang on, no one's buying our new product that we put, you know, 10 million into R&D for because of our issues in Africa, the CEO will be like, well, hold up, we've got an image problem. How do you solve the image problem? Maybe by not doing the shitty thing that gives you an image problem in the first place. Oh god, you're right. Yeah, you don't leave Eve, you bring Eve to other things. Yeah. The shareholders care about value, and if they are a shareholder in a company, you know, they care about how that company's doing. If that company's doing poorly because of bad media, bad press, normally you'll find that a new CEO arrives. The CEOs change things, that's how that works. Unfortunately, I think we've lost the art of being a unified consumer base over time. Why do I stop updating OpenGL? Because I'm making ChronoGL, it's better, but it's, you're not ready for that yet. No one's ready for ChronoGL.
I see someone.
I need reinforcements.
Does it have my voice? It might do. I can't tell you about it. It's all under, you know, under very, very strict requiremented NDAs, you know. I can literally just tell you its name, ChronoGL. Yeah, and if bad press equals bad profits, which is ultimately how these things should be, you know, if consumers are correctly voting with their wallets, then Game Overlords, thank you for the second 500 bits donation. What was the question? Okay, so was there a moment between you and the pirate crew when you were like, ah shit, was I the asshat that you can tell about? What can I talk about? That I can't talk about. I can be quite defensive of my friends, and I can be very defensive of the mod team. I am not always, and it's something I am working on, I'm not always particularly, I wouldn't say I'm not fair. I can be very I can be uncharacteristically unforgiving, even if somebody apologizes, if they've committed mod abuse. I do not stand for it. I don't believe in ever ridiculing or harassing or being harsh or abusing staff because they are doing their jobs. And at one point, Thor had a conversation being like, look, you know, people do deserve a second chance. You are broadly right, and you are normally better at doing this. You need to be, that's something I needed to work on. I needed to be able to basically let it go. Because some people do deserve a second chance. That's my overall opinion, and I was being somewhat hypocritical by saying you deserve a second chance except if you're abusing the mods, in which case you don't. That's not fair for me to decide on. So I'd say that's probably one of them. And this is what I mean, that Thor and I will keep each other accountable on a lot of these bans that we do, because sometimes I'll be like, looking at this one in detail, I think you were too harsh, and you'll be like, you know what, you were right, and we'll unban someone. Like, we are... I know people like, oh, moderators are really harsh and horrible and they ban me because they're sitting there laughing on Discord, but like, I don't like banning people. I think banning people is a waste of a community member, but there comes a certain point when people aren't worth the effort, or we don't have the energy to give people that they need to actually understand stuff, other than just spewing mana gem in my chat. I'm using the full suspense about, and because I fly around so much, I carry 2 spares. I think we can always do better, but I do appreciate it. Like, at the moment, I'm very aware that the unban request queue has gotten a bit too long. My plans for the end of the stream, which is Jeez, didn't realize it was 8 PM. My plan at the end of the stream is basically to go through some unban requests and do some of that, because I'll be honest, like, there will have been people who have been caught in friendly fire yesterday, and they have a right to be unbanned. So I need to go through and make sure that people weren't, you know, unfairly like banned or caught in the crossfire, or that they weren't misunderstood, you know. And some people will apologize. And I'm just gonna thank you very much for the 2 community subs. You're awesome. Up until you have the death stills, blood extractors are really, really, really good. Once you have the death still, they are good for supplementary blood. But ultimately, nothing can compete with the fact that the advanced death still I'm using gives me 45 liters of water, but just by depositing a single body. There you go, Aaron, exactly. There are a number of people in the community who have said something dumb or regret something they've said. You know, they've been banned, they've regretted it, they've apologized in their unban request, and they are some of our most loyal and fastidious watchers. Because ultimately, this is why I believe that everyone deserves a chance. And yeah, there will have been a few friendly fires, because ultimately there were 2 mods on shift dealing with hundreds of messages over on YouTube. Had to be done. Like, there were people flooding in, just spewing shit. Not interested in any actual discussion, just wanting to say, like, accountability, bro, which doesn't mean what people think it means. What do you mean accountability? It doesn't mean anything by itself. And then you have people who are like, they're not actually engaging, they're actually not willing to engage in a conversation, they just want to basically scream at you until you back down. The amount of mods on shift varies depending on the level of moderation required, the kind of actions taken recently, that kind of thing. Yeah, it varies. I can't give you there's no flat answer. Yeah, exactly, brigading. And that's the problem I have with everything, is that this is the 2nd time we've been brigaded. My good mental state for unban requests after 12 hours of stream, to be honest with you, I don't tend to find that unban requests mess with my... yeah, I wouldn't say they don't tend to stress me out too much. It tends to burn a different part of my brain, if that makes sense. I'm going to go through it to make sure that people who were banned fairly and rightly, and that people who didn't deserve to be banned aren't sitting there in ban request waiting. It's not right. Yeah, you'd be surprised at... I'd probably say 10% of the unban requests actually require investigation and looking into. Only 10%. Most of them are... I mean, look, I'll pull up an example. Like, I have a channel on our Discord that I call Spicy Unbans. Because sometimes people are just idiots. But that happens, yeah. Heimdall did have a couple of misfires. Heimdallson had a couple of misfires at some point. Here we go. Let me do this. If I go to... Oh, hang on. Let me just grab an image. What month is it? June? That would have been in May. When was I in... Which... This is home. I'll have to find it later. No, I don't believe in slow mode in chat. It's not that's not gonna help people. It will drive people away from the community. We don't use slow mode because it's not a good tool. Ultimately, we have enough mods on that we can handle the pressure and handle what's going on. Right, let's go into this. Spicy unban. Where are we looking? Let's see if we can find a nice one. Here's a great one. This is... Sometimes I get educational when I get spicy as well. That's the other funny part. Looking at M's paint again. Good old M's paint. We love M's paint, don't we? What are you doing? Okay, well... Actually, that one's a bit long for chat, maybe. There you go. This one's a bit better. This one's just where I get spicy. Like, when somebody engages... hang on, I just want to make sure I hide their identity. It's not fair for me to brigade people. Make sure I get all the instances of their name. God damn it. Had to make sure I wasn't just showing you guys what it was. Because I'm responsible. This is one of the examples. Like some of them are just like this. Let's see. Central display output. This is what some of them are like. Literally, first message, last message. Do some I have no mana, omega lol. Just jump out of pussies, and then this is my response. This is just all I say, and I just press deny, and then I move on with my life. Sometimes unban requests are fun. Exhibit A. Here we go. Well, I'll give you one more. How about that? We'll do one more. I just need to make sure I, again, hide all the bits that I don't need to show you. Brushes. Marker. And again, I also won't show you the mod that did the original ban, because I think that's reasonable to disclose as well. So what you can see at the top in these is their chat history. Zoom in again for this. So you get to see their chat history, and therefore what they're banned for. This is the so this Y here. This is the appeal itself. So this is what they're basically saying when they're you know, they're asking why was I banned. This is so I posted a link there, and then I gave them the reason. Sometimes ban appeals can be fun because they just come in with these are the low effort ones. The people that come in who just very clearly deserve a ban, who are being idiots, who aren't engaging with stuff. They just get a very, very quick, you know, it doesn't take me any time at all. They're like, I just wanted to waste your time. This gives me vitamins. I feel better after doing this. What do you mean you want to waste my time? I enjoy doing this. So the top is, yeah, this is what they said to be banned. It was held by Automod, for obvious reasons. They were like, why was I banned? Why were you banned? Oh no, why were you banned? There you go, you're banned for being a shit mage. This is exactly, this is the kind of shit that, like, I would say maybe 70% during like a big issue are like that. You'll then get people who will try and claim they didn't do something wrong, or that they didn't mean to, or the classic, oh, my brother did it while I was away from my PC, or oh, my friends told me I should come into your chat and say, this, that, and the other, and it's just a bit like, okay. With Twitch, you are responsible for any action taken by your account. If your brother accesses your account, you should learn to use your account better. You should learn better internet security. It's not my problem that you can't meet Twitch's terms of service. Not my issue. Talking horse, good. I'm glad that you haven't. I'm glad, because people shouldn't have to deal with this kind of shit. Your cameras make Hunter's Mark look good. The thing is, though, I actually fundamentally disagree. I do believe that people deserve a reasonable understanding of why they were banned. But I ask them to at least kind of give back in return and not be idiots about it. So, like, if you're going to say something which is obviously, you're coming in, your first message to a chat that you've never been to before is, you're such a shit mage. Well, we have